Yo, Atlas speaking, and welcome to part 3 of What If I Was Transported into the Black Clover world as the greatest Prodigy magic knight. Let the tale begin. Chapter 15, Unwelcome Retreat. It was another beautiful day in the Black Bull's headquarters with most of its members resting. Nero slept peacefully on the roof while the sun caressed her fluffy feathers with its warm. Wait. I was asleep for a week. Not before being woken up by our dearest idiot, Asta. We were currently at the cafeteria waiting for our breakfast, and we were glad that Asta had woken up from his week of sleep. Yes, Asta, you slept for a week. I sighed, taking off the bandages of my head. The days that I've been training with Captain Yami had my body feel new strains that I hadn't felt in years. Honestly, how many days were you planning on sleeping? Noelle remarked. Vanessa giggled. Noelle was so worried about you that she kept checking on you, she said truthfully, getting the girl blush in embarrassment. She sure did. I agreed, earning a glare from Noelle. She was worried and kept exchanging wet towels, I said before giving her a cheeky grin. Or rather, somebody is interested. Vanessa and I giggled at the face Noelle was making. I wasn't worried. And I'm not interested in him, she declared, although we saw her face getting redder. We let her compose herself before continuing. I was just wondering what we were going to do if he didn't wake up, she stated, looking anywhere but us. Pretty sure that's called being worried, Finral chimed. Thanks, Noelle, Asta said gratefully. Gray simply nodded in agreement as his thick breath puffed from his mouth. I was worried, too. But I'm glad you all came back safely, Gordon mumbled as always. Getting rest is important, too, because that's how much energy you used up conquering that dungeon, Magna stated. But it was a week. Noelle deadpanned. Stop with this nonsense, Gauche demanded sternly before a nosebleed trailed down his nose. Do you think that my goddess, my sister Marie, would enjoy listening to all this? Talk about something more interesting. I only have 3,214 stories stocked up for her. When exactly are you going to tell her all those stories? Finral asked incredulously. How are you feeling? Luck asked. Is the hole in your stomach closed up yet? Can you fight me now? Can you? It's not completely closed up yet. Asta groaned just as his stomach grumbled in emptiness, which Asta held his stomach. In fact, my stomach's so empty, I'm starving, I scoffed good-naturally. Well, duh, you've been sleeping for a week without eating. So of course, the time you wake up, your stomach is telling you that it's hungry and needs food. Everyone! And the one who'll save him called out. The sheep cooks made breakfast. 3 sheep cooks, wearing cook hats, walked inside the cafeteria while holding various trays of food. They laid down the food in front of us, and the smell made my stomach grumble. Asta immediately munched his food at great speed. Yum! So good! Delicious! He kept shoving food inside his mouth only to then choke on it. Geez, calm down, Noelle said, handing him a glass of water. Asta gulped down the water and food and sighed in relief. Thanks, he said before consuming more food. Relax, Asta. It's not like the food is going to disappear. Charmy senpai's sheep cook will continue cooking until we're satisfied, I told him while munching my food in a slower pace. Although Charmy would have finished this in less than 30 minutes if the supreme challenge she took a week ago has something to do with it. You're such a pig, Noelle remarked, mildly disturbed. Now, he needs his nutrients, Vanessa said, offering her wine. Want a taste? No, he can't. We're still underage, Noelle shouted. Ask me again in another year. I'm underage too, but I'll be on age after my birthday. Vanessa smiled beatifically. I'll keep in mind. So good. Asta cheered joyfully while crying. Nice, nice. Your eating form is excellent. The sheep cooks are delighted, too. Charmy chimed happily as the sheep cooks were making a dance, which I can assume that they were happy for the lack of emotion on their faces. Thudud. Crack! And our glorious Captain Yami came to us while breaking another door with a kick. It must have been the third one this week. Yami entered while yawning, sleepiness still on his face. I think I'll have some breakfast and go back to bed, he mumbled, scratching his back. Captain! Good morning! Charmy greeted, waving at him. Morning. A few of us also greeted to our captain as Magna sat up from his seat. You finally awake, kid? I guess you didn't die, Yami said, sitting down on the middle seat. I am alive, Asta declared. Yami exhaled his smoke before looking at Asta. Good work, even though you always come back banged up, he said before he started laughing. We sure always do, I grumbled under my breath. Thanks, Asta said, standing up from his seat. So now that he's awake, Magic Knight's headquarters wants a report on the dungeon, so if you can walk, pay them a visit. Huh? Asta was the only one that didn't know about it. Noelle, Luck, and I were present during my presence 4 days ago, but we didn't say about the MKH. Magic Knight's headquarters? Luck's interest peaked up. La. And Charmy piped up confusedly. Sound like there'll be lots of strong guys there. I wonder if I can fight them. Luck thought, planning to fight them, with a malicious yet childish expression. You'd probably cause trouble if you went, so you're not going, Luck, Yami declared, interrupting his thoughts. Ah. Luck got dejected. Instead, there's a fighting mission, so go on that with Magna, Yami added. Luck's mood brightened up. Fighting mission? Let's do our best, Magna, he said, instantly in front of the Yankee with a cheerful expression. Huh? Creepy. You're making me barf. Are you really Luck? Who are you? And what did you do to Luck? Are you sure you're not Gray in disguise? Magna speculated while the real Gray looked over him. Oh, there he is. You, pick me. I'll go instead, Charmy called out, raising her petite hands, before she started drooling. I wonder what yummy things await me in the noble realm. Yeah, you were simply thinking about food instead of the report. There's no way you can go. All you do every day is to eat. Yami instantly shot her down. L.A.? Charmy squeaked in shock. It was quickly shot down, and her dream to eat in the noble realm wasn't going to be allowed. La. She ran away, bawling her eyes out for her rejection. Captain, I have to write a letter to Marie, so I can't go, Ghosh called out, trying to not go with us. Sure. No one asked you, anyway. Clover Kingdom, Noble Realm. So in all, only Asta, Noelle and I were going to the MKH. Although, there should be somebody else hiding until then. Still, it was early and we should get there on time to give our report and the treasure. Though, if my guts are correct, my thinking of returning early isn't going to happen anytime soon. Wow! Well, there was Asta being carefree as always. This is awesome. It's this huge up close? Oh, come on. Could you calm down? You're embarrassing me, Noelle scolded. She's right, Asta. While sightseeing is important, we have report to give, so let's finish this, and if we have time, we might be able to go somewhere. I told him. All right, sure. Noelle sighed. I wonder how you can tell him not to do things that shouldn't do. You'll soon learn. I comforted her with that thought. Noelle then glanced at Asta, and I could see something on her eyes, which my gut started to bubble mischievously. My grin wasn't hiding enough, to which Noelle immediately noticed it. What? Oh, nothing, I replied innocently. Something on your mind, Miss Royalty? She quickly looked away as a blush formed on her face. And nothing, she stated before fastening her pace. If Akira wasn't here, I would have been alone with Asta. She thought before realizing what she thought and quickly shook it off. I watched in amusement how Noelle kept denying her love for Asta. I mean, I know that Asta is a dense kid and all, but Noelle has to keep up if she wants to replace Sister Lily off Asta's mind. Wow! It's so huge! And our resident dense magic knight continued wowing at the sight of the noble realm. How long must you keep saying that? This is completely normal, Noelle said, already familiar with the structure of the realm. Don't mind him. He just doesn't know it, as the Forsaken Realm doesn't have tall structures like here. I explained. Give him some slack, will ya? That's the same about you being an idiot. She scoffed. Ouch, low blow, princess. Mind if I give you my broken feelings? I said sarcastically. We didn't seem to notice that there were a few familiar people walking ahead of us, and our voices gained their attention. Oh! Mimosa turned around and looked at us in surprise. Well, hello! If it isn't the members of the Golden Dawn. Asta greeted, waving a hand at them. Yo! I saluted with a lazy wave. Ah, it's been a week, Asta. Are you here to give a report, as well? Klaus walked toward him, placing both on his shoulders. Have your wounds completely healed? Yeah. My stomach still hurts a little, but I ate lots and slept lots, so I'm fine. Asta said. What are you, a kid? Yuno scoffed with a blank expression. Maybe he is. I agreed with a chuckle. Who are you calling a kid? And are you even on my side? He raged at us before pointing at Yuno. You! You're the same age as me as well. Oh! He stopped when he noticed Mimosa, and he was grateful for her assistance to heal him before. I'm better because of your magic, Mimosa. Thanks. Eep! Mimosa's squeak surprised Asta as she ran away in embarrassment. Huh? Asta was clueless of what happened. Why'd she run away? When you raised your hand, your arm was shorter than expected, and it startled her, maybe? Yuno joked, irritating him completely. Logan chuckled in amusement because of this interaction. What the hell? Yuno, you jerk. Asta intended to punch him, but because of his shortness, Yuno placed a hand on his head, rendering Asta's intention null. See? While these two continued, Noelle went to her cousin to ask the reason of her sudden escapee. What's wrong, Mimosa? Noelle then stopped when she noticed Mimosa was breathing labored breaths and her face was red as a tomato. Mimosa? I don't know what to do, Noelle. Mimosa confessed with both hands placed on her reddened cheeks. Whenever I see Asta, my chest feels tight. Ever since that day, all I can think about is Asta. What in the world is wrong with me? Noelle gaped in bewilderment. Way odd. I wonder if he'll hate me after I ran away like that. Mimosa added worriedly. Why him? Noelle stuttered in confusion, herself being flustered. He's a peasant, he's stupid, short, loud. Mimosa giggled in denial. I find all those things endearing. And the contrast between that and his body. Could this be? No. That meathead is just. Noelle continued in desperation on how her cousin was thinking on Asta, which then she realized what she was doing. Wait. Why do I sound so desperate? No. I don't feel anything for that idiot. Both girls moaned in varied emotions for their feelings for Asta. Meanwhile, most of the others stood in confusion at them, not knowing what they were talking about. Well, mostly them. I knew what and why. What are they moaning about? Klaus wondered, tilting his head. I don't know. Logan shrugged, equally curious. Maybe they have a headache. Asta stated. I don't think they have headaches. I pointed out flatly. Leaving the headache drama aside, we joined with the Golden Dawn members to the Magic Knight's headquarters. How you've been, Klaus-san? I asked. Not much is known for the few people Asta and Yuno meet, so it was a good start to know more about them. Oh, nothing interesting lately, he answered. Mostly, I take my breaks reading or teach them how to act like proper magic knights. Trust me, it isn't even interesting. Logan whispered. How about you? Haven't yet fought another noble on your way? Fight a noble? Klaus asked in confusion. Oh, just helping out a friend. I waved him off. And nah, mostly training with my captain. And it wasn't even pretty. I deadpanned. I can't even dream off. Logan laughed. Klaus coughed on his fist as he led on. Anyway, I believe headquarters is this way. Asta then popped up and spoke with Klaus. I guess there are things even you don't know, Four Eyes. Come on, Asta, give him a break. I half scolded him. There is no need. And thank you for it, but indeed, there are. Klaus nodded. He's apparently content with being called Four Eyes now. Yuno, Logan and I thought in unison with a straight expression. He's much nicer to Asta now. Noelle thought with a smile. We don't often get to come to headquarters. Klaus was about to step forward and stopped. Well, most of us except for two people did as we noticed someone grand in front of us. Why, Your Majesty. Julius Navachrono, the current 28th Wizard King of the Kingdom, was idling just barely in front of us, and we immediately knelt down except for Asta and Yuno. I never expected you to welcome us yourself, Klaus said. Who's that flashy old guy, Akira? Asta asked, noticing that I was knelt down. Don't you remember what I told you months ago? I hissed at him. While I know that respect is earned and not given, this man earned my total respect from what I read about him. He's the most powerful person which holds the seat that you two are seeking. The 28th Wizard King, Julius Navachrono. Asta and Yuno gaped in surprise at the man in front of them. What? Asta shouted before being forced to kneel down by Klaus as Yuno did willingly. Yuno gulped. This guy is the current Wizard King? Asta finished, not knowing that his half-brother thought the same. Hello, everyone. Julius greeted friendly. Would you like to speak in another place? I could see that everyone was hesitating because of our difference in status. But it was the only chance to meet him privately, so we accepted gingerly. Great, just follow me. We followed him to his personal tower to have a brief talk with him and making know more about him. Once we arrived, Julius had asked Yuno to let him read his grimoire as he had heard from someone that he had gotten a mysterious scroll and a green fairy at his disposition. I might know how he got the report about the investigation of the dungeon, but even so, Julius was really interested on us as both William and Yami were his subordinates when he was the captain of the Grey Deer, previously named before the Aqua Deer. Well done acquiring this, Julius complimented as he checked on the pages in interest. This magic was probably the most important relic in that dungeon. You can read that? Yuno asked in surprise, more expressed than we ever seen him do. Somewhat. The most important relic. So cool! Asta wowed. I see. Julius muttered coolly before his eyes turned into a familiar sparkle of excitement. He's so excited. Klaus, Logan, and I thought in unison in varied emotions. I quickly took a picture of him being a magic geek. I guess the rumors about the Wizard King being a total maniac nerd were true. Klaus deadpanned inwardly, adjusting his glasses. Hey, would you try using this magic? Please? Julius begged as he approached Yuno with his sparkling eyes of curiosity. I'm sorry. I think it activated in the dungeon once, but... Yuno replied sadly, knowing that he couldn't activate the power yet. I haven't been able to use it since. Julius' demeanor fell in depression. What? I see. Ah, that's too bad. It was interesting how someone like him can act differently during peace and war. It reminds me of someone. As I was left in my thoughts, the Wizard King was also on his own, reading in grand interest Yuno's grimoire. Sylph, the wind spirit of the 4 great attributes. Apparently she's chosen him this era. He mused with a smile as he closed the grimoire and returned to its owner. All I can say for now is that this spell will grow with you and, one day, become an extraordinary power. Take good care of it. Yes. Yuno nodded, feeling good hearing from the Wizard King himself to him. Wizard King! Asta interrupted, showing his dirty black grimoire. My grimoire has some weird scribbles in it, too. Please look at it. Hey, you're being rude. Klaus scolded. Even with Klaus scolding Asta, Julius took Asta's grimoire and started reading it. It intrigued so much that he gasped in surprise. This is... Asta repeated in anticipation, his eyes sparkling. Something I can't read at all. He declared, shocking Asta completely. I chuckled how Asta deflated as the current Wizard King couldn't read it. I can't blame him, Asta's grimoire is much different from others. I've never even seen this writing in any documents. Asta shook his current emotion and held his grimoire to summon his new sword. This thing pops out of it. Take a look, he said as he summoned his Demon Dweller sword and showed it to Julius. Ah, a second, anti-magic, sword. Julius gaped in interest. Ho ho ho. I got mine to work. Asta bragged to Yuno. Anti-magic. See, can I touch that? Julius asked excitedly, his hands looking like a kid asking for a delicious candy. Go right ahead. Julius grabbed the handle of the sword which Asta still was holding on it. Thank you. When Asta left the sword handle, the weight immediately pressed down with Julius. It's so heavy. Are you all right, Wizard King? Asta shouted his concern on the Julius' well-being. Yeah, I'm fine. It's just I'm amazed that you can actually swing this around. Julius reassured him before he noticed it. He felt like his mana was wavering into something, and once he looked down, he understood. My magical power is being absorbed. He thought in realization before his expression turned understanding. I see. Thank you. You can have this back now. Yes, sir. This is beyond my abilities. Julius chortled. Wizard King, sir. I called. Julius looked at me in curiosity. Ah, the other child of the 4-leaf, I heard much about you. I blinked in surprise. You did? Indeed I do, he said. I heard about a newly recruit that was capable of using both flame magic and water magic during the Magic Knight's entrance exam. But not only that, I heard about somebody looking like Yami in Battaglia using exactly his attribute, dark magic. I assume that there should be somebody capable of using dark magic, as only Yami knows it, I was surprised at his deduction, but only that. He's smart than he lets on, and it gave me an opportunity to chuckle. Yeah, I did that. I admitted shamelessly, surprising the others that didn't know about it. But in truth, it was something that happened in the moment. But, yeah, I can attest that I've been training with my captain to use dark magic, and so I've been using it. Marvelous. Julius chortled in amusement. Anyways, back to what we were talking about. What were you about to say? I nodded. Yes, I was about to say that his new sword, which is named the Demon Dweller, has a capability to use others' attribute as an attack of its own. I explained. Back when we were in the dungeon, we witnessed the blade using water magic, which Asta is incapable to use it, and somehow the blade could harness that power to our enemy. I see. I see. So this is a feature the sword has. Julius mused and interested at Asta before looking at me. This kid may know something about it. How much he knows, I wonder. Amazing! So I have this kind of magic in this sword? Asta awed at me. Yeah, somehow, but you'll have to know it by yourself. I told him. I'm not the master of the sword, so I don't know much about it. Okay. You might not know it, but the only reason you can wield that sword is because you have no mana. Julius stated. How did you know that I don't any magic, sir? And about my sword that cuts through magic? Asta asked. I can answer one of that. I called out. Most proficient wizards are able to detect magical powers from others with a glance. Even so, amateurs can also detect it if they had learned the basic. Although, Asta is preferably to learn how to sense Ki in the future by Yami. Julius remained quiet as he regarded us in silence pride. You mind then if I read yours? I glanced at him and noted that the curiosity of the second four-leaf grimoire had him interested, so I complied. Sure. Once Julius held my grimoire, he started reading. His excited demeanor changed and began reading attentively at the runes. But the truth is he might not read much of my grimoire, as even if the grimoire is the size of a medium thickness, only the first pages had runes on it. The others are prioritized when I activate an attribute, and runes representing the attribute are written. Interesting. Julius said, finally at the part of no words. It seems that there are no runes in your grimoire. Why is that? That did surprise most of us, including Asta and Yuno, as they haven't yet checked on my grimoire with their own eyes. But now that the cat is out of the bag, it was time to answer them. Oh, nothing to worry about, Wizard King. I shrugged. My attribute, which I have yet to have a proper name, is incapable of having more runes if I don't activate an attribute. I can tell him as I can trust him to keep it to himself or until I reveal it to all. Oh? And how did you name it? He asked. I hedged embarrassedly. Well, I called it duplication magic, clone magic, or imitation magic, but it doesn't sound right. I admitted sheepishly. It doesn't give the uniqueness of the attribute, so I have to yet call it something. Julius hummed thoughtfully while cupping his chin. That is indeed a concern. He hummed quietly before an idea popped on his mind. How about infinity magic? Infinity magic? That sounds better. Why would it be called infinity magic, sir? Logan asked curiously, bringing the unspoken question of the others. Well, from I can gather, you can obtain other attributes from others, am I right? Julius asked, which I nodded. So the name of infinity magic can be considered worthy to be called, as you would be able to use many attributes, except for special properties which the original user has. I nodded again. Yeah, I guess. I mean, I don't think I'll be able to use ghosts, mirror magic, or Vanessa's thread magic to the fullest, which only they have. I don't even think if that guy with the copy magic is able to use it. Hopefully, he won't. So there you have it. I can be in agreement that the name, infinity magic, is worthy of being called your attribute. Julius finished. I contemplated the name, and indeed, I liked it. It brought a smile on my face at such meaning of the attribute. I'm very thankful for your insight, Wizard King. I bowed thankfully. Julius laughed. Don't mind me. Still, would you be able to activate an attribute and see it? I nodded. Yes, sir. I concentrated and called upon an attribute, now being able to call my spell. Infinity Magic, Dark Mode. My grimoire began emitting onyx black energy, and the runes began appearing on my grimoire. Interesting. Julius mused quietly as he started reading my grimoire in grand interest. I'm surprised that you didn't take to become an offensive type of dark magic, but a support type one. I shrugged. Well, Captain Yami said that my dark magic can be destructive if I want it to be. I grinned. Being support doesn't practically mean being weak and helpless. Julius laughed in agreement. Yes, I share the same sentiment on that one. In all my years of being a magic knight, nobody should underestimate their opponents, powerful or not. That only brings to their early graves. I'm quite happy that he knows that though the others don't, their loss. In any case of this situation. Julius hummed, returning my grimoire. It seems that you do not brag about it. Why is that? I shrugged. That's just a waste of breath and energy, and I'll only use them on my enemies to rile them up. I replied cheekily. I can imagine that. Klaus deadpanned. Julius regarded me for a moment, thinking. He looked at me like he tried to figure me out, and every time we spoke, little pieces began making their form, but also new pieces appeared. In one regard, he spoke up. Would you like mine? Everyone stopped. Everyone watched at the Wizard King, thinking that what they heard was some hallucination. Even I was quite surprised, but I couldn't form my surprise on my face but a stern look at him despite being my superior. In all, I wanted it. I wanted to have the time magic, which was mostly a rarity among the present people. I don't know where Julius comes from. Was he a royal? Was he a noble? Was he a commoner? Or was he a beggar? Only Yuki Tabata-sensei knows about it, or even then, he might not know. But he wants an answer. Julius Navachrono asked me something and I needed to answer him. I can't divert my attention elsewhere but what was in front of me. I opened my mouth and his eyes looked in expectation. I answered. No. My answer brought varied emotions to those behind me. I couldn't see their faces as my only attention was on the Wizard King. A hint of amusement instead of dejection took upon his eyes. Why so? He asked, not offended on his tone, mostly curiosity. As I am now, I don't think that I am capable of using your time magic, your majesty. I answered truthfully. Others might say that I got greedy, others might think that I got your approval to get your attribute or that I'm your bastard child despite that we don't look alike, but having the same attribute might bring the nobility's attention. While you think that most of the kingdom is loyal, there might be some people dissatisfied with what's happening and they're taking their time with planning on something. I might be a fool to be ignorant of what's happening, but I cannot fathom what would happen if I drop my guard down. And you think that you're incapable of having my attribute now? Julius asked. Yes. I said firmly. Just given time, I might ask to copy yours, your majesty, but not now. I don't think that I'm worthy of it yet. Julius regarded my answer with a stern look and most of us were nervous at his expression. But then, his expression softened and laughed softly. All right, I see what kind of kid Yami recruited you are. He said. You are an interesting kid, given that you come from the same world as Yami. I was surprised at what he said, but I expected him to know. How do you know about it, sir? I asked, a small hint of wariness on my tone, but mostly curiosity. Julius chuckled in amusement. Well, it isn't a secret that Yami used to be my subordinate before. Captain Yami was your subordinate? Asta asked incredulously. Why yes, of course, him and William were both my top subordinates back when I lead the Grey Deer. Julius said. That's the previous name for the Aqua Deer, if anybody asks. I explained the unspoken question. And yes, after I left, both of them created their own squads which are now the Golden Dawn and the Black Bull. Awesome! Asta breathed out in awe. Anyway, back when I first met him, he gave off the aura that most people here don't give off, and from what I gathered, I assumed you were the same case. It might be same case, but we came from different period of time. And I don't know if we come from the same universe. But in all, I will watch your career with great interest. Julius hummed. I shook my head. No, sir, I think I'll go to being an advisor. I told him. Being a Wizard King is not something I would like to be. That dream is already taken by these two. I said, giving a thumb to Asta and Yuno. Is that so? Julius hummed, evaluating them if they are worthy to be his successor. He roared and laughed, seeing that they would be worthy to take the mantle in the future. I see. So you both want to become the next Wizard King. Any magic knight should have that aspiration. Then. Asta said hesitantly. If. What is it? How. Asta began before he and Yuno chorused. How do you become the Wizard King? Before Julius could answer them, Klaus interrupted him by chastising them. You too! It's rude to ask the Wizard King that directly. Listen. The Wizard King must be proud and have the trust of the people. No. Klaus stopped and we looked at Julius, who looked sternly at us. It was then that we knew what type of Wizard King we were standing. It's merit. Julius answered with a serious tone. You can't protect others with pride, and the trust of others comes with merit. There is only one thing people want from the Wizard King. Merit that proves they are the best. Gain merit. Continuously gaining merit is everything. Anyone who can't do that can never stand at the top. It was a breathtaking moment and even music to our ears. How he stated those words, I felt something resonated. But the ones that got more determined to become Wizard King were Asta and Yuno. Bring it on! They declared firmly. Your newbies have very determined eyes, William, Yami. Julius thought proudly of his former subordinates' recruits. He then looked at me. It seems that you are going to be very busy being one of their advisors. I scoffed good-naturally and shrugged. You don't know the half of it. Still, I help them to keep their heads to the right path, if that's what you're asking. Julius hummed in amusement. HMHM, that's good to know. Why won't you like to become the Wizard King? Logan asked in disbelief. You're one of the four-leaf clover users of the kingdom and many would have done the same. He did have a point. But hey, I didn't want it. That's a sweet offer, but I'll have to decline it. I answered. Yeah, sure, being a Wizard King has its merits and advantages, but I don't have the drive to become one. So that is why I'll become the advisor of the future Wizard King. I grinned at Asta and Yuno. Of who I shall become is another matter. I see. Julius answered, cupping his chin. Say, we're actually holding a decoration ceremony for the Magic Knights who've been awarded an outstanding number of stars today. Deco. Asta tilted his head in confusion. Decoration ceremony. Julius explained. It's a ceremony where we award those who have done exceptionally well and honor them. Wow. Asta was in awe, and that was the least expected from his reaction. Meanwhile, I felt a grimace forming on my face. I would love for all of you to join us. Julius offered us. Before anybody could say, I interrupted. I don't mean to intrude or act inconsiderate for your offer, Wizard King, sir, but we wouldn't want to interrupt such ceremony with our presences. I said, unsure if that was unwise. Oh, don't worry about it. Julius dismissed my worries, oblivious of my dread to meet those people. We are Magic Knights of the Clover Kingdom. We don't need to feel hospitable among each other. As if that would be easy with that kind of people you want us to meet. Most of us followed Julius to where the ceremony would take place. I reluctantly wanted to get out of this, but since I probably wouldn't be able to stop them, I followed them in the end. We walked through a massive hall with hooded mages from the Clover Magic Knights in between the red carpet we were walking on. I wonder what decoration ceremonies are like. Asta wondered aloud. I have a bad feeling about this. Noelle thought nervously. I noticed it immediately and nudged her, getting her attention. What is it? I get you are having a bad feeling, right? I asked, trying to assure her that she wasn't alone. Yeah, somehow. She admitted. You, know something with that thing? I nodded sadly. Yeah, unfortunately, your family is here. With those words, Noelle paled and tried to look she was fine, but she didn't. Don't worry, Noelle, Asta and I are with you. Noelle nodded gratefully. We were still walking toward the decoration ceremony room, and before we arrived, I went toward Julius. Sir, I do have something to inform you. I told him. He raised an eyebrow. What is it? I looked around and noticed that most of our companions were chatting among each other or minding their own business, but none of them were close enough to hear us. Knowing that no one would eavesdrop on us, I whispered. After this decoration ceremony, there will be an attack on the city. He frowned at the thought and looked more serious than I thought he could. How do you about that? I looked forward and we were close to the decoration ceremony. We don't have much time, but just this one, but I can say that it is about the people that attacked the saucy village. But this attack isn't a simple attack, it's a diversion, to have us separate. In truth, their objective is something that Captain Fuegoleon has around his neck. I told him. I'll keep an eye on the captain, and after this, I'll tell you what I know. Julius slowly nodded before his eyes turned to the door. We'll have about it later then. Keep your eyes and head up, the future holds much to you and the others. I nodded and let the Wizard King lead us forward. As I walked slowly, I stood next to Logan, who looked at me confusedly. What were you talking about? He asked, then narrowed his eyes. Something you're not sharing? Ugh, sometimes I wonder if he has some kind of good hearing. I'm not stupid to think that he was the one who got hit instead of Mimosa during our dungeon expedition. It might have been that he heard Yuno and me as I warned him about Mars' ambush, but I didn't think that he would do such thing. Logan gave off a laid-back vibe when I first met him. It seems that I shouldn't underestimate people with how they look too. So? Oh yeah, he was still waiting. Let's say that we need to be prepared. I answered weakly. Logan frowned but didn't seem to continue as we arrived. Now, then. Julius opened the doors. Can you give me better results than them? Once the doors were opened, we saw many magic knights from 4 different squads, the Crimson Lion King, the Blue Rose Knight, the Golden Dawn, and the Silver Eagle. From the Crimson Lion King stood the 2 brothers of House Vermilion, masters of flame magic, Fuegoleon and Leopold Vermilion. From the Blue Rose Knight stood the captain of the Briar Magic, Charlotte Roselay, the Earth Magic mage who follows her Aniki, Sol Marin, and surprisingly the newly golden recruit, Mickey Goldia. From the Golden Dawn stood the 3 senior members of the squad, the Sand Magic, elitist Alec Dora Sandler, the calm and stoic, Stone Magic, individual, Shurantium, and the cheerful, Glass Magic, glutton, Hammond Cassius. There was no sight of their captain, and I knew why. And from the Silver Eagle stood the 3 family members of House Silva, Mercury Magic, Captain Nozel, Mist Magic, Maiden Nebra, and Water Magic, Cunning Solid Silva, and Unexpected, the Lightning Magic, Hero Worshipper, Nigel Brandon. Just ahead, next to an empty throne, stood Marx Francois, one of the many advisors Julius had. Now, then, Julius said, making his way to his seat. Let us begin the decoration ceremony. Each members of the squad that were taking part of the ceremony were standing firmly in front of the current Magic Emperor while the captains were standing behind their subordinates. First to stand in front of the Wizard King was a boy of average height with long, messy vermilion hair. He has a third of his hair in a braid while leading the rest in a messy and spiky hairstyle. Wearing a Crimson Lion King's robe, it could notice the resemblance that this one was a Vermilion family as his brother. With 7 stars earned, Leopold Vermilion of the Crimson Lion Kings, I grant you the title of Intermediate Magic Knight, 2nd class. He handed him a medal of his promotion. You use the same, fire magic, as your older brother, the captain of the Crimson Lion Kings. Your power is overwhelming. Make sure you don't go overboard. He chortled. Evil needs no mercy. Leopold declared fiercely. Next up the Blue Rose Knight was a tall, young woman with green eyes and brown skin. She sported short, ruffled black hair. She wore a white tube top that exposed her cleavage and midriff, as well as white arm warmers that cover her elbows. She wore white shorts, along with white detached pants that reached slightly past her knees. The pants feature large slits that reveal her inner thighs, and are connected to her shorts via O-rings. She wore white shoes, as well as a black belt on her waist that holds her grimoire. She wore the Blue Rose robe on top of everything. With 6 stars earned, Sol Marin of the Blue Rose Knights, I grant you the title of Intermediate Magic Knight, 3rd class. He handed her the promotional medal. You're as dynamic as the men, and your creative, earth magic, is amazing. But you might be a bit too much of a free spirit. The only one who can tie me down is my sis, the captain. Sol remarked proudly. Next up, being the Silver Eagle squad, was a tall, young man with a slender build. He has long, silver-colored hair and a pair of blue eyes. He sported his hair in a French braid hairstyle but leaves his fringe and the hair at the top section of his head in a loose, messy hairstyle. Additionally, he kept his hair, on the right-hand side of his head, neat by wearing a couple of blue hairpins in a shape of a cross florifici. As a nobleman, he wore intricate outfits where he sported a dark-colored tunic with a purple blazer over it. The blazer had long sleeves and was held together by a two-headed belt at his waist. The said blazer also extends up to his neck area where it has frilly edges and being held together by a gold locket. He also wore light-colored pants that extend slightly below his knees and sports a pair of sandals. On top of his outfit, he wore a dark-colored robe that covers his entire outfit. And being a Silver Eagle squad, he wore the squad's signature robe which only covers his torso. The upper half of the robe consisted on a light-colored fur with the squad's insignia at the left-hand side. The lower half consisted on a dark-colored fabric that separates the fur and a series of light-colored elongated fabrics that mimic the appearance of a bird's feathers. With 6 stars earned, Solid Silva of the Silver Eagles, I grant you the title of Intermediate Magic Knight, 3rd class. The maneuverability of your magic is amazing, but I think you'd be even more amazing if you stopped showing off your powers and cooperated with others. I'll keep that in mind, sir. Solid said slyly. The next one was a tall, slender woman with the narrow, pointed features prominent in the other Silvas and pink eyes. Her silver-white hair was slightly wavy and is left loose at the lower back while the sides and top are swept back in tousled spikes. Her bangs are combed to a point on her forehead. Like her siblings, Noelle and Solid, she wore loose-fitting top with a high collar that is held in place by a gold band. Beneath the longer, light tunic, she wore a darker, flowing skirt that is angled so that one side is lower than the other. She also wore strappy, flat-heeled sandals. With 9 stars earned, Nebra Silva of the Silver Eagles, I grant you the title of Senior Magic Knight, 5th class. The skillful illusions you create with your mist magic are splendid. Just make sure you don't play with the enemy more than necessary, or you might get bitten. I thank you for the warning, Nebra said. Next up, the Golden Dawn, stood a chubby man with a brushed back, blonde hair with some strands spun and sticking upwards. He wore a double-breasted and long-sleeved shirt with a high collar and red trimmings on the edges. The collar also had a chain connecting both ends of the collar as an ornament. The shirt itself was made of 2 different colors where it is white at the side and red on the middle. The sleeves were mostly in white fabric, except the wrist area where it is red fabric. The shirt extended below his waist and he also wore a light-colored sash on top of it. Furthermore, he also wore a casual white pants and a pair of high boots to complement it. The black boots also had fur around the collar. He wore the Golden Dawn's signature squad robe which covered his torso and is gold in color. The fabric had an intricate design with a similar color palette as the robe. It also had a blue-colored fur around the border of the hood and a pair of blue ropes coming from the left shoulder and connected to the gold-colored button on the right shoulder. The button kept the robe properly in place. The squad's insignia was positioned at the left-hand side. With 7 stars earned, Hammond Casius of the Golden Dawn, I grant you the title of Intermediate Magic Knight, 2nd class. Just by looking at you, the enemy would never expect your glass magic, and I bet they're completely boggled. I thank you, your majesty. Hammond chortled. Next up was a large-built man with blonde hair that is brushed back and braided. He has narrow eyes and no eyebrows. He wore a double-breasted and long-sleeved shirt with a high collar and red trimmings on the edges. The collar also had a chain connecting both ends of the collar as an ornament. The shirt itself was made of 2 different colors where it is white at the side and red on the middle. The sleeves were mostly in white fabric, except the wrist area where it is red fabric. The shirt extended below his waist and Siren also wears a light-colored sash on top of it. Furthermore, he also wore a casual white pants and a pair of high boots to complement it. The black boots also had fur around the collar. He wore the Golden Dawn's signature squad robe, which covers his torso and is gold in color. The fabric had an intricate design with a similar color palette as the robe. It also had a blue-colored fur around the border of the hood and a pair of blue ropes coming from the left shoulder and connected to the gold-colored button on the right shoulder. The button keeps the robe properly in place. The squad's insignia is positioned at the left-hand side. With 8 stars earned, sure in time of the Golden Dawn, I grant you the title of Intermediate Magic Knight, First Class. Unlike your eloquent magic, you're a very quiet fellow, so you'd be better off if you spoke your mind more. Understood. Shuren said quietly. The last one of the Golden Dawn was a tall man with a lean build with spiky green hair that is slightly brushed back and 2 strands that hang in the front. He wore a double-breasted and long-sleeved shirt with a high collar and red trimmings on the edges. The collar also had a chain connecting both ends of the collar as an ornament. The shirt itself was made of 2 different colors where it was white at the side and red on the middle. The sleeves were mostly in white fabric, except the wrist area where it is red fabric. The shirt extended below his waist and he also wore a light-colored sash on top of it. Furthermore, he wore white pants and a pair of high boots. The black boots also had fur around the collar. He wore the Golden Dawn's signature squad robe which covered his torso and was gold in color. The fabric had an intricate design with a similar color palette as the robe. It also had a blue-colored fur around the border of the hood and a pair of blue ropes coming from the left shoulder and connected to the gold-colored button on the right shoulder. The button kept the robe properly in place. The squad's insignia was positioned on the left side. With 11 stars earned, Alec Dora Sandler of the Golden Dawn, I grant you the title of Senior Magic Knight, Second Class. You amaze me with your diligence and flexible magic. I am honored, Your Majesty. Alec Dora replied. After finalizing with the ceremonial, the members that were promoted stood with their squad members. Julius looks around before beginning his speech. The Golden Dawn has earned a total of 71 stars. They are the clear leaders. I hope the rest of the squads do their best to not fall behind. Well done, all of you. Julius congratulated them all. Now then, there's a simple reception set up for you, so go enjoy yourselves. Oh, I almost forgot. I've invited some special guests today. All Magic Knights that took part of the ceremony look at the group that the Wizard King invited. Well, shit. While they didn't give any reaction on their faces, it was enough to feel the raw emotion radiating from their eyes. Then I noticed Marks walking toward Julius and whispering something to his ears. With an understanding nod, Julius regarded us lastly. Something came up, so I have to excuse myself, but have fun. Before he completely left, he looked at me and our eyes met. I nodded quietly and he reassured me with a small smile before leaving the room. Sighing inwardly, I had to stop the urge to rub my face. This was going to get out of hand soon. We moved to another room and there was a banquet waiting for us. Well, mostly those that earned their promotions. We just intruded by the Wizard King himself. Each squad remained on their own except for us. The intruded remained together as we could feel the stares and glares at us. I noticed that Mickey tried to make her way toward us, but feeling the tension, she didn't move from her position. I sent her an assuring smile and she nodded quietly while wearing a sudden blush. I then noticed Nigel, who was mostly glaring at me. The fuck you want, asshole? Wasn't enough what happened 4 days ago? Most of us could feel the tension and it was getting us unnerved because of it. All those stares are beginning to hurt. How are we supposed to enjoy this? Klaus grunted, feeling worried about the air. Why is the Wizard King entertaining us like this? Not to mention the Wizard King went off somewhere. No idea. I lied. Well, most royals and nobles tend to act hostile like this. Logan said. But if we avoid any confrontation, we will be scot-free and return to our respective headquarters without any commotion. The heck is this? I've never eaten anything like this. So good. Asta shouted, gobbling the noble-ish food with gusto. I spoke too soon. Logan groaned. Yes, you did. How can you be so bold? You're amazing, Asta. Klaus applauded. No, he's just unrefined. Yuno remarked. I did teach him and the others a few etiquettes. I sighed. But I think that his stomach overrode everything and forgot about it. Meanwhile, with our resident idiot, the present female vermilion shyly approached Asta with a blush on her face. Asta. May I join you? Oh, Mimosa, were you eyeing this meat, too? Asta said obliviously. Huh? Oh. Yes, it looks quite delicious. Logan, noticing the conversation and how Mimosa was acting, cocked an eyebrow at me. Is she? He asked, knowing the answer. Yup. I nodded. And he's. I nodded again. Logan sighed. That's worrying. Not only that. I added, glancing at Noelle, who was at the moment trying to fade away from their family's presence. Noelle has feelings for Asta, but he can't see that. That is then troubling. Logan deadpanned. You think I'm okay with it? I joked. All in all, the banquet remained quite tranquil despite the tense air. But the peace was broken when those that took part of the decoration ceremony began talking, or in my way of seeing, mocking. Vulgar peasant. Dora spat acridly. Why did the Wizard King invite such lowborn scum? I can't sense any magic from him. Nebra sneered, staring at Asta. Them capturing the dungeon must have been sheer luck. The way he eats is disgusting. Hammond chortled. It's unnatural for him to be here. Solid mocked. Filthy rat. It wasn't surprising that they wouldn't keep their mouths shut for even an instant while our group could feel the hostile air. But hey, words cannot hurt you if you ignore it, and that is why Asta and I were ignoring them completely. Man, listen to them tear into me and not even trying to whisper. Asta mumbled with a piece of chicken on his mouth. Good thing I'm used to it. Action speaks louder than words, Asta. I agreed while forking the tender meat I was eating. They can't hurt us if we ignore them. They're so forgiving. Klaus and Mimosa thought in disbelief they were more mature than most royals and nobles are. Logan thought, glaring at those that spoke badly at us. And they say that they are mature from being born from high places. You also have a peasant in your squad. Leopold pointed out to the Golden Dawn. The peasant who's forgotten his place since everyone fawns over him because of the 4-leaf grimoire he has. I could have handled capturing that dungeon even better. I doubt it. Leopold is an offensive type of magic knight which he'll have much harder time to notice Mars' ambush if he didn't pay attention. That's quite confident, Crimson Brat. Dora retorted. It's not like we expect anything from that peasant. We are the ones who embody Lord Vengeance and the Golden Dawn's ideals. I scoffed. If forgetting that his own captain trusts Yuno, he is at least ignoring the trust of his own Lord Vengeance. I mumbled. Klaus didn't seem to be in agreement with Dora. With all due respect dash. That goes for you as well, Klaus. Dora hissed, interrupting him sharply. Aren't you ashamed, being here with your lack of skill? Klaus hedged nervously. You too, Logan. Dora shouted, making Logan flinch self-consciously. I heard you were incapacitated and couldn't do anything, so you had to leave the front line to others. Logan looked down, ashamed. And Mimosa. I heard that you were saved and couldn't do anything, so you also had to leave the front lines. Dora shouted. To think that your royalty of the Vermilion line is laughable. I am terribly sorry. Mimosa apologized profoundly. Gur! I growled dangerously as my insides began bubbling in a half-controlled anger. For a moment, I thought that I should have denied Captain Yami's denial on bringing luck here. He might have been something against them and I would consider a mercy. And no, Mimosa was dash. Klaus closed his mouth when Dora glared at him. Now. Of all people, Solid began speaking. His smug face was making me twitch every time he spoke. Ignorant of my thoughts, Solid continued smugly. The most useless fool here is you. He jabbed his finger at Noelle. Wouldn't you agree, Noelle? Without warning, Solid dipped water over her head. Solid and Ayasama. Noelle was on the verge to have a heart attack or crying her eyes out. How could you? Klaus demanded in disbelief. Everyone not from House Silva gaped in shock or hid enough to look that they didn't care, were alarmed by Solid's action. You can't even control your magic. Solid sneered. You're such an embarrassment. You've basically been exiled from the Silva family. Nibra added. I'm surprised you had the nerve to return to the noble realm. Nibra-ne-sama. You got a big head from one achievement. Noelle said expressionlessly. Did you come here intending to bring shame upon the Silva name? And Noelle and Ayasama. You do not belong here. Noelle intoned heartlessly, devoid of emotion to his own sister. Begone, failure that killed our mother. Family or not, I'm not going to stand here do nothing. But somehow, it bubbled something in my guts. Not anger. Not fury. And especially not hate. But the sheer stupidity these people that calls themselves the Silva was something that made me laugh. Fee. Everyone stopped and Noelle was looking at me with a few tears on her eyes. What's so funny, you ingrate? Solid demanded. I let a few laughs escape my lips before managing to suck air to my lungs. Oh, that's funny, how stupid you are. Solid growled at me for calling him stupid. What was that? A serpent pocking the nose of a dragon, that's a new sheer of stupidity you're walking to. I chortled humorlessly. You think that Noelle is a failure, to your own family? I may not know Aesir Silva like most of her sons and daughters would do, but if she saw you acting like this to your own blood, she would be horrified. Nibra and Solid growled at me and Noelle seemed to be expressionless as always, but if I checked on it better, Noelle's eyes narrowed barely to a dangerous level. You plebeian. Solid hissed as he and his sister began focusing their magic. Oh, that shouldn't do. Quickly, I raised my grimoire and whispered. Infinity magic, dark mode, I then chanted. Dark binding magic, pride crush. From Nibra and Solid's feet, their own shadow turned on their own masters as the shadows deterred them completely from neck down. Dark magic, greed claimers, I added as 10 demonic swords hovered menacingly on the 2 Silva members which got them nervous and struggled to get out of it. Now listen and listen well what I'm about to tell you too. I don't care if you snobbish people spits on me, mocks me, or even then hit me physically or with your magic. But telling those words to your own family is nothing compared to what I'm about to do you too, and I'm hopeful that if by chance you meet your mother, she'll have you two scolded for what you're doing. You don't know anything about her. Solid hissed venomously. Yeah, I don't. But from what I can see, you two blame Noelle for something she had no power. I snarled at them. No control? That is because she too much for her to handle. Did anyone from the Silva house have someone check her mana pool? Or did they think that it was beneath their time to check on her? I would have added more had somebody interrupt me with almost piercing me with a lightning spear. Lightning magic, glorious charge lance. Nigel lunged at me with his lightning spear. I quickly evaded it and landed next to Asta. Without me concentrating on my binding magic, the restraints on both Silva members were liberated and now they were snarling at me. Leave my seniors, you dastardly rogue. He growled, dangerously pointing his spear at me. Don't think that I have forgotten what you did 4 days ago, you punk. Really? I leered. I think they needed more. Before anybody could say anything, Asta interrupted us all sharply. I thought you'd all be amazing since you were called here, but you're no different from the rest of them. Calling us peasants, rats, embarrassments, failures. Who cares if you think we're worthy or not? Just you watch. I'm going to dash. I was reluctant to act because it was mostly to them. Alec Dora hissed before opening his grimoire. But don't think you have anything to say, you scoundrels. You shouldn't even be allowed to talk. Sand binding magic, sandbox. Sand began building up around us and trapping us inside. Alec seemed to be satisfied with his work until a sword sprouted out of the sand and cut through it. "I won't shut up," Asta roared. "He just..." Leopold gasped in bafflement. "Listen up, you bastards. I'm going to pile up merit to become the Wizard King," Asta declared. "In any case, I think I'm going to make a point to these people at any cost." Chapter 16, Invasion 1. Now, I started to wonder how it all ended to the situation we are in right now. I mean, the plan was to give our report in the Magic Knight's headquarters and later mind our own business in our respective headquarters. But that didn't work out as we later met up with the current Wizard King, Julius Navachrono. I knew that he was interested on us because we were William and Yami's subordinates. I think he was more interested in Asta and Yuno, but somehow, it ended up him being interested in me too. He offered his time magic for me to copy it, but I rejected because I knew that I wasn't strong enough both mind and body to harness that attribute. Even then, I hold him to it until I'm capable to withstand that power. After chattering about Asta and Yuno's new powers, he had offered us to join him to the decoration ceremony that 4 of the 9 squads of the kingdom assisted to their promotion. The promotion went well. The decoration of those that earned their position were happy, even overjoyed that they made proud to their squads and respective captains. We moved on to another room to have a banquet. Their speaking about us didn't concern me. It was beneath to go to their level and feel good about myself. They mocked us. Fuck them, I don't care. They want to feel good on telling others that they are better than them? Fine. They can dream in their own poodles while we swim on the endless ocean and live our lives. But, hearing Noelle's brothers and sister telling her that she was worthless, that she was weak, that she didn't deserve to be part of House Silva, their own family. That was the line I couldn't cross. So yeah, I laughed. Laughed on how childish and incompetent House Silva was acting. Laughed at how Aciel worked hard to be the woman she was before her death and her sons and daughter acted to their youngest. Laughed on how Lemuel Silvamillion would be feeling if he ever saw his descendants like this. And laughed that even words cannot describe how mad I was. In the end, I beat Solid and Nibra in their own game. I showed them that they were incapable of fighting against me, a foreigner and outsider from another world, how a person that didn't have mana before training for 7 months while they had it since birth, it was laughable. But all fun had to end when that hero worshipper interrupted and undid my restraints. I could have spoken more, but I think Asta had his share of speech. Alec, the idiot he was, decided to trap us in a sand coffin, and he looked smug about it. That smugness was wiped out when Asta got us out of it and declared that he was going to be the Wizard King and change for the better. And hey, if he was going to be the Wizard King to change them, he needed somebody next to him to help them change. You took the words out of my mouth, Asta, I said, glaring at the royals and nobles. You fools. Klaus didn't seem to be agreeing with us as he facepalmed for our boldness or idiocy. Asta, Noelle mumbled gratefully while Mimosa gaped in awe. Not a chance. Yuno chuckled, upholding the challenge to the end. But all in all, the others weren't much agreeing with him. Become. Alec gritted. The Wizard King? Nibra finished incredulously. Nibra and Solid chuckled coldly. Don't make us laugh. They roared in unison, raising their grimoires. Water-binding magic, sea serpent's coils. Solid yelled, summoning a water snake flying around like the snake it was. It was then the snake lunged toward Asta, but he quickly summoned the Demon Slayer sword and cut it down, which shocked Solid. What? Mist binding magic, mist spider's threads. Nibra continued to mist with the shape of a spider web going straight to Asta, but like before, he cut it down and surprised Nibra. I knew it. He's erasing the magic. He's no ordinary peasant. Alec realized, glancing at Asta's Demon Slayer sword. But if that's his attack range, there's no reason for concern. Sand creation magic, sand armor guard. Beneath Asta, 2 sand-armored arms emerged and successfully caught Asta, immobilizing him completely. Asta San. Mimosa shouted in distress. I think that's enough. Klaus said worriedly. There's no need to continue with this senseless violence. Logan added nervously. Keep your mouth shut. Dora growled. Why yes, sir. Both of them retreated reluctantly. To act in such a way at a festive occasion like the decoration ceremony. You will surely be punished. Dora declared firmly. I scoffed. Who was scary? Big words coming from a man like you. I can barely hold the tremor in my tone. I mocked, which his eye twitched in annoyance. Once I deal with him, you're next. He declared hotly. I shrugged him off as then Logan walked next to me. Aren't you going to do anything? I stared at him and then looked up to Asta. Yo, Asta, need any help? Nah, I can handle it. Asta grunted as he was getting out of the Sand Knight. See? He said he can handle it. I assured him. Cocky little shit, are you? Nigel snarled as his glare intensified. My smirk was enough to answer him. Come on, now. Solid sneered. Why so soft, Golden Dawn? Anyone that's self-confident needs to be taught a lesson. Solid formed a water bullet which spooked Noelle. That's... She mumbled fearfully. So that they can never talk back again. Solid declared. Solid and Sama, please don't. Noelle pleaded as Yuno prepared for the worst, placing his hand over his grimoire if needed chance. Water magic, holy water bullet. The water bullet hovered next to Solid before soaring toward Asta. Asta, who remained trapped by the sand-armored arms, wasn't concerned on the situation. He knew that he was goofy and an idiot sometimes. But even so, he cannot forgive him. He cannot forgive the person who Noelle, a royal friend from the same squad, be put in that kind of situation by her own family. He was angry, the same goes like his friend and half-brother, Akira. He laughed, but there was no humor on his laughs, there was no joy on his laugh, it was bland, something that he didn't show it since he and Yuno met him. Asta can respect how he acted on those people. He cannot show the same respect as they had done wrong to Noelle and his friends. His determination to become Wizard King hadn't diminished, instead, it furthered his desire to become the Wizard King. So that he did. He grabbed the Demon Dweller's sword, Akira named it before, and cut down the Sand Knight swiftly. Apologize. He hissed as he blocked the water bullet with his Demon Slayer sword. To Noelle. He roared as he returned the water bullet to its owner. Solid was shocked and quickly raised his defense, blocking the attack. When the bullet collided with the water wall, it created a smoke screen. Yuno was relieved and put his grimoire back to his pouch. I, on the other hand, had finished another plate of delicious poultry that it would be a waste to not eat it and remained quiet for the next. Once the smoke dissipated, everyone could see that Solid was knelt down, completely surprised by the counter and caught off guard. Solid Sama. Nigel quickly went toward him. Did you just make me kneel? Solid glared at Asta, quickly standing up. You lowly peasant. Solid and Nigel faced Asta and I with hostility on their manners. I chuckled. It seems that the royals and nobles require more than 2 people to beat someone like us. That is some words coming from people like you. I sneered. Nigel's glare intensified on me. You and I aren't finished yet. I'll show you that I'm superior to you. I'm not holding back anymore. Solid declared. Just as we were prepared to defend, the room suddenly got heavier and colder. Those that weren't ready to such action immediately felt the pressure and a few of them knelt down in terror. Asta and Yuno remained shocked and tried to hold their innards. I, on the other hand, looked relatively fine, but the shivers my body was showing, I was more or less fine. Why you ask that I'm fine? Well, with the people I've been living with before coming here, they tend to show their KI fully on showing that revealing their fears also means death. And adding to the fact that I'm training with Yami, his KI is more intense than I've felt before. There are no words on how grateful I was with training with him, if reluctant, as I hadn't shat on my pants the moment his KI occurred. I just felt like sweating at the moment, but not shocked and feared by him. Noelle really did earn the title to be the captain of the Silver Eagle. He walked toward us slowly, the only sound being his footsteps, and the pressure started to become heavier as he came closer. Everyone else, including Klaus, Mimosa, Logan, and Noelle, backed off slowly, also being affected by the pressure. Noelle, and I-sama? Solid mumbled fearfully as his brother walked and looked at him. See, Captain? Nigel wasn't even remotely safe from the cold ire of their captain. Solid, don't be so quick to use your magic on a mere peasant. Noelle said sternly, sounding more commanding than ever. And Nigel, I don't care about your revenge, so don't foolishly make statements such as this. But... they. Silence. He cut them off instantly as he didn't want to hear another excuse. They fearfully retreated and shut up. I noted that Nebra was at least smart enough to not say or do anything to earn his ire. Do you plan to shame the Silva family? Or the royals and nobles? He questioned. Without words, they shrunk back and remained quiet on the sidelines. As for Asta, he didn't seem fine as he was petrified by Noelle's presence. What is this chill in the air? It's a cold pressure that's different from Captain Yami's. This is the captain of the Silver Eagles? Noelle looked at Asta and then at me, which I was at most chill like a potato, if any I barely looked like someone was shuddering to death. Two peasants that foolishly tried to defy royalty. How shall I punish you both? Noelle said coldly, matching the tone with his eyes. I had to stop the urge to wipe the sweat off my forehead and grin slightly shakily. I don't know, you tell me. I don't know if that was a good idea, but the ire that I had with the Silvas overcame everything my fear were telling me. Noelle didn't take the idea of someone like me talking back, and his presence redoubled. What should I do? Klaus gulped nervously. At this rate, Asta and Akira will. That's enough. Someone interrupted, which Noelle released his killing intent and turned to the source of the voice. The man himself was Fuegoleon Vermilion, coming right to his cousin. You're getting so worked up over two little boys. Fuegoleon stated sternly. You should be ashamed of yourself, Silvas. While both captains of Crimson Lion King and Silver Eagle stared at each other, the youngest Vermilion made his entrance, standing just behind. It's just as Mimosa said. You're quite amusing. Leopold stated eagerly. Now that the pressure was gone, Asta looked at him oddly. Huh? What was your name? Casta? Leopold-san, it's Asta-san. He's Asta-san. Mimosa corrected. Asta, eh? That's a great name, my rival. Leopold roared, tapping both hands on his shoulders. Our rival? Asta didn't comprehend what was going on. Come, now. Rejoice. Leopold chortled cheerfully before his tone turned serious. Rejoice. Why, yay. Asta reluctantly cheered. Most of us were glad that we both didn't succumb by Noelle's wrath, and Noelle sighed in relief. Vermilion. Yuno intoned slowly. Fuegoleon-san and Leopold-san are my cousins. Mimosa explained. My father's older brother is Fuegoleon-san and Leopold-san's father. Also, my mother's older sister is Noelle's mother. Too many royals. Yuno deadpanned. I shrugged indifferently. You shouldn't be surprised with that. If Mimosa and Noelle are close cousins from their mothers, and she's both cousin of Fuegoleon and Noelle, they are practically distant cousins. That's about right. Mimosa confirmed. Thanks, but my rival's actually Yuno, who's standing over there. Asta pointed said rival. Leopold laughed like he didn't mind at all, patting Asta's shoulder continuously. No worries. One can never have too many rivals. What the heck? Just give it up, Asta. There is no way to change his mind. And I meant it. I don't know if it is only him or all members of the Vermilion, but I don't plan on knowing it willingly. So that's the guy you talked about. I turned around to see that Mickey had decided to join us as she glanced at Yuno. It's a surprise that Leopold acknowledged them as his rivals. That's a rare scene. Mickey mused thoughtfully. It is much a surprise as somebody from royalty or nobility had declared their rivalry for someone else. I scoffed. Much even to Asta. I then looked around and noticed the hero idiot Nigel was glaring at me. The reasons were because I stole his fiancée back when we fought and because I irritated him with Solid. I gave him a nice middle finger and returned to my group. You could say that. Logan joined us. It is much surprising for a royal family like the Vermilion declared to a commoner. He shook his head with a smile. I'm surprised that Asta got called up by one. I shrugged indifferently. Asta is a magnet for trouble, and this is one of the examples I can think of. While we spoke, I noticed Leopold continuing patting Asta from head to toe to feel his physical body. Hey, Asta! You have a very nice body. You are indeed qualified to be my rival. Leopold chortled joyfully before placing a hand up. All right. Let us arm wrestle. Why? Asta demanded incredulously. Guys really are dumb, aren't they, Naysan? Sol remarked while eating her food. Mind your manners, Sol. Charlotte reprimanded her. My bad, Naysan. Call me Captain, Sol. Mickey deadpanned with a sweat drop hanging on his head at seeing her senior and captain's chatter. And, there is another problem. I'll see you later, Akira, she said before trotting to her squad. Sol Senpai. You have to call her Captain Roselay. Good luck. I waved at her nonchalantly. Come at me. Leopold continued challenging Asta. Is now really the time for this? Asta asked incredulously. Leopold laughed back. Why are you holding back? Come. Fuegoeon. Becoming Leopold-san's rival. Asta-san truly is amazing. Mimosa swooned in amazement. My, aren't we all so very noisy today? Ho ho ho. Hammond chortled nonchalantly, holding a glass of drink. Looks like things have calmed down. Klaus sighed in relief while adjusting his glasses. I noticed his demeanor and shook my head. While it was good to be nonchalant, we had a dire situation at the moment. Klaus-san, while I note that you are calming down, we are yet to be relaxed. Before he could ask, I pointed out the two captains away from us. Over there. Our attention turned to the two distant cousins that were facing at each other, which it could cut the air with their gazes. A royal acknowledging a peasant as his rival? Noelle spat acridly, which spiked the peaceful air again. Lord Julius allowed the boy to be here. Fuegoleon retorted. He may be a peasant, but doesn't he deserve a little credit? I never thought I'd hear such nonsense from a royal's mouth. It appears that the Vermilion family has gone soft. You're a disgrace to us all. Noelle scorned. What? Fuegoleon growled with a dangerous expression. How am I, an eagle that soars the sky, supposed to give any credit to an insect that crawls on the ground? Noelle mocked with his face still emotionless. Don't let Captain Jack hear you. Well, I couldn't leave them tense all the time. Someone had to say something. Noelle's hateful glare turned toward me while Fuegoleon looked at me in amusement. No wonder that the Crimson Lion King would have been my second choice if the Black Bull hadn't chosen me. Fortunately, his ire returned back to his distant cousin and the air around them began turning heavier and colder by the seconds. I could literally breathe out warm air on my mouth and nostrils from this. And just for shits and giggles, both captains summoned their respective inner animals, a blazing lion growling on Fuegoleon's side while a blue eagle screeching behind Noelle. What a tremendous clash of mana. Klaus gulped, watching nervously the confrontation. I watched silently at those two rivals. While I don't think that they announced that they are, the fandom already mentioned that they were rivals since they were kids. Not surprising as both family came from the same person, direct descendants of Lemuel Silvermillion. I still don't know how the family got separated to create the Silva and the Vermilion families. I should check on some history about that later. Food for thoughts. Still, the way their mana got denser and heavier, it meant I have to still work on my strength for one day reach them. While I was left with my thoughts, Asta shivered in fear. Holy crap. Can you feel it? Yuno asked, feeling the same pressure as the others. Asta nodded slowly. Even if I can't feel their mana, I can tell that this is amazing. He grinned despite the fear he showed. As the elemental animals began growing bigger and both captains glared at each other, those that weren't affected were simply taking their moment eating with their respective members. Shouldn't we stop them, Naysan? Sol asked, unnerved by the situation, but it was irritating her slightly while she ate. This is foolish. Ignore the men and their boorish fighting. Charlotte replied. Also, call me Captain Dot. Sure thing, Naysan. I might respect you, Sol Senpai, but you need to listen to Captain Roselay when she orders you. Mickey deadpanned with a sweat drop on the back of her head. I know that, Goldie. Mickey groaned at the nickname her senior gave her. As she was about to retort, the doors were forcefully opened and a hooded messenger came in desperately. There's an emergency. He bellowed fearfully. The interruption cut the captains as they were now focused on the messenger. What's wrong? Fuegoleon asked. The messenger panted, trying to regain his air before answering. The capital is under attack. TSK, those guys are already here. I mean, I already knew that they would appear, but it was wistful to think that they might not come. Still, I walked toward the windows and saw that far away from where we were, there were smokes and fire on the edge of the city. Well, time for the Walking Dead to occur. The royal capital is under attack? Fuegoleon asked incredulously. Shuren opened his grimoire as every magic knight grouped on the center. Stone creation magic, stone model of the world. On the center, stone began taking form of the city around the royal capital. It's a three-dimensional model of the noble realm? Klaus breathed in awe. Wow. Asta awed as Yuno's eyes widened with the same attitude. Even the voices of the people at the scene and their magic levels. Klaus said surprisingly. Is he lacing the whole area with mana and simultaneously making it visible? Something like Toast's seismic sense? I should copy that guy's attribute give chance. I could copy him right now, but given that most of these people would see me doing it, they would demand to know what I was doing. So I'll wait for a better opportunity. This is much more advanced than my magic flower guidepost. Mimosa added in awe. A force with this much magic appears in 5 places simultaneously, without us noticing. Dora remarked sternly, eyeing the stone city. A formidable, spatial magi user must have made them materialize in an instant. Fuegoleon stated, before frowning deeply. Even then, the guard mages of the noble realm work in shifts, constantly keeping a magic barrier in place. It should be impossible to enter with spatial magic. Did they analyze the barrier's mechanism and break through it? Or did one of the guard mages betray us? Either way, they must be phenomenally skilled. Shaking those thoughts for another time, he looked at his colleagues' wizards. How should we assign the member we currently have? He asked, cupping his chin. First, we need to guard the area around the castle. Dora stated. Wait a minute. Asta bellowed, interrupting everyone present. What the heck are we waiting for? He marched toward the exit. I get it. There are people out there who need our help. I'm gonna go. Asta. Noelle called out. Where do you plan to go? Claude asked in concern. We don't even know the full situation yet, and you can't sense magic at all. I'm going to where it's noisiest. He roared before disappearing to save the citizens. What do you think you're an animal or something? Klaus shouted in disbelief. Leopold laughed in amusement. Ha ha ha. Interesting. Let's see what you've got. Wait for me, Asta, my rival. He chased Asta from behind, also disappearing. Guys really are dumb, aren't they, Naysan? Sol sighed. Yes, they are. Charlotte agreed. And call me Captain. Not all men are dumb. Mickey mumbled. Fuegoleon sighed at the action of his younger brother, but with a hint of mirthfulness. Leo is still very much a child. I'll have to thoroughly retrain him later. Rolling my eyes, I would have thought of it like that with Asta. But in any case, those two will be fine until we get in trouble or something. Still, it would be best to say something if it lessens the casualties. Captain Fuegoleon, if I may. I grabbed his attention as the others. I might have something that it would help if you let me add. While Fuegoleon appraised me in a thoughtful manner, Nigel scoffed. No way in hell we're letting you speak up, you mongrel. You aren't allowed to inform us with something that it'll waste our time. He was shut up when Noelle glared at him as Fuegoleon nodded. All right, but how do you know about that? I grinned cheekily as I laid my lie. Simple. I'm a clairvoyant. Their reactions were varied, but I didn't let them resume with their questioning as I directed to Fuegoleon. I can see a few enemies and saw a few of their magic. While I don't know where exactly they are, well, we have to first protect the citizens from this madness. I told them. Fuegoleon nodded. All right, what do you know? I raised a finger. First, the enemy has, as you mentioned, there is a spatial magic user bringing forth enemies after enemies in the noble realm. I then frowned. Although, I don't know how exactly they had come, but let's cross that bridge when we get to it. I lied. They didn't have to yet know about that intruder and the one who made the guard mages disappear. And the other? Klaus asked nervously. The invader, in this case, isn't normal people but undead with the power of the wraith magic. Normal means aren't useful against those, so it is preferable to go overkill. That's what I like it. Solid sneered viciously. I rolled my eyes. Anyway, I can't know for sure where the wraith magic user will be, but he or she will be hidden away from us while his or her magic do their work. I snapped my fingers, probably for the best to warn them. Oh, also, be careful out there. It might be a trap to distract us and have us separate. Those that knew me probably had their best interest to listen to me, while the other group didn't understand at all, but some of them decided to be careful. Those were the captains and nobody else. Right. I clapped my hands loudly. So first and most important, we have to do it to protect the citizens and later beat the crap out of the invaders. I cheerfully stated. Before anybody could retort, Fuegoleon beat them to it. It's better than nothing, he said before looking at the others. I'm sure you'd rather not take orders from me or relying on his information, but listen well, Magic Knights. I'll go after Leo and the Black Bull's boy, and after I've joined them, we'll head to the North District, he stated, creating a line of flames, before glancing at Noelle and I. You two come with me. Noelle and I nodded immediately and mounted on it. Surprisingly, it didn't burn us. Silver Eagles, I ask that you head to the Central District, where the magic is strongest. The Silver Eagle members were standing over an eagle of water, made by solid. Very well. Noelle responded. Blue Roses, head to the East District. Earth began forming into a golem as Charlotte and Mickey sat on its shoulders while Sol stood over the golem's hand. I'd rather not take orders from a man, but I suppose I don't have a choice, Charlotte declared. Let's just focus on protecting the civilians, Captain, Mickey said. Here we go, Naysan, Sol roared. Call me / Captain. Charlotte and Mickey chorused. Golden Dawn, split into two teams and head to the West and Northwest districts. Yuno formed his Heavenly Wind arc, which Mimosa, Logan, and Alec Dora got on, while Klaus created his Champion's Chariot, which Hammond and Shurin joined. We will protect the people of the noble realm, Alec Dora declared firmly. Let us go, Klaus said, adjusting his glasses. I guess we'll just have to save dessert for later, Hammond decided. Fuegoleon nodded. If we fail to protect the royal capital, will bring shame upon the magic knights. Do not let the enemy escape, no matter what. Right! Everyone roared in agreement before making our way to our respective positions. While we made our exit, hours later I would have known that we left someone behind, but if there is something that I can trust on knowing where that person would be is with food around. Oh! From where the magic knights were having a banquet, one of the many table sheets rustled until a head peeked out of the mantle. I managed to get in by following Asta and the others, but it looks like something awful is happening. Charmy mused. This looks like a job for Charmy. If I do well, I might get the chance to eat even better food. She stated cockily, about to make her way to battle. Sniff, sniff. Until the smell of delicious poultry invaded her nose, which got her attention and stomach. I smell something delicious. I have to fuel up before the battle. With that, she made her way where the smell guided her to her destiny. Team North District. What do you mean they are after me? So, yeah, I decided to give Fuegoleon Vermilion the reason of the attack. I mean, it is important that I should have given him that they were coming toward him because of the necklace he was religiously wearing. I cannot see the further future, but I can pick some of the scenes that are about to occur. I told him. I didn't know when it would happen, but this attack was fated to be attacked this day. Ugh, I don't like how I vomited these words. Never been one to believe these stories, but it must be done. And I cannot see where the enemy would be, but I can gather that where we are going to go will be the user. Noting the doubt on his face, I forged on. Look, Captain, I understand that you might not believe my words and ignore it like the others. But I can say for sure that this invasion was planned. Planned for distraction, all to distract the others and have us separate, and all to make it toward you and your necklace. He is right. Noelle agreed. I understand that it is doubtful his words and I didn't believe him at first, but I had seen him go to danger during our first mission and he was almost at the death's door because an enemy attacked the village. She stated firmly. I can assure, as Noelle Silva of House Silva, that this man is being truthful. I gaped in awe on how Noelle defended me. I mean, I understood that she emphasized my words with hers, but the way she carried, it was like seeing an imitation of her mother, and if the way that Fuegoleon's eyes widened slightly, I can be assured that he had met her before her death. The surprise on his eyes faded the moment and replaced to understanding. I see. I'll be careful for it. But I won't let these people be succumbed to these invaders because of me. So I will ask you both, would you repel these invaders to protect its people? We will. We roared in unison. Fuegoleon smirked. Then we must hurry to meet up with Leopold and the Black Bull Kid. He said before breathing deeply and roared aloud. We shall defeat these invaders at all cost. I was in awe on how Fuegoleon stated. But while his attention went forward and the mount fastened its pace, I gulped inwardly because of his fate. I don't have any idea that I should really bring the true identity of the enemy's boss. While it could make him move early, it would be catastrophic if there is something I don't know. Fuegoleon lying down with a bloody stump on the ground, his eyes lifeless, while hearing cackles on the background. I shook my head, trying to forget that image. Maybe I should. Yes, it should be important of warning them about him, but Patali was disguised or as Captain William and nobody would believe me. Captain William is a popular and powerful person that nobody would suspect that he is the enemy. But if I don't? Alright, I should keep my mouth for the time being and later reveal him when I have enough proof. They wouldn't believe me, a recently recruit magic knight, over a highly powerful, experienced, and well-known Captain William Vengeance. All I can do was to pray that Fuegoleon doesn't end up like the original timeline. Chapter 17, Invasion 2. Team Central District. In the Central District of the noble realm of the Clover Kingdom, the citizens of the kingdom weren't having a good time. Run away! Gee, get away from me! Kaya! Mamaya! Just as the citizens were running away from the undead as buildings began burning and crumbling over the streets. Cries of terror and groans from the dead could be heard on the streets. Each man, women, and children were fastening their paces in fear that they would die today from the invaders. Swoosh! Just then, the citizens looked up the skies to see a water eagle flying over them and 4 wizards drop down. As they landed, everyone renewed their hope as they saw their saviors, the Silver Eagle. It's the Silver Eagles. The Magic Knights have come to save us. The captain is here. We're saved! Nozel Sama. Solid Sama, a female citizen, gushed over the Silva sons. Nibra Sama, a male citizen, roared at the Silva daughter. Nigel Sama, a young kid, cheered for the heroic gallant knight. Citizens, fall behind us. Nozel ordered as his subordinates and himself prepared for combat. Team East District. Oriaya. Sol roared as her golem swung a golden warhammer made by Mickey over the zombies, decimating a few zombies. Mind your manners, Sol, Mickey. Charlotte ordered sternly. Yes, Captain. Mickey saluted. My bad, Maysan. Sol replied, scratching her head. Call me Captain. Just as the citizens left the scene, more of these undead made their way toward the Blue Rose Knights. Whoa, these things are gross, Maysan. Sol remarked in disgust. For once I agree with you, Sol-senpai. Mickey gritted as she formed her Herculean armor over her body. We should remind them their places. Indeed. Charlotte agreed. I feel nauseous just looking at them. Also, be mindful of your tone and be careful, you too. Oh, I'll be careful. Sol reassured her. Yes, ma'am. Mickey added. Unknown of the 2 subordinates, one of the zombies made its way toward the captain of the squad, which unfortunately, it earned her ire. Stay away from me. Charlotte roared as she cracked her briar whip at the undead. Team Northwest District. Alec Dora's group arrived on time while citizens continued running for their lives. Alec Dora jumped off the Heavenly Wind Arc and landed gracefully as 2 sand arms popped out of the ground, eliminating the undead. Those who dare to bring chaos upon the kingdom shall perish before my magic, he declared as his sand-armored guard formed up just behind him. One citizen tripped on the debris and wailed in fear that one of the undead managed to reach him. Just then, wind knives and a shadow claw soared over the citizen, killing the zombie. Hurry, get away from this place, Logan said, getting the man stand up and run away. Damn it, they keep coming. These things keep getting out with half-assed attacks. In that case, Yuno thought before creating a massive tornado to decimate them. Wild tornadoes obliterated most of the undead, but even so, more began replacing the fallen ones, eventually surrounding them. There are so many, Mimosa shouted. Not a chance. Yuno grimaced. Do they have some kind of weakness? I sure hope so. These creatures are harder to kill. Logan groused. It matters not, Alec Dora declared, holding his grimoire. There's no point in wasting time trying to find it. And anew the Golden Dawn fought back. Team West District. As the other team with Golden Dawn members, Klaus, Hammond, and Shurin arrived on the scene and started working. I guess we should work off some calories before dessert. Hammond chortled before starting his duties as Shurin followed behind. Fools who disturbs the peace of the capital, you shall be eliminated, Klaus thought with a frown before getting down of his champion's chariot. As they began to fight, the citizens continued running away from the danger as the magic knights held the enemies away from the defenseless. Once the citizens were evacuated, there was a problem that the Golden Dawn was facing. The undead wasn't able to be put down. Klaus used his fierce spiral lance on a dozen of zombies, but even so, they rose back to their feet and charged toward the magic knights. What are these things? Every time we knock them down, they get up again, Klaus said incredulously. Hammond seemed to be in agreement as he frowned, which wasn't usually shown. I was planning to have dessert when we got back, but I think I've lost my appetite, he remarked. Team North District. It didn't take long as we arrived on Fuegoleon's flaming lion, and now we could see what the city was getting invaded. I have seen enough zombie movies, games, and novels to see that the undead was as it is, former humans that left their humanities to become hungry husks, all controlled by one man. The rotting skins and organs sprouting out of their body, the lifeless eyes, and the off-color skins that they had, it disgusted me completely. What is this? Noelle yelped in disbelief. I'd never seen them before. Fuegoleon mused as citizens began running right past us. What country is that army from? Not from any country, Captain, think like convicts, exiles, or convicts with much grudge on the country. I grunted. Where's Asta? Noelle asked, looking around. Wait. I said as I noticed something not far from us. Do you see that? We turned our attention to one little girl being surrounded by the undead and one man crouching in front of her. I immediately recognized that long, messy, light purple hair wearing a red bandages that covered his forehead and left eye with a green eye ornament, Rades Perito. Little girl. Rades sneered evilly. Do you like the Clover Kingdom? I love it! So please, stop this. She begged fearfully, which Rades' grin widened ear to ear. Well, I hate it. He cackled gleefully. So the town, the people. And you, too, little girl. I'll destroy you all. Before the surrounded zombies could lunge at the little girl, Asta burst out somewhere, cutting the zombies down. Then I'll protect them. He bellowed out. Rades sneered at the supposedly magic knight and noted his uniform. Someone finally shows up, and it's a black bull, and a little kid to boot. Get away from her, you crazy bastard. Asta demanded hotly. Rades cackled. You fool! You won't be able to stop my army with that rusty sword. He tried to control those that Asta cut down before, as he knew that a petty attack like that wouldn't do anything to his corpses, only for the corpses to not respond to his command. What? Taking the opportunity of the distraction, the little girl bolted out of the danger and went toward the arms of her savior. I was so scared, she cried. You really acted fast, he assured her. It's dangerous, so stand back. Okay. She motioned to stand behind Asta as he glared at Rades. Rades decided to know the one facing him, and a hint of realization passed through his eyes. Ah, I see. You're the one with the anti-magic. You've heard of me? Asta asked incredulously, not even sounding like a little kid to gain attention, as he knew that he was in front of an enemy. Man, give me a break. Rades decided to not tell him and bellowed in a disappointed tone. No one asked the bottom-ranked black bulls or a piece of trash like you with no magic to show up here. He bellowed out, placing his hand on the ground, which new undead surfaced around Asta. Do it! Also to note, that even if Rades had summoned more of these zombies up, there were more than a normal magic knight could handle, as we were now surrounded by it. This gives me some Walking Dead or Tokyo Ghoul vibes with these zombies. Fortunately for us, we managed to regroup with Leopold. They're disgusting, Noelle hissed in revulsion. Well, they are rotting zombies. What did you expect, to smell like flowers and lavender? I chided a snark. Is my rival safe? Leopold wondered. Asta could handle them with his eyes blindfolded. I chuckled as I prepared my grimoire on my hand. We can look for the Black Bull Boy later, Leo, Fuegoleon said. These things possess magic, but they aren't alive. In that case, he breathed in before bellowing out. We'll just have to crush them until they can't get back up. Leopold didn't hesitate to attack. See if you can take my magic. Flame magic, spiral flames. A vortex like of fire shot through his hand, scorching everything on its path. Flame magic, Soul Linea. Fuegoleon roared as an energy beam formed on his hands before shooting straight to the zombies, disintegrating them completely. Amazing, Noelle mumbled in awe. Well, given that House Vermilion is descendant from the first Wizard King as House Silva, they would have been my second choice of squad. I grinned. Still though, we should show how Black Bulls face against them. Noelle hesitated but gave me a firm nod. Yes. Burn to ashes. Fuegoleon roared as he burned another group of undead. The citizens cheered at us for saving them, which I got a nagging feeling at the back of my head. Still though, I had to be professional. Everyone! Go to the nearest safe zone. We, the magic knights of the kingdom, will handle them. I shouted as I shot another, Hestia's bullet, to the zombies. Deciding that my warning was enough, the citizen left the danger zone before they got hurt. Noelle was a little winded up, so she was behind me, resting, while I keep the zombies back, a good thing that I had massive pool of mana or I would have been winded like her. Still though, this was getting out of hand. I recalled that there were zombies everywhere, but I didn't realize that the difference between fictional worlds with what I'm living on could be wrong in many ways. But with Fuegoleon and Leopold here, I could handle them quite easily, or else I would have been easily overwhelmed. How'd you like that? Leopold cackled as he scorched another group of zombies before pausing. Huh? That voice. Leopold then ran toward the source of noise that I'm assuming that where Asta is. We lost him when the zombies began making their ways toward us, but with him making ruckus wherever he goes, a magnet of danger. Once Leopold arrived at the scene, he watched how Asta, despite his lack of mana, was handling against the foes that most people would have a hard time. Don't tell me he managed to mow down that many of them with just a sword. He's so strong. What a stupidly straightforward way of fighting. Leopold thought in awe before roared a laugh. Ha ha ha. He's just too interesting. This is why he's my perfect rival. Ignoring Leopold's laughter, I managed to kill the last undead that was coming at us. I sighed. Had I not watched all those zombies movies with Akira and get used to, I would have freaked out. I then turned to Noelle. You alright? Yeah, kind of. She panted, trying to regain her breath. Tired, but it'll pass. She didn't look fine, but it will do for now. Right. I'll keep these corpses away from you until then. Try to rest as much as possible. She gave me a nod and I continued mowing down the zombies. I know that it isn't the best moment to speak about. Noelle drawled out behind my back. But, aren't you tired? Using spells after spells, I mean. I shrugged as I directed a kick of Amaterasu's Dozing Sunset to a group of zombies that were grouping up. Not really. I've been training since I came here, and with the sadistic training of Captain Yami, I think I can hold them up if there isn't somebody stronger than me. I grimaced at the thought of fighting the top members of the terrorists, and I meant the top ones. If you say so. With that banter finished, I continued carving my way quite easily. I mean, despite my abundant amount of mana, thanks to our grandeur goddess, and the training both my demons had put on me, I could easily handle mooks or intermediate magic knights if I have enough brain cells to think. Hopefully, I'll have a chance against those four when the time comes. I hope. Asta swung his demon slayer sword, cutting another abomination down. He wasn't winded down, so he could at least continue cutting them down without having them brought back to the living by Rades. Said necromancer terrorist sneered at the sight of his opponent, despite that most of his toys were being cut down and he couldn't raise them back. My magic runs my own mana through corpses, making them move in any way I want. It's wraith magic. But that guy's attacks instantly cut through the mana in the corpses and erases it. He's my worst match. He thought, displeased. After cutting down the last foe down, Asta positioned just to face Rades. I guess that's all of them. Thank you, mister. The little girl praised in gratitude for her savior. It's too early to thank me, Asta said. Nero then appeared flapping over the girl's head. Ignorant or ignoring the anti-bird, Asta glared at Rades. Why are you attacking innocent people, you jerk? I'm going to defeat you, no matter what. Not letting the evil talk, Asta immediately charged at him, trying to prevent him from summoning another undead. Even so, a purplish-black energy emerged between them and a stray energy beam scratched Asta's cheek as he dodged at the last moment. Asta quickly decided to halt his charge and grimly looking at his new foe. The new undead Rades had summoned was quite different from the usual zombies that he had seen recently. This one was very tall, taller than Captain Yami or so, with long arms. It was covered entirely with bandages from the head to its feet and had black cloth or bandages on its head, chest, lower arms and legs. It also had a black harness on its chest and his head had a pair of eye-sharp ornaments like Rades. Wraith Magic, number 4, Jimmy. Rades drawled out as the named corpse Jimmy rose up from the ground. Innocent? Everyone who doesn't understand my magic is a sinner. Despite his lack of mana, Asta could feel the tremendous power in that new special corpse, just like the captain back at the party, but this time, it felt evil and sinister. That brat's your prey this time, Jimmy. Rades ordered as Jimmy walked slowly toward Asta and the child. Hey! You just keep bringing out these creepy things one after another. No fair, you jerk. Asta shouted in discontent while pointing at him. He then felt his cheek kept bleeding out despite that it should have stopped minutes ago. My wounds opened up even more? He thought incredulously. Jimmy got you with one of his specially made curse shells. It's loaded with curse power. Even scratches won't stop bleeding. I'd be real careful if I were you. Rades explained smugly. He then silently ordered Jimmy to attack and the special corpse complied. I won't be able to swing Demon Slayer fast enough, he thought before planting the Demon Slayer on the ground and summoning Demon Dweller. Just as Jimmy began shooting barrage of barges of its cursed shells, Asta began parrying every projectile with ease. Seeing that Jimmy's projectiles weren't doing anything, Rades frowned. You sure are a pain for a brat that doesn't have any magic. But Jimmy's still got lots of curse power left. Asta was insecure that he would be able to parry all of the projectiles and his fear was at most known if any of them managed to hit the little girl behind her. She would be alright if that guy doesn't pay attention to her. Oh, but before we deal with you. Rades drawled out, his eyes shifting to the one behind him. Jimmy! Finish off that eyesore of a brat back there first. Spoke too soon. The special corpse Jimmy obliged to its master's wishes and began shooting at the defenseless child, so Asta had to fasten up his rhythm and block or parry every projectile. Who are you aiming at? Asta roared furiously, his ire growing by seconds on how a man like him could target a helpless girl. Oh, right. I guess you magic knights protect the people. Rades sneered mockingly. Asta continued relentlessly his defensive position while Jimmy went on the offensive, shooting cursed shells by its master's command. While the amateur's eyes could say that both of them were at equal footing, a master and experienced magic knight could see that it was one-sided for the enemy as the Clover magic knight couldn't do anything but defend the girl behind him. Rades, seeing how hopeless they were, cackled on how pathetic they were. Just abandon her already. Rades pointed at him just as a cursed shell managed to hit Asta's hip, getting a wince. Oh, there's no point in getting hurt just to protect others, is there? Mister. The little girl whimpered fearfully, seeing her savior getting hurt because of her. What do you gain from protecting a little brat like that, you hypocritical loser? I'll protect her. Asta gritted out, barely holding myself. Even if I don't gain anything from it. Will you? Rades sneered. I see. Then stay right there and swing your sword around until you bleed to death, you moron. Rades cackled inwardly. He needed one slip-up of the magic knight and show him how pathetic it was, until a small portal appeared just behind them. He didn't recall that part of the mission. Just then, he realized that instead of one of his many colleagues, a brunette magic knight appeared. Oya, what's wrong, Asta? Need a hand? The magic knight asked to his colleague. That would be good. Asta shouted back, not looking back, as he kept parrying the cursed shells. The magic knight nodded before looking at the girl with a raised hand. Come with me if you want to live. The girl hesitated for a second, looking at Asta, and grabbed his hand firmly before both of them disappeared back to the portal. Not before the magic knight shot him with a cheeky grin and went inside the portal. Rades felt something inside his head snap and growled inwardly on how he acted. "You're not going away." Rades bellowed out, enraged. "Jimmy! Take this brat out and kill all of them. As if I'll let you do that." Asta roared as he was now capable of fighting back. Even so, he was glad that the little girl was safely moved away thanks to Akira. Hopefully, the little girl managed to escape this place as his attention now went to the grotesque zombie and the ringleader. Oh! Already evacuating the citizens away, I returned to where Noelle, Fuegoleon, and Leopold were. Fuegoleon looked at me in a hidden interest as I walked out of my Janus door, and Leopold blinked numbly at me. "What?" I asked innocently. I knew for a fact that I shouldn't hide my strength in this invasion, but what can I do? "I'm surprised that you are capable of using another attribute apart from flame magic and water magic," Fuegoleon said. I shrugged indifferently. I planned to hide this until I got to intermediate magic knight or so, but this invasion had me show my strength if I want to protect it, right? Leopold seemed to be in agreement as he roared in laughter. "Ha ha ha. You are interesting." As for Noelle, she was watching Asta fight against this Jimmy the invader named, and they weren't giving each other an opportunity to the other. She was about to help him, but paused hesitantly. She had gained some backbone during their first mission, but the gazes of her siblings brought her back to where she was before. Those eyes that expressed their hate, the rejection, the silence treatment, the neglect of her family, she couldn't do it. She felt useless. She couldn't. I can't. Noelle mumbled fearfully. Someone, please, someone help Asta. Dark creation magic, greed claimers." 10 swords shot out to impale to 10 zombies that were going straight to Noelle. "Noelle! Snap out of it. I can't. Akira." She sobbed out. "Don't give me that crap." I shouted back, reeling her back. After this, I'll have a way to help her train or undo those words from her family. For now, I need the Noelle I knew. You are Noelle Silva, a member of the Black Bulls. Not a loser. You only lose if you accept the words of those so-called siblings. Use those words against them and don't let them say whatever they want to. It took her a minute, while Fuegoleon and Leopold covered us, as she seemed to be thinking about it. Just as I was about to add more, Noelle's eyes replaced her despair look to determined ones. "All right," Noelle said firmly with a newly determination on her tone. I smiled at her, not before flicking her forehead and earning a pained yelp. "Yap! What is wrong with you?" she demanded, rubbing her pained forehead. "That's because you keep telling yourself that you are a loser, dummy," I reprimanded her. "Take those thoughts away and put your chin up." Noelle seemed to mule over it before giving me a flat look. "You're starting to look like Captain Yami, Akira." I blinked twice before waving my hand in denial. "Hell no, I'm not going to look like Captain Yami at all." She huffed in disagreement before shooting a water ball over my shoulder. "Whatever, say what you want. I have some frustration to work out." With that, she began fighting the zombies. Leaving me alone, I started mulling over it. Do I act like Captain Yami? I don't think so. I mean, I only train with him just because of dark magic. Sure, Yami had showed me how to fight with dark magic and its usefulness with it. There is nothing wrong with that. Right? Unfortunately, one of the zombies took my distraction to leap to me, not before being blown away by a flame vortex. I watched numbly at the ashes of the former undead on the ground before looking at Captain Fuegoleon. I had it handled. I deadpanned. He looked at me blankly, or if the most neutral look anybody knows, before he chopped my head. Yow! I yelped painfully, clutching my forehead. Focus! He yelled, getting me straight up. Don't get distracted in the middle of the battlefield. One wrong decision and a life could be lost. You're standing here right now as a member of the Magic Knights. You understand? Yes, sir. I shouted, half yelping, half roaring with a salute. Good. He smirked before roasting another line of zombies, leaving me alone. Damn, I should stop thinking/distracting myself. This was usually my problem back in junior high school during practice. Dad would usually snap at me and beat the crap out of me. Hikari sometimes take that opportunity and win against me and rub it to my face. It stopped during high school that I stopped doing it. But I guess it resurfaced since I came here. I should stop that. Still though, wasn't that speech to Noelle? Had I replaced her being scolded since I was the one who scolded her? Well, it was my fault for getting distracted, but there was no need for me getting scolded. Raka. A groan brought my attention and watched as I glanced at one zombie coming right at me. Shing! Unfortunately for the zombie, I brought up Crescent Moon of Tsukuyomi on time and decapitated the zombie. Well, I wonder how many I can take before helping Asta. I drawled out, tapping the scythe over my shoulder before grinning. Let's find out. With that, I dashed toward the horde. Oh! Asta began fighting back Rades' Special Corps Jimmy without holding himself back, as Akira had managed to evacuate the little girl away from danger. Jimmy continued shooting at him with cursed shells, but now that he didn't need to go defensive, he had now more mobility to dodge or block those attacks with ease. Damn it, you brat! Stay down and let Jimmy kill you. Rades growled as Jimmy kept shooting at Asta. No thanks. I like living. Asta chided, parrying one cursed shell before ducking another. Damn you! Rades gritted his teeth in frustration. I had planned to pin him down with Jimmy's cursed shells on those two, but that bastard used spatial magic to evacuate her. If not for him, those two would have died nice and easy. Asta continued dodging Jimmy's cursed shells with somehow ease. The somehow because even before Akira had evacuated the little girl, he had sustained a few injuries like his shoulder, hip, and leg because of those cursed shells, and they were bleeding uncontrollably. He can dodge them nice and easy, but there's a limit on how his body can handle without blood. Just like now, as his leg loosened slightly to have him almost drop to his knee. Damn it! Asta cursed. It also brought Rades an opportunity, and he took it with glee. Jimmy! Kill this brat. Jimmy obliged as he began shooting barges at Asta. Asta didn't have time to raise his demon dweller on time. Plup! Just then, the cursed shells were destroyed by a water shield that suddenly appeared in front of Asta. Asta and Rades were both confused by the sudden water shield. Hey! Both turned to see the responsible of the shield. Who the hell are you? Rades demanded. Noelle. Asta said with a smile. What are you doing, stupidsta? I can't bear to just sit and watch this. Noelle scoffed primly. I'll help you, so you'd better be grateful. Got it! You're my sword and I'm your shield. Noelle declared coolly, although inwardly. Kya. What did I just say? You're my sword and I'm your shield. Why did I say that? She panicked. You stupid brats. Rades roared angrily. Don't get full of yourselves. Jimmy! The Special Corps immediately shot at Noelle, which then another force blocked the cursed shells. Whoa, whoa, these cursed shells could practically destroy anything. A brunette black bull magic knight said, holding a massive scythe. Although, that doesn't mean that this scythe has nicks or dents. How? Rades demanded incredulously. Don't you know? Akira grinned, his tone like explaining to a kid. Dark magic is corrosive. Cursed shells or not, dark magic decays everything. You. Akira Yamaguchi, member of the Black Bulls, it is nice meeting you. Akira bowed mockingly with a hand on his front and the other holding the scythe on his back. And I'll be your pain in the ass this evening. Oh. Well, it seemed to work well, my introduction. But that was also a distraction, as Asta hadn't noticed the undead army coming at him at all. I didn't need to be worried as two flame vortexes burned down every zombie that were coming at him. I shall assist you, my rival. Leopold roared. Get that bastard good. Show me your true power. Asta was unsure on how to react to that. Thank you very much. There's no need to thank me. And I was going to do that anyway. With renewal strength, Asta rushed toward Rades holding Demon Slayer on one hand and the Demon Dweller on the other hand. Jimmy, reacting that its master was in danger, shot barrages of cursed shells at Asta. Asta reacted in spinning like a tornado, parrying and cutting through the cursed shells like butter, which Rades watched in disbelief. Not yet. I'm not done yet. Asta roared before cutting down Jimmy as it dropped down with a massive cut. You did it! Noelle cheered. Fa. Of course he did. I agreed, cackling aloud. You don't fight like any other mage. You're just too interesting. Leopold cackled as Fuegoleon watched him proudly. As for one, he was denying that his special corpse got beat down. Huh. Don't let that ridiculous attack get to you, Jimmy. Hey, Jimmy! He continued barking his command, but nothing made him twitch. 5 seconds. 30 seconds. 1 minute. Even if he waited, Jimmy wasn't listening to his command, which had him irritated. Stop blabbering. Come at me yourself. Asta snapped at Rades. Wah! Don't get cocky, you little brat. Rades spat angrily, bringing his grimoire up. Come forth, Alfred. Rades' second special corpse rose up from the ground and looked different from Jimmy. Alfred looked like a former man covered in bandages and lacked its legs and only had stumps. It wore a black straitjacket, his arms bounded, a tattered cloth over its shoulders, and had a pair of eye-shaped ornaments attached to its face. The worst of all, it was engulfed in lightning. Wraith Magic, number 2, Alfred. Go, Alfred! Alfred, as ordered, started shooting lightning at Asta. The ground and air around it began beaming in lightning, and I dreaded to think that it became a beacon for other group to see. Well, I drawled numbly. Shit. Chapter 18, Invasion 3. Team Central District. It had been an hour since the invasion began. The Silver Eagle members were doing their best on evacuating the citizens and eliminating the enemy. Still, while the lower members of the Silver Eagle were battling the zombies with liveliness, Noelle frowned, trying to understand the meaning of this invasion. Something's wrong. Their numbers are great, but they're far too weak. What does the enemy want? Where is their main force? What are they after? The king? Noelle mused as he glanced at the palace. Clover Kingdom, noble realm, royal capital, Clover Castle. At the moment, said king remained chill like a cucumber with 2 gorgeous women pampering him between him. Where is the wizard king? During an emergency like this, he should be the first to rush to the side of Augustus Kira Clove 13, king of the Clover Kingdom. He said primly, his tone full of arrogance and cockiness. His first priority should be to protect me. That is, the most important duty of the most powerful mage in the kingdom, the Wizard King. You are absolutely right, Your Majesty. Marx replied, keeping his head down. He then looked at the king. Rest assured. We, the advisors of the Wizard King, will protect you. Humph. Augustus scoffed. Curse that Julius. He's gotten full of himself because his authority equals mine when we're at war, hasn't he? I'm the only leader of the Clover Kingdom. Marx remained quiet despite that this man, for the sake of the people, sighed inwardly to calm down. Despite being the king of the kingdom, he barely did anything worth for the kingdom, and the only thing that accomplished is because of the previous king and his affinity to light magic. For now, he'll keep his mouth shut and stand guard. Hopefully the other Magic Knight squads were dispatched to deal with the intruders elsewhere. As for another resident that remained in the banquet, Charmy was peeking at the entrance of the kitchen. Chef! What are you doing? The first junior chef demanded incredulously. The royal capital is under attack. We need to take shelter. The second junior chef cried out in panic. You idiots! Jamo, the head chef of the culinary chefs of the noble realm, yelled at his appendices as he continued cooking on a wok with his flame magic. Like a true chef could leave in the middle of cooking. I will deliver the best dishes, no matter the situation. That's what it means to be the best. The first junior chef faltered slightly. But all the magic knights have been deployed, so there's no one here. They left for battle. The other added. What? He roared incredulously at his appendices. How could they have left without eating my main dish? Well, our kingdom is in trouble. The first junior chef explained fearfully. Let's hurry and escape. The other urged desperately. Jamo was about to retire with the appendices, despite leaving his unfinished dishes, until L.A. A wild chibi appeared, stopping them. Who's this little shrimp? Jamo wondered aloud. This main dish you mentioned. Please let me eat it. Charmy declared with conviction on her tone, which left the chefs confused. Jamo looked at the tiny magic knight in wonder, seeing her eyes, and then looked at the squad robe over her shoulders. A magic knight's robe, which means she must be one of the big shots that got invited to the decoration ceremony. And her glaring eyes are practically on fire. Her glaring droll is practically on fire. She's someone special. Charmy continued looking at Jamo with those determined eyes and drooling hunger, and the chef misinterpreted her desire. Even so, it brought him the fire it was about to disappear and grinned. All right, you've got it. Just wait. I'll cook you up the best main dish ever. He roared, resuming his unfinished cooking. Way on. Yay! Woohoo! Charmy cheered joyfully. Let's just run. Both junior chefs cried in despair. Cooking is more important than my life. Jamo declared firmly, putting salt and pepper like Nusrat Gaki aka Salt Bay. Team North District. Asta continued fighting against Alfred while Rades looked completely calm. Alfred shot lightning at Asta, which he reacted to dodge them. And even if Asta reached Alfred to swipe him like Jimmy, the special corpse's fast mobility had him escape by the inch of its necrotic life. But as the fight continued on, there is a limit on how Asta's stamina could hold against Alfred, as his previous fight with Jimmy had him tire out slightly with a few injuries that kept bleeding. Ha ha ha. Too bad, you stupid brat. Your special, anti-magic, blade doesn't mean anything if it can't hit its target. Rades cackled mockingly, pointing at Alfred, which was hovering over the air. Asta grunted in displeasure, knowing fully that he can't do anything against him. Fortunately for us, he ain't alone. Rades had a second to notice dark swords soaring straight to Alfred. The corpse immediately reacted on dodging the projectiles and hovering away from them. TSK, it didn't hit. I clicked my tongue, putting back my crescent moon of Tsukuyami, as I won't be able to get closer to that special corpse before smirking. Still, I'll take pleasure on taking it out with ranged attacks. Come down here. Asta demanded angrily, waving his demon dweller at Alfred. Are you stupid or what? Rades sneered cockily. Who the heck would come down just because someone told them to? Noelle seemed to be in agreement by biting her thumb. Back in the dungeon. My magical powers combined with Asta's sword. If only I could help him now like I did then, even if the enemy is in the air. She mumbled under her breath before glancing at me. Don't you know a way to work on that? I shook my head in agreement. If I knew, I would have told him. He eyed at Alfred. Still, I think I can help with that. Dark binding magic, Indy March. From Alfred's stumped leg, black weights formed on them and Alfred was forcefully pulled down, making it stay on the ground. It looked pretty shorter since it wasn't on the air and didn't have proper legs. It's yours, Asta. I shouted. Right. Not so fast. Rades shouted, slightly panicked while holding his grimoire. Wraith Magic, number 3, David. The third special corpse emerged from the ground, but instead of solid, it looked like it was emerging from a muddy water pit. The corpse was bigger and rounder than the first two. It wore a hood over its head that had 3 eye-shaped brooches, leather strap that connected from its left shoulder to its waist, the hands were bounded in dark bandages and its feet were replaced with peg legs. "David! Take those too!" Rades ordered as David began using a combination of water magic and mud magic. Black Bull's duo! Noelle and I turned around to see Leopold standing ready. "I, Leopold Vermilion, shall assist you. I shall not let him harm my rival any longer," he declared. "Right," Noelle said as I simply nodded. "Heh. You three can deal with him," Rades declared, smirking evilly. Despite Leopold's declaration, he was hesitant because of David's attributes, which was mostly its water magic. Muddy water magic. Mine's a poor match for that. He gulped nervously. As for Noelle, she glanced nervously at Asta, who was fighting tiredly with his wounds. Asta. His wound from that attack earlier. Noelle. Noelle quickly looked forward to see David shooting his magic toward us, and we dodged immediately. "Sorry, Akira, I got sidetracked," she apologized. "Keep your eyes on the enemy and worry about the others later," I scolded her. "Right now, we'll have to finish this guy quick before helping him." Noelle nodded firmly. "Right." Still though, I eyed at David warily. Noelle can't yet control her magic and Leopold is a bad match against it. I smirked at the challenge to fight it. "Well, I suppose I can take it alone and you two keep the zombies away." "What are you saying?" Leopold demanded incredulously. "Your dark magic can't do anything against him. And even if your flame magic isn't as strong as my brother's, your water magic would be also nulled." I smirked at his way. Who said that those three were only ones? Before Leopold could say anything, my grimoire began shining Arctic blue. Infinity magic, ice mode. Waves of cold air surrounded me as Leopold watched in awe while Noelle prepared herself for battle. "I haven't yet mastered this spell, but keep your distance if it gets closer," I warned with a smirk, crouching down and placing a hand on the ground. I have an attack recalling about an overpowered lazy bastard for the sake of nostalgia. Ice magic, ice time. Ice began coursing through the ground toward David. In less than a minute, all the ground around us became pure ice. Ice on the ground. Ice on the walls. Ice on the buildings. All around us became pure ice. Whoa. Noelle gazed in awe at my display. "You two don't mind that I take command against this fat ass?" I asked cheekily. "Humph. Who do you think you are telling that?" Noelle sniffed primly. "But well, I can bestow my permission to hear you for this one." "No problem for me." Leopold cackled as his hands roared with fire. "Let's take this bastard out. Noelle, you block every attack that this fat ass shoots at us. Leopold-san, try to use focused attacks and not melt the ice around us. And I'll handle his mud and water with ice magic," I stated as I noticed David began moving. "Now!" And so our battle begins. Meanwhile, Asta continued on fighting against Alfred, who now had a disadvantage as my NB March relented Alfred's superior mobility to be a little slower than before but maintaining its distance to him. But because of his injuries, he was also having a problem on attacking him despite his advantage. It made Rades laugh at the sight of Asta failing his attacks on Alfred despite his advantage. "Not even with the help of your buddy can do anything? You told me earlier to come at you myself?" He sneered evilly before cackling aloud. "Ha ha ha. You fool. I'm not going to fight. I'm going to control my corpses and enjoy the show. I'm going to win just by watching. That's how I fight. Unlike a meathead like you, I actually know how to use my brain, moron. Damn it. That stupid jerk doesn't even think of people as people. I don't want to lose to him." Asta cursed at his drained position, and even if Akira had given him some advantage against this soulless corpse, he was having a hard time against it. "What is that look?" Rades sneered. TCH, guts alone won't gonna get you out of this, you stupid brat. Alfred. Alfred obliged its master's wishes and sent powerful lightning at Asta. He then glanced irritably at Akira, who was fighting David with those two. Still though, I didn't think I would have to summon him right now. Oh well, I should keep his corpse later. No place to have more slaves. His grimoire cackled in a malevolent way as he shouted to the heaven. Wraith Magic, number 5, Klein. The new summon gained the attention of the Magic Knights who were about to win against the blobbed corpse. My eyes widened in shock that Rades had a 6th summon, as I knew that he had from 0 to 4. What the hell? When did Rades had a 5th one? I thought incredulously as I watched the unknown corpse brought to life. Number 5, Klein, was totally different from the others. While the 0 to 4 looked barely or completely like a wizard should look, Klein looks like an armored, multi-armed zombie. It also had many varieties of weapons on his back, from short swords, bastard swords, spears, maces, or anything that it can be deadly and lethal. It wore a cone-shaped helmet with the eye-shaped symbol on the ground, shoulder pads that were pointed upwards, a black armor with a leather strap that held the weapons behind. Both arms and legs were protected with a thick layer of armor, but I could see that underneath everything, it was bandaged like its remnant's friends and had bulging muscles in comparison or beyond that Captain Yami has. Also, it was also notably that this corpse had 4 arms, and I had to suppress the urge to say hello there to it even though it can't talk back. I reiterate. I dragged out weakly after witnessing this new special corpse. What the hell is that? Rades snickered at my shocked face. Klein used to be a wandering mercenary with no magic at all. But his physical strength had gained much reputation and people thought that he had magic. I had someone to enhance and boost his capabilities. On cue, Klein grabbed the weapons on his back and unsheathed them menacingly. And not only that. Another 4 arms appeared on his back with more weapons on hand. It's my greatest summon that has the best offensive capabilities. He bragged on. Well, shit. I cursed as I quickly glanced over Noelle and Leopold that resumed their fight against David. I think I should be the one fighting it. We can take care for ourselves. Noelle assured me as she blocked another muddy bullet that was to her. Keep that one away from the others. As she said. Leopold agreed as he blasted his flames toward David. I nodded as I grabbed my grimoire. I think I have what I need to fight against this guy. Ice magic, Drager Claw. 2 massive ice claws formed just behind me, looming menacingly. Don't worry, these cold hands will be gentle with you. I smirked at the undead before it charged at me. It raised a hand with a mace with it and I used one of the Drager claws to uppercut. Both attacks collided together, creating a shockwave. I was amazed that the ice managed to hold itself by that freaking mace, but if I inspected better, I could see that they weren't unharmed as I thought, as there were small cracks on the ice. How much strength and toughness this corpse had before being modified. I didn't have to think it through as Klein swung his flail at my distraction. I quickly jumped back, and even if I didn't have much experience with ice magic, those arms acted like mine, so I prepared in a karate stance and delivered a Seiken. Klein brought up its shield and blocked the impact, and it slightly dented inward. But I didn't stop with a Seiken and continued attacking with a Shoti, Nukite, Boshiken and many more and tried to defeat it quickly. But I hadn't noticed that Klein's resistance was top-notch, that had tanked each attack without flinching even if it has used its shield. In a barrage of attack, Klein had managed to counterattack in a single moment of my delivery and swung up its broadsword to one of the Drager claws. Crack! It shattered completely. My eyes widened in shock and quickly dodged back when Klein brought down its axe, creating a spiderweb crack on the ground. I glanced at the soul, Drager claw, before forming a new one. It wasn't going to work with simple strategies against this Klein. I have to be smart about it if I want to defeat it. I'm not on the level that I can instantly defeat an enemy except for cannon fodders, but of strength of a squad captain or more, it is impossible, yet. While I was in my thoughts, Klein had brought up a bow of an ancient design and knocked an arrow back, aiming at me. Shit! I cursed before quickly casting Ice creation magic, Scotty skis. Ice began shrouding over my feet, forming into an ice skis, and I quickly evaded the incoming projectile sideways. I looked back to see that the arrow had embedded itself close to the fletching. This is total bullshit. I spat as I noted Klein knocking another arrow. I immediately ducked down before it could take my head. Fuck this. I'm going offensive. Ice magic, Nidhogg roar. Ice began to shape up into a gigantic dragon head and roared mightily, its freezing breeze toward Klein. The cold air froze the walls and floor to become pure ice, and coursed toward Klein. Klein raised its shield in front of him to block the incoming frozen breath. The cold air coursed around him, completely frozen, and I didn't let this opportunity go. I leaped toward it, with the Drager claw clenched shut, and reeled back to shatter Klein into pieces. Krrr. My eyes widened in shock when the ice began trembling. I knew that Klein was strong, but not the bullshit strong type. But I didn't stop, as I intended to finish it off the moment I got close. Klein had the momentarily to break off the ice as pieces of ices flew around it. A few shards of ice came toward me, and I used one of the Drager claws as impromptu shield as the other reeled back. Take this! I roared as I punched Klein to the next building. Boom! 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 Krrr. I sent him flying to the next dozens of buildings. Shit, how tough this corpse is. The other special corpses weren't as tough as this one. And I wondered where the hell Rades got Klein. I glanced up to see how the Drager claws were, and noticed that a few shards of ice embedded into the claw and the other had cracks on its knuckles. I looked forward and squinted when a glint came on the whole Klein crashed to. Thanks to my inhuman reflexes, and thanks to those two demons, I ducked back as a rapid projectile passed over me. Crumb! I watched in horror as the building behind me crumbled down from whatever I was thrown at, and tensed when just in front of me Klein emerged from the hole, looking none less than hurt. What does it take to finish you? I demanded, hopefully not half whining, at the tough-as-fuck corpse. It seemed that the way Klein prepared to attack told me that it didn't give a fuck at all. I clicked my tongue as I deactivated my ice mode. Okay, let's go back to use dark magic. Infinity magic, dark mode. My grimoire changed colors as I held my hand forward. Dark creation magic, crescent moon of Tsukuyomi. The dark scythe slithered into my hands and grabbed with two hands in preparation. Okay, you asshole, time for round 2. And with that, I leaped forward to attack. Oh! Whoa! Asta dodged from the incoming lightning as Alfred's magic started to be potent with it, and cursed his luck that despite the help of his friend, he hadn't managed to hit Alfred at all. Damn it! What should I? Ha ha ha. Kill him! Asta quickly shook off his thoughts and avoided another lightning that struck where he stood before. He didn't have much time before his injuries took over his body and he was left vulnerable to its attacks. Just as Alfred was about to attack again, a massive blaze of fire shot out of nowhere, scorching Alfred completely into ashes. Asta and Rades were both confused and surprised that Alfred had disappeared completely. And my Alfred turned into charcoal in an instant. Rades thought in disbelief. He turned toward the initial flame blazed out and saw the guilty of Alfred's demise. Meanwhile, Asta cursed his failure of eliminating it on his own despite his help. Damn it. I couldn't defeat him on my own. Just then, a hand was placed on his shoulder and Asta turned to see Captain Fuegoleon Vermilion standing just behind him. I apologize for horning in on your fight. Fuegoleon excused guiltily. Asta blinked in surprise at him. But I thought it would be a shame to let a man like you die here. Forgive me. You fought well for a peasant with no magical powers. Fuegoleon also felt regretful that he didn't see the fire and determination inside him and how Yami noticed this rough diamond before him. I hate to admit this, but it looks like Yami's foresight was better than mine. He confessed, walking past him. Asta, wasn't it? You mentioned that you were going to become the Wizard King, didn't you? He inquired humorously. Huh? Become the Wizard King? There's no way a stupid brat like you who's way weaker than me could become that. Rades sneered in disbelief. It didn't even faze Fuegoleon as he smirked and looked at Asta over his shoulder. Then, I guess you're my rival, too, he declared, making Asta widen his eyes. Fuegoleon then marched slowly toward Rades. So you're gonna fight me? Finally, someone worth fighting. Rades chuckled evilly. Captain of the Crimson Lion Kings, Fuegoleon Vermilion. While Fuegoleon walked, he glanced at Asta over his shoulder. Asta, leave the rest to me, he declared just as his body was engulfed in flames that showed how capable a squad captain of the Clover Kingdom was. The immediate magical surge brought the attention of two magic knights fighting against the bloated corpse. Asta! Brother! But they shouldn't let their guards down just because Asta was safe and Fuegoleon replaced him, as they had yet to finish their fight against Avid. The bloated corpse shot muddy water toward them and they were forced to dodge and counterattack. While they were left fighting, Asta was left in awe at the declaration of rivalry with a captain of a Magic Knight squad. He was happy when Yuno accepted being his rival. He was okay with Leopold declaring his rivalry with him out of nowhere, despite that it sounded wrong to have more than one rival, but being declared a rival of a captain, that's taking too much for him. A captain of a Magic Knight squad. Did he just say? He was in disbelief before roaring all his heart to the heavens. Who? This is no time for me to be a wuss. I can still do this. He began charging toward Raid, only to be stopped by Fuegoleon chopping on his head. No, you can't, Fuegoleon stated. Asta clutched his growing goose egg in pain. Ouch! My head, my face, and my stomach hurt, he whined painfully. I'm sure they do, Fuegoleon confirmed in amusement. As a warrior, you need to constantly be aware of your condition and determine if you're able to fight or not. You are definitely not in that state right now. Your exuberance may be your greatest weapon, but keep a cool head, too. If you truly wish to become the Wizard King, that is. He wisely advised him as Asta nodded in agreement after checking his body's state. Fuegoleon's entire demeanor changed when his eyes turned to Rades. His gaze and posture showing how serious he was against a foe like him. Now, let's hear it. What are you after? Your actions are too scattered for an invasion and too organized for indiscriminate terrorism. Fuegoleon paused as he recalled when the other Black Bull Magic Knight told him about. Or are you after me? And who are you? Rades was slightly surprised and was about to speak aloud about how he knew that, but then the second question had brought him short and a bubbling sensation brought on him. Who am I? You don't recognize me? He sneered, a hidden hint of anger on his tone, before placing a hand on the back of his head. I guess I'm the only one enjoying this reunion. Fuegoleon narrowed in eyes in confusion. What? Heh. 6 years ago, I was the top choice for a Magic Knight squad. Rades confessed, the irritating memory flaring his fury. What? You're a former Magic Knight? Fuegoleon said in disbelief and shock. He didn't mention it before. I guess you wouldn't remember, Rades said, shrugging indifferently. I wasn't important enough for you people to bother with. Fuegoleon focused on the present enemy in front of him before recalling what he was talking about. After some thoughts, he recalled who he was talking about. He remembered that there was a participant that had tremendous magical powers and was likely the best among the others. I see, he said after some thinking. You're from back then. What's your name? TCH. It's Rades. That's right. Fuegoleon nodded. I believe you joined the Purple Orcus. They expelled me, Rades snarled hatefully. Fuegoleon gaped in surprise. How could Captain Geldra Poiset expel someone with huge potential? He should talk with the man after this invasion. Expelled? Rades, with all of your talent, why? They said that my magic was dangerous and forbidden, and kicked me out of the squad and the kingdom both. Rades snarled, his tone turning furious, clenching his fists in anger. Because I was a commoner, no one stood up for me. No one! Even though my powers were better than everyone else's. Greater than the nobles, greater than anyone's. I thought magic meant everything in this kingdom. And that's why I'm getting my revenge on the magic knights and this country. With my powers. That's what I'm after. Though we do have another goal. For such a childish reason. You can't be serious, you fool. Fuegoleon roared. Childish? Reasons are always simple. Rades sneered as he invoked another of his special corpses. This special corpse had the appearance of a thin man covered in bandages, using white clerical attire decorated with diamond-shaped ornaments. Additionally, on its head had an eye-shaped ornament attached on the face like its brethren. Leo! Fuegoleon called aloud, his eyes not shifting from the enemy. Brother? Do you two need help? The elder Vermilion asked. Definitely not. Not at all. The youngest Vermilion answered firmly. Hey. Very good. Fuegoleon interrupted Noelle. Asta was left in awe on how charismatic the captain was. If you understand, take care of things quickly. Yes, sir. Who, those brothers are Spartan for sure. Asta thought in awe. It is somehow like how Akira is except the, what was the word? Ah yes, flamboyant attitude. Way to ask the impossible. Rades sneered cockily. Our attributes are lousy against each other. Not like I'm going to let you help him, but he stopped when he noticed the giant flaming lion behind the captain. Sorry, but I can't control the intensity of the flames. Flame creation magic, Leo Rugens. The flaming lion opened its maw and a scorching blaze shot out of it. The howling flame shone and soared toward Rades with the intention of suppressing him completely. It hit him nicely and the area around him set ablaze. The flames remained on its position before it disappeared as some kind of barrier had protected Rades and the special corpse. A magical barrier. Fuegoleon noted. Rades snickered. He. Wraith magic, number 1, Carl. When he was alive, he was an expert at defense magic. So I added my curse magic and made him even tougher. He's bringing out one of those things again. Asta gulped nervously. Asta. Why yes, sir. Asta saluted to the Vermilion captain. Do you remember what I said a moment ago? He asked as he noticed the recollection in his eyes. Watch carefully. Rades didn't like how Fuegoleon was calm. He preferred that his enemies feared his summons and he mocked them out. But the calmness of the captain, it irked him completely. Why are you so calm? Defense isn't the only thing he can do. He declared cockily just as the barrier formed a small hole to which a cursed arrow passed through it toward Fuegoleon. Fuegoleon wasn't even phased at the incoming projectile. Flame creation magic, Ignis Columna. A vortex of flames shot out underground, protecting Fuegoleon from the cursed arrow. Trying to match Carl's barrier spells, huh? Rades said cockily, confident that Carl's barrier was impenetrable. Carl continued shooting barrage of cursed arrows at Fuegoleon. Well? What do you think about this invincible barrier and super barrage? Indeed, there is nothing I can do right now. Fuegoleon affirmed with a slight nod. Is that all you've got, Captain of the Crimson Lion Kings? Rades cackled cockily just as another hole in the barrier opened to shoot another cursed arrow. A beam of fire shot through it, nailing on Carl's chest. Rades froze when Carl suddenly combusted into flames and the barrier disappeared with it just as Alfred did before. Flame magic, Soul Linea. Fuegoleon intoned. In the instant you attack, for just a moment, the mana of the barrier thins in places. That's what I aim for. I deal with difficult magic every day. He explained. Listen well, all of you. As long as you are magic knights, you will find yourselves constantly pitted against powerful enemies and magic. But when that happens, if you gauge the ability calmly and maintain a bold fighting spirit, you will never lose. Is that clear? Yes, sir. Noelle and Leopold chorused. He instantly saw his opponent's weaknesses, and even psyched up his allies. Asta thought in awe. So that's a Magic Knight's captain. He's awesome. I am possible. My number one was defeated so easily. Damn it. Damn it! Rades cursed aloud. Rades, wasn't it? Even if you possess extraordinary abilities and polish them to their fullest, without a righteous spirit, your deeds are nothing but violence. No one will acknowledge something like that. Fuegoleon roared sternly. Royal Palace. I have a report, Your Majesty. Mark said, kneel down. Most of the attackers have been dealt with, it seems. Took them look enough. The Magic Knights need to work harder. Augustus said pompously. He yawned and rested over the beautiful women's laps. And? Where's the Wizard King? Why hasn't he come to my side? He's on an important mission. Marx informed him. Honestly, there's no way it could be more important than me. Team West District. Groa. The last undead dropped down with a groan. What were those things, anyway? Klaus sighed in relief that this has finished. Regardless, they're apparently no match for us. Ho 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 ho. Hammond chortled. Team East District. I can't believe you fools tried to attack my sis. Only the women of the Blue Rose Knights are allowed to touch her. Sol yelled, kicking at the fallen undead. Sol senpai, please don't say like that. Mickey deadpanned. It sounds like sexual harassment for our captain. And only you have thoughts like that. That's right. People will misinterpret if you say it like that. Charlotte affirmed, wiping her hands with a napkin. Sol continued, ignoring or oblivious of their squad's chastising. The only ones who can touch Sis's soft, velvety skin are Dash. SOL senpai. Mickey yelled, totally flustered. Team Central District. What? Finished already? Solid sneered. But I wasn't done playing. Nebra giggled. These filthy corpses are no match for the Silver Eagles. Nigel gloated. While every member of the Silver Squad acted on their own ways, Noelle narrowed his eyes at the attack and thoughtful. He couldn't comprehend the meaning of this attack. He might have understood if it was because of revenge or anything, but this was prepared meticulously and somehow it separated them. Something is off. Noelle thought. Team Northwest District. I guess that's most of them. Alec Dora declared. They were so gross. Mimosa sighed in relief. Yeah. Logan nodded grimly. I don't want to speak about this more than I can handle. I need to get stronger so things like this don't trouble me so much. Yuno thought, glancing at his tired hands. I guess I should ask Akira for some training regimen then. They're so strong. Hooray for the Magic Knights. Hooray! Hooray! The citizens cheered for their saviors and their survival. It's too early for you to be cheering just yet, said a mysterious blonde woman wearing black witch attire, licking her lips in anticipation. I think everything's about ready. Now for some lively Sal's mana. How exciting! Team North District. Rades was left speechless, looking at the ashes that were his former special corpse, Carl. He couldn't believe what he was seeing at all. Why? I have magic that's stronger than anyone else's. I studied everything there was about my magic, polished my skills, and prepared. All for this day. For years, and years. He gritted inwardly as he trembled in frustration. And yet. Why? Elsewhere, Noelle and Leopold were doing fine against David as the ground was all icy. David had less mobility and less places to use its muddy water. David shot its muddy water toward Leopold but was blocked by Noelle's shield. Thanks! Leopold cackled thankfully. And now! Flame magic, Ignis Columna. He reeled his arms back and shot forward with a devastating but concentrated vortex of fire that passed through David's chest and burned it from the inside out, which in the end turned into ashes like the others. How'd you like that? Leopold roared despite that he was wheezing. I made him evaporate with intense firepower. Excellent. Well done. You are definitely a man worthy of leading this country. Fuegoleon declared proudly. Yes, sir. Noelle and Leopold chorused, saluting the kingdom's salute. I accidentally saluted, too. Noelle mumbled in embarrassment. Ma, I would salute too if it wasn't after fighting that bullshit fight. The Magic Knights and Rades looked over the source of the voice and noticed Akira coming back without the special corpse anywhere to be seen. Akira had seen better days, but he was looking like shit as he was bleeding on his head, mouth, there were a few cuts and injuries on his body, his hoodie had a hole on it, and he was holding his scythe over his shoulder. Whoa, Akira. What the hell happened to you? Noelle asked worriedly. Oh, you know, when you're fighting an overpowering foe, you have to use everything to put it down. Akira groaned, stretching his neck. In fact, I think Captain Yami is going to kill me for taking longer than he suggested. He shivered at the recollection on something. But I hope that with this gift, he might spare me, if he's in the mood. Why you? Rades gabbled incoherently. What did you do with Klein? Rades wasn't a fool to think that a guy like him could have defeated his greatest offensive corpse by himself. He had tiredly looked for that corpse, desecrated from the tomb it was placed into, modified it into a war machine, and now he is being told that this bastard defeated him? But if given chance, that this asshole hadn't completely destroyed the body, he might have a chance to get it back and try to modify it to the best. But that didn't work out as the guy noticed his expression and smirked at him. You thought that I hadn't destroyed it completely and you could get your little toy after this, right? Well, sorry to tell you, but after having it beaten, I have, well, taken it for myself. Sorry but not sorry, your little toy is mine now. He sing-sang. That did it. He tried hard to render his emotion in check and he did it, he scoffed. So what? Despite that Klein is one of the greatest accomplishments, he still doesn't have any mana, so I don't need him. He sneered. Akira narrowed his eyes. Despite being dead and was in your possession, you sure like to talk badly about the dead like that, don't you? He growled before smirking. Oh, but don't worry, I think our people will handle you much as I would love to hand you to the beasts back at the headquarters. On that Rades gulped nervously as Fuegoleon looked at him sternly, and in a way it said, if you do something, you will regret it. It made him terrified of the presence, and he didn't have any more of his toys on hand. Impossible. Impossible. I've got as much magic as a royal. I dash. Flame-binding magic, Leo Palma. Fuegoleon cut in as a flaming lion paw held Rades down, which his grimoire dropped down his hip. Let go of me. I'm still. Damn it! Damn it! He cursed aloud, struggling to get out of the bindings. There are many questions I'd like to ask you. Such as why are you trying to look for me? Fuegoleon questioned, to which Rades finally brought up the question on how he had known. But before that, I will be confiscating your grimoire. While Fuegoleon walked toward the thin grimoire while Rades panicked over it, Akira had managed to open a small portal that a hand can pass through and touched Rades' back. Rades hadn't noticed it between his panic and the flaming paw holding him, so Akira had it easy with it. Wraith magic, attribute added. Akira might need to research more of this attribute as Fuegoleon began explaining the attribute was a taboo, but he knew that there were some benefits that only this attribute can do. Don't! Don't touch my grimoire. Rades begged. Ignoring his pleas, Fuegoleon used his magic to grab on the thin grimoire and noted strangely at it, to which he perked an eyebrow. What is this grimoire? He wondered aloud, noting that this was one of the thinnest grimoire he had seen before. Stop it! Fuegoleon again ignored him and opened the grimoire, and it surprised him completely as the amount of pages in it was only one. There's only one page? Fuegoleon said incredulously. Don't look at it! Rades yelled. He can only use one spell? Fuegoleon thought, noting that there was only one rune on the grimoire. "Give it back! Don't you dare look down on me!" "Who's gonna look down on you?" Asta demanded tiredly, which their attention went to him. He was walking slowly toward them while holding his injuries. "Couldn't you think of any other way to get people to acknowledge your power? You have an amazing magic, and you were strong enough to claw your way up. It's such a waste." Akira sighed, rubbing the back of his neck. "I can't believe I'm saying this, but Asta is right," he said, earning their attention. "While, yes, wraith magic is a taboo magic, it has benefits for others. Not the bad kinds, I meant that, I don't know, give free labors in the farms." Rades clicked his tongue in disapproval. "And you think I hadn't thought about that? Nobody would waste their time on having me help on their farm, as it is unhygienic, desecrating the corpses, and no one would be in their right mind to hire zombies to their jobs. Also, it is beneath me to help them." "Well, I can't argue with that." Akira grumbled inwardly, cursing himself on agreeing with Rades of all people. "Still, I might have to find a loophole or something that ignore those points." Leading the others with what Asta and Akira said, Fuegoleon closed his eyes proudly, and smiling, that he was in the right mind to declare as his rival. Noelle, halfway blushing, walked next to Asta. "Here! I'll lend you my arm," she offered to her injured teammate. "Ah, thanks," Asta said, leading the other teammate, giving her a flat look. "What am I, chopped liver?" he said sarcastically. Still, he snapped a picture before saying and cackled inwardly for another blackmail material. "You're fine, don't whine about it," she sniffed primly. Done with hearing the other magic knights, Fuegoleon focused on Rades sternly. "What you lack to overcome adversity was a righteous heart. Pay for your crimes. Are you satisfied now?" A mysterious male voice drawled out. It was faint, and nobody had heard it except for Asta and the foreknowledge of Akira. A voice. Asta wondered in confusion. "What's the matter?" Noelle asked. "It was impossible for you to beat a captain on your own after all." It's not impossible." Rades mumbled incoherently. "The sheer volume of your magic isn't enough. I'm also reaching my limit. You're through acting on your own. From now on, things are going to go as planned, all for our master." In that instant, everyone could feel the shift of magic. Team West District. "The Magic Knights are amazing. Hooray for the Golden Dawn." The citizens cheered gratefully to their saviors as the Golden Dawn remained half vigilant since they had defeated their foes. "Now, then, I think I'll go have some dessert. Would you like to join me?" Hammond asked Sharon. "I will decline." Team East District. "Thank goodness," Charlotte muttered. "Let's go back to our lodgings and wash off all this sweat, sis," Soul suggested. "Yeah. After this much workout and death on me, I prefer one," Mickey agreed, stretching her arms. "Indeed." "Great job, Blue Rose Knights," a male citizen shouted gratefully. "Lady Charlotte is so elegant. Lady Charlotte is so lovely. Soul is so cool. Mickey is so cute." The people cheered and admired the Blue Rose Knights members as they simply waved at them, mostly admired by the female population. Team Central District. Like the Blue Rose Knights, the Silver Eagles were being admired and cheered for saving the citizens, but not all Magic Knights were worried. Nozel felt the uneasy growing by the seconds, and he didn't know where it was coming. What is their motive? Team Northwest District. The other party of the Golden Dawn was doing their own things. Mimosa was resting after tirelessly healed those that were hurt during the invasion. Logan was trying to understand what Akira said about watch our steps, and he knew exactly that it was the same as when they were in the dungeon. And as for Yuno, he kept staring blankly at the piled-up corpses. Looks like they're in the marked areas. In that just second, Yuno saw his grimoire glowing intensely, to which Logan noticed it. At the same time, each district with their respective magic knights appeared a runic portal under their feet and left them confused. "Well done, Magic Knights. The gate expanded fully, covering the Magic Knights, and a light engulfed them completely. After the light disappeared, the citizens were confused on where the Magic Knights had disappeared. Clover Kingdom, somewhere. The Magic Knights were teleported away from the kingdom, and now they were standing somewhere in a grassland. Where are we? Hammond wondered. It would appear that we're at least a few hundred kilometers away from the royal capital. Shuren deduced. They got us. Damn it! Sol cursed aloud. They managed to infiltrate the royal capital. We knew that there was a spatial magic user from that kid, but to think they were able to send us all this far. Charlotte stated. Gore, curses! Alec-Dora howled in anger. Mimosa looked around to notice that there were a few people missing. Where is Logan? The tan woman of the Blue Rose Knights also blinked in wonder. Huh. Now that you mention it, where's our junior? Team North District. Fuegoleon tensed when he felt that the other Magic Knights weren't on their respective districts. I already knew that, but to say that they were careful on my warning is disrespect on their part. But I told them cryptically, to which it might or might not kind of my fault, but would they have listened? No, they wouldn't listen, a commoner, much less from the Forsaken Realm, anything. What the? Fuegoleon voiced his confusion. The Magic Knight's mana. Noelle continued in worry. I can't feel it anymore. Leopold finished, slightly sweating. I growled as I glared at Rades, to which he was from terrified to chill as a cucumber, but the frown he had on his face told me that he wasn't happy that they had interrupted him. This is unprecedented, spatial magic, Fuegoleon said, a frown forming between his eyes. Was there another spellcaster? Oh! In one of the many districts the Magic Knights were protecting, the citizens were confused on how the Magic Knights disappeared suddenly and were nowhere to be seen. While they were confused, a blonde woman in black witch outfit with a matching hat sat on her flying broomstick, smugly watching the people in distress. To think the great Magic Knights would all fall for a silly trap like that. How stupid can they be? I was supposed to play with the stragglers, but it looks like I won't have to bother. Catherine, an exiled rogue witch, sneered smugly while licking her lips. Now, then. I'd better use this time to get some nice, young mana. She opened her grimoire. Ash Curse Magic, Ash Absorbing Formation. Ashes began falling over the skies over the citizens. Once the ashes touched the people, they began to wither as their mana was being sucked up to Catherine. Excellent. Just look. My skin is silky smooth. Even water would bounce right off it. Catherine sang joyfully over her perfect skin. The citizen, now recognizing that they were in danger, started running away. No! Save me, a woman cried out in terror. Stop acting all cute, you so. Catherine screeched as she used her magic on the civilian and made her look like a granny. The woman, all dried up, fell over the arms of her lover, who which looked distressed for her. Eliza! Wake up! Catherine flew down to the man and placed her hand under his chin. Well, aren't you a handsome young man? Say, do you think I'm pretty? How old do I look? Well? She inquired, her ego and narcissism showing all over her face. The man couldn't believe her and answered. How could you? You monster. The insult had her furious at the insolence of being turned down. Who are you calling a monster? Die! She roared, stealing the man's mana off, turning into an elderly man. She then was forced to dodge as an incoming whirlwind. She faced her intruders and watched in glee. Oh, my. I guess someone was able to escape that spatial magic. There it stood, Yuno with a raised hand and Logan frowning at her. My, you both are hot and my type. Catherine said lustfully. Say, want to have some fun with me? Logan narrowed his eyes. Really? After everything you did to these people, do you really have time to flirt? You're hideous. Get away from those people, you old hag. Yuno added, his tone sounding down to furious. Catherine's eyes widened in anger. After being rejected and insulted, her ire wouldn't let them go unharmed. I'll murder you. Who are you calling an old hag? Ash curse magic, cheerful ash destruction. Ominous balls floated around the road which menacingly. The moment they appeared, Catherine commanded them to attack as they soared toward Yuno and Logan. The magic knights dodged quickly as the cursed balls exploded where they stood, creating a small crater. These are cursed bullets with various curses inside. You won't know what you'll get until they hit, she said. Who are you people? What are you after? Yuno demanded, his wind magic being used as a mobile tornado. Are you here because of some kind of revenge? Logan added, his usual tired expression nowhere to be seen, his shadow magic being used to pass through shadows to safety. My, look at you two, with such ample time to talk. Catherine sang. Well, since you two are hot, I guess I'll tell you. We're here to eliminate someone. That's our goal. Yuno frowned. Eliminate someone? Logan finished incredulously. You mean, the king? Ho, he wishes. Catherine chortled mockingly. But well, I'm definitely not going to tell you, she said before shooting them with her cheerful ash destruction. Team North District. You're working with at least one other. Spatial magic user must have infiltrated the royal capital. Where are they? Have they already fled? Fuegoleon demanded answers from Rades, but he hadn't budged a bit as he kept his mouth shut. You had sent every magic knight somewhere and you had us separate with your undead summons, all to get to me? Rades lowered his head as he chuckled evilly. You're right. Our true motive is you, Fuegoleon Vermilion. Asta and Leopold were surprised as they weren't present when I discussed their motives. Noelle kept quiet as she knew beforehand, and Fuegoleon glared directly at our prisoner. Just as he was about to open his mouth, a small portal appeared under his feet and everyone were shocked at this except for Fuegoleon. This is spatial magic, Fuegoleon deduced as he remained on the magic portal. Very well. Nothing ventured, nothing gained, he said as he kept descending. I couldn't leave him. I couldn't let himself get hurt because I didn't do anything. Without warning I jumped toward him and tagged along with Fuegoleon. I looked at the others. Asta, Noelle, Leopold. Keep an eye on him and search for the spatial magic user, I told them. Before anybody could have said something, I disappeared with Fuegoleon to the hopeful battle, but our destined defeat. Chapter 19, Invasion 5. UUAAOUCH. I grunted hurtfully as I landed painfully on the ground while Fuegoleon landed graciously just next to me. Damn it! It hurts! I hissed, clutching my face. I should commend you for following me here, but... Fuegoleon said before looking at me sternly for my disobedience. You have charged recklessly here with me when I thought that you could have remained here while I dealt with the unknown by myself. I glared at him defiantly. Okay, first of all, I don't listen to your command, Captain Vermilion. My captain is Yami Sukahiro and I'm a Black Bull member, sir. Second of all, even with my warning, you, sir, decided to wander into his trap for whatever reason. So, as a magic knight of the kingdom, it is my right to help anyone regardless they are recruit, captain, or even the king himself. Fuegoleon regarded my words in a stern manner before his eyes softened slightly. All right, you can do whatever you want. Too bad that we hadn't gotten you, or else I would have regarded that as disobedience. I rolled my eyes but didn't comment on it. It was believable that he would have chastised me if I had become a Crimson Lion King. I expected Captain Fuegoleon Vermilion to be here, but I hadn't expected him. We both tensed up and turned to see the person who spoke. I expected Patali, newly Christianized Licht, to appear, but I knew it was him, but I didn't expect that he was still hooded. You're... Fuegoleon said, preparing for combat. Who are you? The hooded man paused briefly, but I could grasp that his covered eyes slightly shifted toward me. Let's say that I'm the leader of the people that are attacking the kingdom. I gulped nervously as he kept staring at me before he stared at Fuegoleon, which I sighed internally. Fuegoleon remained quiet, but at the way that the air was starting to get hotter, it wasn't assuring at all as I was in close proximity of his silent fury. I could simply divulge that the man in front of us was in reality Captain William Vengeance, but if I did that, the people would lose hope by blaming them, who I have to recall that they are the best magic knight squad of the kingdom. Also, where would I have the proof that this man was in William Vengeance, as they were the same person but different souls? There is nothing I could do to prove, and I would be the one blamed for these accusations. But if I don't, everything would pass as the canon of the story. Nothing would change, nothing would be different. I want to change some things, but if I do that, my knowledge wouldn't be useful, as various scenarios wouldn't be as I recalled them. Move! I snapped out of it when Fuegoleon shouted at me, and I ducked down quickly before something passed over me. Thuck! I was numbed in shock when I glanced back and saw a light, light magic, not the weight, sword stabbed on the white floor. Okay, this was really Patali and not another bullshit enemy. Whwa. I muttered numbly. Keep your head up. You were distracted in the middle of the battle, and he took that opportunity to strike. Don't let it happen again. Fuegoleon warned me. Why, yes, sir. I gulped as I sat up and prepared my grimoire. The hooded man, maybe it is better that I call him Hooded Patali for now, rested his hand on his grimoire, to which Fuegoleon narrowed his eyes in confusion. You are given one chance. Give us what we want, or perish. Hooded Patali demanded frigidly. Can you fight, little black bull? Fuegoleon asked, his grimoire shining in flames. I can, sir. I replied, my grimoire preparing in anticipation. Don't falter and keep your eyes on the enemy. Fuegoleon roared before charging toward Patali. Sir! I added, following behind. I hope that the others are fine and we get out of this place alive, or barely. Yuno and Logan versus Catherine. From the Northwest District, Yuno and Logan had been fending off Catherine, a rogue witch and accomplice of the attack of the kingdom, as she kept stealing off the mana of the people, rejuvenating herself, leaving the others dried up. Yuno used Crescent Moon Blade to attack Catherine, but said witch dodged effortlessly as she countered with her cheerful ash destruction. Noting the incoming attacks, Logan worked on his magic. Shadow creation magic, Black. Beneath him, his shadow rose up into a black shield protecting its master and Yuno from the cursed ash projectiles. Catherine's attacks collided on the black shield, and the witch grinned, thinking that her magic would work through anything. But she didn't expect when her magic didn't do anything on the shadow shield but remained there. Before she could wonder aloud, her magic was returned toward her. In panic, she quickly dodged them, avoiding her perfect form to be harmed. You wrench! I'm gonna kill you! She screeched as she shot multiple, cheerful ash destruction at them. Logan was about to raise his Black, but he noticed that his magic wouldn't form on time and it would be weak. Thinking quickly, he pushed away Yuno before the cursed balls exploded on him. Logan! Yuno shouted. Ho ho ho, that'll teach him manners on how to handle perfect women like myself. Catherine chortled. Nobody could see that was on Logan's fate. As the smoke began subsiding down, they could finally see if Logan was alive or met his doom. Much to Yuno's relief, Logan was alive, but he was injured, worse than when he was attacked during the dungeon. But what got their attention the most was happened to his body. Well, he wouldn't be the word they would be using any time soon, as they were looking at what Logan had on his chest. Bandages. In front of the tattered shirt, there were bandages covering the developed chest that they barely managed to hold them tight. So now, Yuno and Catherine knew that Logan was a she and not a he. She was a girl? Yuno thought, his eyes slightly widened. He could now notice that without the thick outfit Logan wore, she now looked more feminine. While Yuno thought in surprise, Catherine stared at the newly discovered woman. Now that she took a good look on her, she could practically see that her skin was flawless even with her attack. She had a perfect body, much better than hers, and she had an inkling, but irritating, feeling that she looked better than her. You were a girl? Catherine screeched in jealously, veins popping on her forehead in fury. Yuno noticed the slight change of attitude that Catherine was showing. It wasn't the same thing like when they insulted her, but it was more likely that she was envious of Logan. But now that she was out of combat, she was in no shape to continue and the witch would attack her. Only one way to distract her. "Oi, old hag!" Yuno called out, earning her unholy attention to be insulted again. "Your opponent is me." Catherine had two choices. One would have been to eradicate this female that was more beautiful than her and later take him out. But insulting her for the second time was not something she would forgive at all. She wouldn't stop even if he apologized. "All right, you little shit. I'll deal with her later." She growled as she chased after Yuno, whom he made a tactical retreat away from Logan. As they left, Logan remained on the ground in pain. She couldn't believe how unlucky she had been ever since she was recruited into the Golden Dawn. It started off easy on her first mission, escorting the Hapshas heir to the Heart Kingdom, only to be a farce to target Yuno. After that, it was the joint mission with the Black Bulls inside the dungeon, to which they ended up fighting a mage soldier of the Diamond Kingdom and got herself knocked out of the fight. And now, this? It was unacceptable for her, to her house, her effort to be part of it, and everything that has been given to her. And to think that now the secret got out. She couldn't believe how unlucky she had gotten. Why did she accept being the replacement of him? Groaning in pain with a few tears falling down, she then heard steps. Yuno wouldn't have been defeated easily. She thought nervously as the steps were becoming closer. Her eyes were shut close, but her ears were hearing. "I don't want to be a nuisance. I want to live." The steps stopped when it was close, but nothing happened. After a few seconds, she slowly opened her eyes to see the person that stood over her. Once she caught her eyes on the blurring silhouette, she widened her eyes in surprise. "Why, you're..." The silhouette grabbed her and began moving her away from the place before the witch returned to safety. Meanwhile, Yuno was keeping Catherine away from Logan's location and kept distracting her and dodging her attacks. The attacks keep coming. She has a tremendous amount of magic. Those ash bullets themselves don't do much damage, but... Yuno grunted as another ash bullet hit him. "Oh, dear. Are you all right? It looks like you're having a hard time getting around. I wonder what you've been hit with. If you die, I'll murder your friend," Catherine sang mockingly. Damn it. Yuno wanted to counterattack, but his sights began to blur and his body was failing him to comply with his orders. "I can barely see anymore. I'm gradually losing sensation throughout my body, too. Hey, can you hear me? Hello?" The witch continued calling out mockingly at Yuno. Yuno couldn't hear her as his ears began only hearing ringing. "My ears are also going. This is her power? My ash curse magic, cheerful ash destruction, works very gradually." Catherine answered the unspoken question. "First, your eyes stop working, then your ears, and then your body stops moving. You'll pay for having the insolence to call me an old hag. Maybe I'll go back to your little friend and torture her before I'll suck on her mana." Yuno panted wearily. He was fighting his heavy eyes and not to pass out. He was barely able to raise his head and look at Catherine. "People expected a lot from my four-leaf clover. I even joined the top Magic Knights squad, the Golden Dawn. Yet, what am I doing?" He thought, barely conscious. He recalled those colleagues that mocked as soon as he got inside the HQ and those insulting glares at him for being from the Forsaken Realm. With that in mind, he continued with his training and even had a routine that Akira came up with and helped him develop better his magic. Yet, how is he losing even after training for 6 months? He shook his head. "All those voices around me don't matter," he reasoned. "I'm only bettering myself so I won't lose. But I couldn't win." He recalled the fight against Mars and his mysterious power. What defeated that guy was a power I just happened upon, one that I can't control. Not to mention, That power doesn't seem to want to listen to me. The only reason I was able to avoid the spatial magic earlier was because something other than my own power reacted. He slightly glanced toward they left behind Logan. I don't know, but Logan happened to see me float and disappeared underneath somehow. Yuno shook his head, trying to focus on his opponent. He shot his towering tornado at Catherine, but she effortlessly dodged it. Ho ho ho. Where are you attacking? Catherine asked mockingly just as she made a heart sign with her hands. You have to aim properly, like this. Her attack continued raining upon Yuno and hit him directly. If you say, I'm sorry, miss, and adorably beg for your life, I'll forgive you and your friend. Not a chance. Yuno hissed angrily before recalling something that Akira had mentioned before. Also, you people love hearing your voices all the time, and you wouldn't even go with your promise. That's so cliché. Catherine's eye twitched in annoyance. Why, you little... She growled before taking slow breaths to calm herself as Yuno remained still because his body couldn't hear his orders. I can't see anything, he thought wearily. If only I could do what I did back in the dungeon. He momentarily passed out, sending him into a darkness. But just then, he felt something. Something around him was hovering, and he could notice a green bird-shaped energy which surprised him completely. This is the flow of mana? He wondered inwardly. He then recalled something he had heard from Akira. Flashback, before the Magic Knight entrance exam. What are you talking about? That my wind magic is good as a sensor? Yuno asked as he and Akira sat together for a break of one of their many spars. Akira nodded. Of course. Even if there are many ways to be a sensor, wind magic is one of those that are good at sensing or detecting mana. I don't know which attributes are good as sensor, although I have a feeling that a few of them aren't what I'm thinking. He shook his head. Anyways, apart from that, wind magic is one of the 4 elemental attributes. I think that wind magic and earth magic are perfect for being a sensor. Yuno raised an eyebrow skeptically. Why do you think that earth magic is too, Akira? Akira crossed his arms with a thoughtful expression. Well, from what I recall from where I come from, there was someone capable of understanding her surrounding with a special ability of hers called seismic sense, which basically uses the feeling of the ground as her base to see everyone that touches the ground. Why are you saying that she sees? Is she perhaps blind or something? Yuno asked incredulously. Akira nodded in agreement. That's right. Yuno blinked in surprise. How is that possible? He asked. Well, there is a saying that if one of your 5 senses are disabled, it enhances your other senses. Akira explained sagely, stroking an imaginary beard. It can increase your senses, or what the people call sixth sense. And do you have it? Yuno asked, wondering if his pseudo brother has it. I wouldn't call it sixth sense, more like survival instinct. He shrugged, inwardly shuddering for his recollection with his father's hellish trainings. I have been practicing back home before coming here, but there will be time that I'll have to take the challenge, right? Who knows when I'll lose something in the middle of a battle. Few people manage to get their other senses work during the battle, but I don't think I'll be capable yet. Yuno pondered his words. He knew that by being a magic knight he would face a danger that he wouldn't be capable of fighting back. Before he could speak, a familiar growl sounded on Akira's stomach. Oops, I'm starving. Akira chuckled sheepishly as he sat up. Well, let's go eat something and train again later, shall we? Yuno nodded with a smile and followed him. He had time to talk about it later. Flashback end. Yuno cursed inwardly for not having the time to talk about it as he and the others had to prepare for the exam. But from what he had understood from Akira, some people are capable of getting better during a fight. So, focusing on his surroundings, he tried to feel the mana around him. Come on, hurry up and beg for your life. If you don't, I'm just going to have to kill you and your little friend. Catherine laughed victoriously, oblivious of Yuno's new strength. There are so many things I want to ask you. Hey, can you hear me? Hey, come on. Answer me. Yuno growled inwardly at the screeches of the witch's mouth. Would you shut up? I couldn't care less about you. I just don't want to lose to Asta. His grimoire swapped pages after pages just as a bright green light shone. Not yet. Catherine's eyes widened in shock. That grimoire. The legendary four-leaf clover? She then noticed the mana gathering around Yuno and herself being sucked in. Huh. Mana is gathering. This sensation. He's controlling the mana? I see. The spirit has constantly been sending me mana signs. Yuno realized. I was relying so much on my sight and hearing that I wasn't noticing them. Now I understand what Akira and I told me about. He looked up to Catherine and closed his eyes, letting him sense the mana around him. Let me just tell you one thing about me. I hate losing more than anything else. Wind spirit magic, Sylph's breath. A massive rotating sphere of wind formed before sending it straight to Catherine. Catherine panicked, watching as the tremendous ball of energy came straight to her. No! I have to use the magic I stole to defend myself, or I'll die. She screamed as the massive sphere made contact. Clover Kingdom, kitchen of the royal palace. Munchy, 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 munchy. Charmy continued inhaling the once finished food that the main chef, Jamo, had made for the magic night. So good. She drooled blissfully. The way you eat is fantastic, you shrimp. Jamo complimented, pointing at Charmy. All right. Eat, and eat some more. K. She didn't need to be told twice. Meanwhile, the two assistant chefs watched in disbelief at these two people. The country is in danger. What are you two doing? Were the two assistant chefs' thoughts. If it's not enough, I'll make as much as you want. Jamo chortled, handing her more plates with food. K. Just as Charmy was going to eat her sixth plate of food, a wall of the kitchen exploded into debris which startled the cooks. Charmy glanced at the explosion with mild interest as she continued eating. La! She mumbled as she licked the stuck food around her mouth. Once the smoke began subsiding, they noticed an old woman in witch clothing crawling painfully on the ground. A witch! We're being attacked. Jamo panicked, finally showing fear. That's why we told you we should run. Sir, hurry! His two assistants told him, to which Jamo nodded. He turned at Charmy. Come on, shrimp, we gotta go. Catherine remained in silence. She noticed her hands. Her beautiful and smooth hands now wrinkled like an old hag. Her beautiful golden hair turned gray and dry. Her face, her dazzling appearance twisted nothing more than a fragile and old woman. She hated it. I need mana. I need to steal some. She groggily looked up to the people that were standing just in front of her, mostly to the petite girl, which she could feel an abundance of mana that she can steal. She's overflowing with mana. It's glistening on her skin. I need to steal it. She rose up and slowly walked toward her. Give it to me, she demanded, which startled Charmy. Give it to me. Give it to you? You can't mean my food? Charmy stated shockingly, shielding her food. And no! Give it to me. Catherine continued demanding just as she used her magic to steal Charmy's mana. No! Charmy refuted, defending her food. From outside, Yuno slowly but firmly reached the hole where Catherine had landed and saw Catherine's magic oozing from it. This mana. That woman must still be alive. Yuno thought worriedly as he kept his pace a little faster. I'm reaching my limit. He then noticed something odd that wasn't from the witches. What is this overflowing magic? Back inside the kitchen, Catherine had managed to reach half the distance from her supply of mana, and she was giddy to steal her mana and kill the kid and the other. Just a little more closer and she'll be beautiful again. Give it to me! She roared just as her magic turned bigger with means to steal Charmy's mana. La. Charmy trembled fearfully for a moment before she hung her head slightly down, shadowing her eyes. I told you, Yuno, she declared, her sweet and naive tone replacing the ice-cold and deadly of a veteran. Charmy instantly summoned an enormous sheep. The sheep opened its muzzle and inhaled Catherine's magic like nothing but dessert, shocking the witch herself. I am possible, she mumbled in shock. Cotton creation magic, strike of the sleeping sheep. Charmy intoned as the sheep posed into a boxing stance and jabbed straight to Catherine, who was then sent away with a loud crash. The three chefs watched the scene in awe. That's amazing. The assistant chef mouthed in awe. Ah! How'd you like that? The food that I cooked with all my soul powered up the shrimp's magic. Jamo exclaimed proudly, assuming that his food gave Charmy a power-up. Seriously? We'll follow you forever, sir. Thank you very much. Both assistant chefs bowed to Jamo with their hands clasped in a praying manner. Glad you liked it. Jamo laughed proudly, crossing his arms at his so-called accomplishment. None shall ever lay a finger on my food. Charmy drawled frigidly. And don't you ever come back. Jamo added, throwing salt out of the hole like Salt Bay as his assistants cheered with him. Catherine, now defeated by Charmy and still in her hag state, was being arrested by the royal mages, aka the advisors of the Wizard King. Am I pretty? Catherine drawled sluggishly before she finally passed out. Her body then began glowing and every mana she had stolen was returned to their owners, returning them to their youth. Charmy, now seeing that the danger of her food being stolen had passed, regressed to her previous state of calmness, just as she began panicking when she noticed that the food she was eating blissfully was on top of the head of the sheep she summoned, and as the sheep wasn't needed anymore, disappeared, just as the plate began falling down. L.A. She freaked out, trying to save the plate which was falling out of the hole where Catherine came from. My food! My noms! Just as she was about to crumble in despair, the food mysteriously hovered in the air. Charmy noticed her black-haired savior wearing a golden cape and a small green fairy on his shoulder. A kid? Yuno thought as he landed just in front of her. Her reaction slightly intrigued as he watched her at her jaw drop down and eyeing at the plate he simply picked up. He frowned when he tried to feel her strength. That tremendous magical eye felt earlier was from her? He then noticed the black bull's robe and reacted accordingly. A black bull's robe. So it was her. And my noms? Charmy slowly walked toward Yuno, trying to reach for the plate she thought she had lost. She raised her hand in a give-me gesture to him. Noms? Yuno said, not understanding what she wanted before noticing her eyes on the plate. Oh, here. I'm not sure what's going on, but... Thank YAH. She yelped after receiver the plate to the one that saved her food. My meal-saving prince has arrived. She gushed on Yuno's appearance and blushed embarrassedly. She turned around all flustered after receiving the plate. Thank you. She muttered shyly. Sure. Yuno replied, confused. You, in name. She mumbled shyly. Short ribs? Yuno asked, not hearing what she asked. Oh, yeah. They're delicious. Try some. She offered him some food before shaking her head and corrected her words. No, I mean... What is your name? Charmy continued acting flustered and embarrassed with Yuno. But Yuno wasn't paying her attention as his sights were blurring and his body demanded him to rest. As you'd expect. That spell wears out my body and uses a ton of mana. I need to learn how to use it better. Just as those were his last thoughts, he passed out over Charmy's petite body. Charmy quickly created a large cotton pillow just as they landed over it, Yuno's unconscious body over Charmy's. The green fairy looked confused at what just happened. Meanwhile, Charmy continued eating again her delicious food without worries. You're the best shrimp ever. Jamo cheered joyfully. Both assistants nodded in agreement. Come see me whenever you're hungry. I'll let you eat all you want. Jamo invited her. Yay! Charmy cheered as two sheep stood between her, one was holding the plate and the other was feeding her. Clover Kingdom, Northwest District. Logan blearily opened her eyes. Her body felt heavy and she could barely move. She noted that she was still alive but had to wonder, was she lucky? Or someone moved her away? Hey, are you alright? Logan slowly looked toward the source of the voice and she could barely see who the savior was. By the sound of the voice, she assumed that it was a female. Blinking slowly, trying to get her sights work, she could finally notice the person in front of her. Mickey! Is that you? She groaned, rubbing her head. She noticed then that her head was bandaged as a few part of her body too. I gave you simple first aids as my magic is unable to be helpful. Mickey assured her, rolling another bandage of her midsection. Hold still, reinforcement will come. How? Logan asked wearily. She flinched when Mickey tightened her bandages. How did you manage to dodge that mass teleportation spell? She wondered aloud. Well, it was so sudden. Mickey replied, Logan nodding in agreement. After we finished up dealing with those undead, I looked around if there were any more skulking around. Just then, I noticed a small rune about to be activated and jumped away. I was about to tell Captain Roselay and Soul Senpai but they suddenly disappeared and left me alone. After they disappeared, more screams began just close to where I was and followed it and arrived just as you were blown away by that witch. Mickey frowned, crossing her arms under her chest. When I get my hands on her, I'll show her what's beautiful or not. Logan sighed in relief. Thanks. Mickey. Mickey shook her head with a small smile before something made her frown. Say, why are you hiding about you being a girl? She asked curiously, not noticing the slight twitch of Logan. You even covered my mouth when we met with Akira back at the stall. Ah, well. She stammered weakly as she didn't have any answers. Then a knowing but sad frown marred on Mickey's face. Is that perhaps because? Within an instant, the vicious glare that Logan sent to her had made her flinch in fear. Do not mention it. Ever. She hissed frigidly. Mickey quickly raised her hands and surrendered. Okay. Okay. I'm not speaking anymore. She yelped fearfully. Noticing how she reacted, Logan sagged wearily. Sorry, Mickey. I wasn't thinking straight. Mickey rubbed the back of her head. Why yeah, no problem. Sorry about what I mentioned. She apologized. Logan sighed before noticing how quiet it was. I think Yuno-san had finished with his fight or something. She then looked at Mickey. Could you help me stand up? Alright. Mickey helped Logan up, putting Logan's arm over her shoulder, and began moving. We should look for another survivor or regroup with somebody. Logan grimaced, trying to fight the flinch of her wounds. Yeah. Somewhere else. Gwag! I grunted as I was blown away by the massive clash between Fuegoleon and hooded Patali. Damn it, nothing that I do is working. What does a guy need to defeat this guy? On cue, Fuegoleon slid back just next to me, having been forced to fight for his life and mine against our opponent. Mostly because we were trying to fight together on both sides against our opponent, but because of the light magic, he easily dodged our attacks. Flame magic and water magic were useless against him as they weren't the most effective spells against someone with a light speed movement buff. So yeah, if plan A wouldn't work out, I should move to plan B, although I expected that these bastards already knew about my power with that escapee in Saucy Village. How are you holding up, little black bull? Fuegoleon asked, his eyes not wandering away from the enemy. To tell the truth. I grunted, wiping the trail of blood on my mouth. A little banged up, tired, and annoyed of this place, but otherwise. I glared up to the hooded Patali. I wish to beat the crap out of him, sir. The Crimson Lion King captain grunted in agreement before refocusing on our foe. While our options are limited, we need to get this man and demand to know what he knows. Right. I nodded before dashing forward. I suppose that the reckless charge was a very stupid tactic on my part, but hell. Dark magic, sloth sacrifice. A dangerous-looking dark ball formed up before charging toward Patali. The hooded wizard regarded for a few seconds before, I noticed, his hidden eyes widening slightly and getting out of the harm's way. Which probably was the best idea, as once he had gotten away from the range, sloth sacrifice exploded into a raw dark explosion. Even if the world around us was white, you could see the hole on the ground that I made. I know of it because previously I had tried to test it and, well, let's just say that the results bore a great crater just next to our headquarters. The hooded Patali landed safety and regarded the hole for a moment. After a deafening moment, he regarded me with something I could place because of the hood. Dark magic, just as your captain's. I suppose that my subordinates told me the truth about you. With that information, Fuegoleon cocked an eyebrow. What does he mean by that? He asked, his eyes still not shifted from our opponent. That is because these asshole attacked the village that our squad took a mission from them. I snarled. Coincidentally, our captain was the one who had us work for them because of an idiotic bet. Had it not been for him, the village would have been razed down. After we defeated the mooks that came, one of them managed to escape. I guess those people and him are related. That did make Fuegoleon narrow his eyes dangerously. Then we'll have to defeat him once and for all. Easier said than done. I grimly thought before shook it off immediately. We have to take him out and get back to stop the invasion, Captain. Enough of this chatter. I quickly ducked down before a pair of light swords soared over my head. Fuck! Time is limited and I need to end you two in this instant. Patali raised his hand and many more of those swords formed, and all were aimed at me. Fuck me. I drawled out in defeat. If I live through this, I'll look for a defensive spell in my arsenal. Die. He flicked his finger and the swords rained on me. I clenched my eyes. For the second time of my time here, I felt hopeless and weak. Thuck! 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 There was the sound of penetrating fresh, but I didn't feel anything on me. Slowly opening my eyes widened to the point of being like plates. As the reason I wasn't hurt was because Captain Fuegoleon stood in front of me, receiving the sword to his body. And his right arm wasn't where it's supposed to be. It wasn't attached on his arm, but instead, it was laying on the ground, blood flooding the white ground. My body shook. My mind was blank. I felt. I couldn't, again. Only despair. 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 Little black bull. I got startled and looked up to see Fuegoleon barely clenching on his consciousness, bleeding, glaring at Patali. Don't lose hope. He panted wearily, his voice raw with tiredness and pain. You have to get back and keep them out of the kingdom. He fell on his knees and I quickly rushed toward him and kept him alive. Captain! I said, tears welling on my eyes. I am sorry. I couldn't. I shouldn't have. I dragged on, feeling useless. I thought that with the strength and magic that I had, I would be able to help. But instead, I almost died one time and almost killed the captain now. Before I could continue rambling on my failure, a hand, a warm one, patted my head. It's all right. Fuegoleon dragged on, close to lose his consciousness. I know it wasn't your fault, huh? I know, you, tried to help. Captain! Conserve your strength. I tried to tell him, but I was taken aback the situation we were in. Patali/William was stronger than me and I wouldn't be able to do anything. Then it is time for me to take what is ours. I looked up. Whack! Ack! I spat as I got kicked on the face, sliding away from Fuegoleon. I clenched my eyes shut at the feeling of pain and red liquid coursing down my nose. Fuck! My nose! I slightly opened one eye to see Patali standing in front of the nearly unconscious Fuegoleon. His hand reached something at the neck of the captain and yanked the necklace he had. With that done, Fuegoleon seemed to mumble something before passing out. Before I could notice, Patali was standing in front of me. Fucking, light magic, and the super speed bullshittery. And I wonder what to do with you. Patali drawled out, grabbing my neck and lifting like nothing. On instinct, and I knew what I had to do, I held Patali's wrist to not be choked and getting something special for me. Light magic, attribute added. World tree magic, attribute added. Hell fucking yes. While I didn't know if it could work, I got both Patali's, light magic, and William's, world tree magic, but I shouldn't use the latter as it could question me on how I got that. And I planned on something like that for later. Although, it wasn't the time to cheer as I was looking eye to Patali. While I couldn't see his face, I could see his eyes. His gold-colored eyes, while he looked indifferent, I could notice many emotions in it: pity, regret, determination, and most of all, his cold fury against the humans that attacked his race and family. What should I do with you? He wondered indifferently. I choked on the way he tightened his grip, but I managed to utter a few words. Go to hell. He narrowed his eyes and raised his hand to finish me. I glared defiantly, telling him to do his worst. And before he could strike, he seemed to notice something. The pause was eternal and I didn't know what he was thinking. He then did something I didn't expect. He lowered his arm. It seems that you get to live another day, he said calmly. Before I could speak, he had thrown me to Fuegoleon's unconscious body with the bloody arm. Valtos, take them away. We got what we came for. Right away, master. A portal formed under our feet and we began descending slowly. Before we disappeared completely, I managed to glare at the leader of the terrorist group. Why? I uttered, almost in defeat. Patali regarded me for a few seconds, looking at me over his shoulder, before looking away. In time, you'll know. With those last words, we were gone. Team North District, moments earlier. You bastard. What have you done with my brother? Leopold demanded, grabbing by Rades' collar. The prisoner simply laughed. Leopold. He's not the spatial magic user. That spell pinpointed him, so there's no way the spellcaster could have cast it from far away. Noelle pointed out while looking around, but she was also worried about her teammate that went with the Crimson Lion King's captain. Akira, where could you have gone? Asta was also the same by looking around. He looked around at the pile of corpses Rades had unleashed before. Closing his eyes, he tried to focus the whereabouts of the spatial magic spellcaster. He lowered the arm over Noelle's shoulder, which confused her. Huh? Asta? Asta began running toward a specific pile of corpses, which he felt odd. You're right there, he roared, wielding his Demon Slayer sword. He destroyed the pile of corpses that showed one specific corpse disappearing inside a portal. Noelle and Leopold were surprised at this development. He was hiding among the corpses? Noelle asked in disbelief. I'm impressed that you found me, an unfamiliar voice said, and everyone looked at the roof of the houses. I figured I'd be found if I used magic to transform, so I went to the trouble of making this filthy disguise. The spatial magic spellcaster grunted, taking off his disguise. What are you, an animal? Once off the disguise, everyone could see a pale man with a straight line going down each side of his face and dark scara with gold eyes. But it appears that it's over now, he declared. Over? Asta asked, confused. What's over? Leopold added, much confused. A portal opened not far from them and two people dropped down. The first was Akira. He was injured but alive. He had a few gashes, his nose was slightly broken and his clothes were a little torn, but he looked worse to wear. But the latter who shocked most of them was Fuegoleon, unconscious and missing his right arm. While everyone were shocked about it, Rades looked gleeful as Fuegoleon was dying and his restraints were disappearing without their user. Noelle and Asta shouted in terror, but one who felt worse was Leopold. "Brother!" The two available to move rushed straight to them as Asta was left behind because of his injury wouldn't let him move and couldn't believe what he was seeing. But he's so strong. That's impossible. Are you alright, Akira? What happened? Noelle asked worriedly as she took out a bandage and began working on me. We encountered their boss. I panted, having my eyes shut. Fuegoleon. Leopold grunted, recalling every moment with his brother before joining the Crimson Lion Kings. Now, he was watching his own brother, armless. Fuegoleon. Fuegoleon. That's impossible. There's no way Fuegoleon would lose. My brother wouldn't. Don't lose hope yet, Leopold. The young Vermilion looked over the other black bull that followed his brother inside that portal. He watched as he slowly raised his hand and pointed at something. Your brother isn't dead yet. Noelle noticed where he was pointing at, Fuegoleon's grimoire. She remembered that if the user is dead, the grimoire would die together. Captain Fuegoleon's grimoire. It's still intact, which means he's still alive. We have to stop the bleeding. She realized and finished quickly Akira's bandages to begin with his. Don't. I raised an arm to stop Noelle. And before she could ask as Leopold would snarl at him, he explained. I have a spell that it will stop his bleeding. You two keep watch on those two. When I mentioned that, I glared at Valtos and Rades. Noelle gulped slightly and nodded. All right, do what you can. I looked back at Leopold and I noticed that he wasn't able to do anything as he stared and rambled uncontrollably. I stood up, grabbed by his collar and looked up to his dead eye. All right, you fucking idiot, stop mopping around like headless chicken you are. The enemy is gaining morale and you are crying like a little bitch you are. He yelled at his face. They made us lose morale with taking out Captain Fuegoleon, but that doesn't mean he is dead yet. What would your brother say if he watched you in this state? That did bring the flames on his eyes. He would be ashamed of me and put me through hell. He snarled with new vigor. I'll depend on you healing my brother. Don't lose him. I nodded before grimacing inwardly. The reason behind my grimace was because during the 6 months I had the time to train and all that. I hadn't thought of any healing magic. I should have thought beforehand. I'm such an idiot. Breathe in and out, Akira. There is no need to panic over this. You came up with your spells on the whim, but this time, I need you to create a healing magic spell. Note to self, not only work on offensive, defensive and restriction types of spell. Start working on healing and sensory spells as soon as this is dealt with. Closing my eyes, I focused on Fuegoleon's body and mostly on the stump of his right arm. You can do it. Heal, not destroy. Flame healing magic, Egley's tender flame. A small flame began forming on my hands and slowly made its way toward the stump to the point of covering his body. The blood stopped flowing and Fuegoleon's pale face began regaining its colors. Good, it's working. I grunted in relief, but I couldn't stop yet as Fuegoleon needed more than that to recuperate. As I continued healing Fuegoleon, I could see that even with healing, it was pretty weak and I panicked when I noticed his grimoire breaking apart from the top. Oh, no! His grimoire is breaking apart. Noelle gasped in shock, noticing the same as me. Akira, hurry up. I know. Don't rush me. I need to focus. I hissed, putting more effort on healing Fuegoleon. That can't we do? Huh? Leopold looked up about to snarl whoever said that. Blam. Before being blown up as Rades stood cockily with his grimoire on hand and without his restraints. That's what you get for talking down to me earlier. Rades cackled evilly. Shit, just perfect. A magic blast to the sucked up asshole that couldn't do anything without his toys. And I can't even defend myself if I don't want a Fuegoleon to die on me. Rades walked toward us, smirking, relinquishing on Fuegoleon's state with a mad glee. A righteous heart? I've always been true to myself. Keep yappin' in the next world, Fuegoleon Vermilion, he declared. The rogue mage stopped momentarily when I glared him. I dare you make a move, asshole. Because if you step one more time, we are going to have a bad time. He growled murderously. I had enough of these motherfuckers fucking out our peaceful life, for God's sake. What are you glaring like that? I'll kill you. Rades snarled, making his way again until he was stopped by Valtos. We've completed our mission, Valtos said indifferently, ignoring Rades' ire. We're leaving before the other magic knights come back, Rades. He raised a hand, opening a portal under Rades' feet. The necromancer clicked his tongue in displeasure for stopping his fawn and vendetta but reluctantly agreed if his master was done. Hold it, right there. Rades turned toward Asta who snarled at them and he looked at him. Asta, wasn't it? I'll eventually kill you and make you into one of my toys. Look forward to that, you little brat. Rhea! Everyone turned to look at Asta who despite his injuries managed to run toward Rades and Valtos. Asta! Noelle shouted. Despite his bravado, Akira noticed that Asta knew that with his injuries he wouldn't be able to move or reach on time. And Noelle was worried that Asta was bleeding and moving would make his wounds worse. Not yet. The captain of the Crimson Lion Kings just taught me that I need to think calmly. Asta thought, trying to have his mind calm by the seconds, but he didn't have the time on his side. Not giving up is my magic. And my sword can. He reeled his sword back and with his Herculean strength, threw it forward. Cut through magic. The portal that Valtos put under Rades faded the moment the Demon Dweller sword made contact to it, shocking the terrorists completely. Taking the moment, Asta summoned the Demon Slayer sword and swung onto Rades, which earned him a cut on his cheek. Ekak. Ow! What the hell are you doing, you little shit? Rades snarled at Asta, holding his bleeding cheek. Not good. Valtos muttered, trying to open another portal for Rades. But even so, Asta planted his Demon Slayer sword, nullifying it again. You have the nerve to say that after hurting all those people? Asta snarled at the now wary Rades. I quickly noticed that Fuegoleon's grimoire wasn't going to fade and that his injuries were now healed. Good. Noelle. I stopped the bleeding and did all I could. Keep Captain Fuegoleon safe. Noelle crouched down next to Fuegoleon as I stood up and walked toward the fight, his eyes shadowing by his hair. She had seen many sides of Akira since she had known him and anger was mild compared to what she had seen. This is pain! Asta roared as he punched Rades. The rogue landed onto a pile of corpses. This is what you did to innocent people as you laughed about it. Getting hurt and bleeding are signs of being weak. Rades retorted hatefully. Those who lack magic should just get their asses beat by those who are more powerful. Rades was about to counterattack Asta until he felt a hand on his shoulder. Noticing that it wasn't Valdos, he turned around to see who had the gall to grab his shoulder when he noticed the other Black Bull magic knight that went with Fuegoleon. Oh yeah? Then explain this. I need his stomach, which resulted on him retching in pain and gasping for air. I have enough of this bullshit and I'm tired of people like you think that only because you are strong or from nobility, you can run down others like you don't care. Rades grunted and he was about to cast another magic blast until... Twack! GGAGF. Rades began choking and gasping for pain as I had chopped his Adam's apple. He fell down his knees and began coughing in pain. HM, not bad. I checked on my hand in contemplation. Maybe I should call it Imagine Breaker or Silence Shot, what do you think? I snarked at the pathetic state of Rades. Woke! Rades managed to speak, although he was having some trouble with his voice. Care about that? He snarled, although painfully, before managing to point a hand on both of us. I let him try. Especially, pieces of trash like him who don't have any magic. Rades shot 2 magic balls at us, which one, as you should expect, Asta cut it down while the latter, I simply dodged effortlessly, my ire taking over me, and before Rades could react, I sucker punched his stomach making him wheeze in pain. Try again. I snarled. And I'll make sure. Rades barely had time to look up to Asta before he was headbutted to the ground. And even those without magic can become the best. I'm going to prove that by becoming the Wizard King, he promised firmly, showing his determined eyes to be seen. Rades grunted, trying to get up although painfully, and glared at Valtos. GRGH. TSK. Valtos. Do something. If I could, I would have by now. The spatial magic user stated. That anti-magic is more troublesome than I'd imagined. And I don't even know about the other. Looks like we're going to have to take care of them first. Noelle noticed Valtos had raised one hand to open a gate and another hand to attack. He's gathering magic? What's he dash? She stopped when she noticed the portal behind Asta. Is he going to attack using spatial magic? She widened her eyes in realization. Asta, look you dash. Before she could warn Asta, the portal suddenly blinked away, confusing Noelle and Valtos completely. What in the world? Valtos voiced out his confused before quickly dodging an incoming fireball. I'm not going down without a fight. Leopold declared fiercely, 2 fireballs on both hands after recovering from the previous blast. I always need to remain calm. Right, Fuegoleon? Leopold. Noelle breathed in relief. We are not out of the woods yet, Noelle. I stated, my grimoire shining in cloud gray which I was using at the moment, spatial magic. I can negate his spatial magic portals with mine. But we can't be for sure that there are more of them. Valtos remained idle, watching, as he regarded us in a calculated look. This isn't good, he declared grimly. We can't afford to lose Rades, too. Said Necromancer was starting to get up though hurtful of his previous injuries. D-damn you all. Get away. Stay back. He hissed painfully and tried to retreat. Tried being the keyword as we walked ominously toward him to get the punishment he deserved. Just as we were about to hail the punishment on the Necromancer. Pathetic. We received orders from Master to come here, and look at you. You're struggling against this lot. How pathetic. A baritone voice cut the punishment and we were stopped by a mist that surrounded the area, and 5 more of the hooded terrorists appeared. The worst of all was that they were surrounding us. Such piercingly cold magic. Noelle gulped nervously. There are 5 new enemies. Leopold growled, attentive at the new foes. Of all the times, these guys had to appear. I grunted in irritation at the arrival. Asta narrowed his eyes at the enemy but was worried of his injuries. I was only scratched, but thanks to that curse, the bleeding won't stop. If I lose any more blood, I'm in trouble. No one asked for your help. Rades snarled at his allies. One petite hooded cackled femininely, if the female voice was something, at Rades' stupidity. Ah, you should be thanking us. If we hadn't arrived, you definitely would have been captured and dissected alive. And if you're gonna be dissected, I want to be the one to do it. Shut up. Fuck, from one point to another, that woman will be the death of us. And I mean, literally. Rades' anger turned quickly to his usual cockiness as he grazed us with the complete confidence of our defeat. Anyway, it looks like the tables have turned. Huh? He smirked cockily as he relished the pain that his toys made on Asta. But he couldn't continue enjoying the agony as Asta slashed his cursed wound with his Demon Slayer sword. Asta! Noelle gasped shockingly. You! Leopold gritted in disbelief. Don't get your panties up. I cut in, eyeing as the curse was fading from the wound. He cut his wound to nullify the curse. I chuckled wryly. Can't say if he is smart or stupid. Maybe both. Now I can keep fighting. Asta looked at the unconscious Fuegoleon with refueled determination. Please watch me, sir. This brat. He struck himself with his own swords to get rid of the curse? Unbelievable. He's so stupid. Rades gritted in disbelief. Wow, He's fun. Can I dissect him later? The female hooded terrorist asked eagerly. Quiet. The first hooded mage that spoke hissed at her. Boo, you're such a spoilsport. She pouted, but on cue, the 5 hooded reinforcement raised her hands at us in preparation to kill us. Well, the moment has passed. I grunted with a smirk as my grimoire shone in cloud gray. Back to work. All I've ever faced since I was born was adversity. Asta prepared his swords for combat. No matter how many come at me, no matter what happens, I'll blast them all away. All right. Come at me. Chapter 20, Invasion 6. It was an understatement that the citizens of the Clover Kingdom were having a hard time today, as they had been attacked and invaded by an unknown group as they unleashed a horde of zombies, sucked their mana forcefully, and the magic knights that were stationed suddenly disappeared from their position. But they were glad that the danger was over, as the zombies had stopped moving, leaving the weary and hurt civilians to rest, as the magic knight advisors took charge of helping them, as also looking for missing civilians and or the magic knights. Just at the castle, Charmy remained gleefully and oblivious at the danger the kingdom were a few minutes ago, as she continued eating Jamo's food. Said chef with his 2 assistants, and the now resting Yuno stayed next to her, as she was a capable magic knight that defeated the terrorist witch. Things have quieted down. Jamo sighed in relief, but was worried at the state of the kingdom. Yum, can't move. Can't move. Ah, my meal-saving prince. She gushed at the sleeping Yuno on her humongous-sized cotton pillow while continuing eating. Oh. Well, we have to do something. I grimaced at the 5+ Rades and Valtos now surrounding us from all sides. Because we are about to become many things, and I love to live more, you know. Yeah, but we can handle them. Leopold said, although he sounded a little wary at our odds. As for the enemies, George, I think he was leading this small group, watched in mild amusement, although I couldn't see his face, at Asta's action on his cursed wound. It seems he's lost his mind in the face of our numbers, he said blankly, raising his hand in preparation. Whatever. Sally, if I remember the crazy scientist's voice, shrugged indifferently. He's about to die anyway. The 5 cloaked mages began raining us with their magic. Asta, quickly taking action, span his swords, deflecting or nullifying their magic completely. Either way, they weren't stopped at all. There's no use in fighting. George droned coldly. Haha. You need to learn when to give up. Rades sneered victoriously. I simply glared at them, thinking that they had it easy. Between Asta protecting us with powerful spells, I was opening small portals to send their magic elsewhere. While I could do something, I have to move away Fuegoleon before he gets hit with a stray magic. Oh, so that's him. Sally gaped joyfully. So this is the anti-magic brat our master spoke of. George realized. Asta continued defending us with his swords as he took heart Fuegoleon's lesson. Keep a cool head. Right, sir? I'll stay calm while I kick their butts. He growled, wheezing. Shit, his stamina was reaching his limit, and with his injury, he was getting weaker. George grunted in displeasure at the continuous resilience of the magic knight. This little dash. Flame magic, exploding flames. The terrorists quickly evaded as a flaming fireball exploding where they stood. You think I'm going to let you people throw your weight around after what you did to my brother? Leopold growled, casting another fireball on his hands. Let me join you, my rival. Sure. Go right ahead. Asta said simply. Don't forget about me. I smirked viciously as my grimoire changed onyx black, which shocked a few of the terrorists and Leopold. Infinity mode, dark creation magic, vanity swarm. I can tell you the truth that my vanity swarm would even disgust me, because what I summoned and created was a swarm of dark flies buzzing menacingly at the terrorist, which had a special ability that it would show in a few seconds. Buas. It's annoying, but at least I didn't form them into cockroaches. Yuck. What the hell are those? A nameless hooded mage wondered warily. No matter the attack, be wary of him, George stated. The swarm soared toward the terrorist, but they quickly evaded the attack. But the swarm separated in different sizes and target to get them. Our master had told us about another being that could use multiple attributes, George realized as he dodged the swarm. It seems that this is the guy that he warned us about. One of the hooded terrorists decided to attack, thinking that it could stop. Eat this! Earth magic, rock spikes! His projectiles flew true to its target and the hooded mage smirked underneath his hood but gaped in shock when the magic disintegrated completely and the swarm continued its way toward the mage. What the? Ack, gee, get it off me! Gah! He screamed when the swarm overwhelmed him completely, leaving a struggling arm on the air. Whoa! What is it doing? Sally asked eagerly and intrigued but continuously dodging as the other's colleagues. The arm continued struggling, but it seemed that the arm stopped abruptly its struggle and the swarm left the body, dropped him down like a sack of potato. The hooded looked unharmed, but a veteran sensor could notice that something was wrong. As they watched the unmoving terrorist, the swarm returned to its owner and I was unmoving as the swarm flew toward me. Akira? What are you doing? You need to move, Noelle said worriedly. Don't worry about it, I replied simply as the swarm landed on my arm. Just watch. Asta, Noelle, Leopold and the terrorist watched as the swarm slowly disappeared and the injury that I held started to heal on its own. I sighed in relief as soon as the swarm disappeared completely. That's much better. I clenched and unclenched, not feeling the strong aches of pain as before. Then I looked at the other 3 magic knights, which had a questionable look. My vanity swarm, it's a complicated spell that I came up with that leeches mana from my opponents and gives it to me, also mildly healing me. Noelle nodded. Yeah, but how did you dash? While I would love to explain more, I drawled as I decided to glare at the terrorist, making the other focus. I held my onyx black grimoire firmly. Let's first kick their asses and toss them to jail, shall we? Yeah. Leopold growled eagerly. The other terrorists didn't share the same fate as their previous colleague, as they had easily destroyed Vanity's swarm with their own magic. They say beasts are more formidable when they're wounded, George thought, watching the 3 capable magic knights preparing for combat. These 3 are dangerous. What the hell are you doing? Hurry up and kill them, Rades yelled in outrage. We know, George answered as he and the other 3 reinforcement raised their hand to prepare another attack. They aren't our targets, but we'll kill them now. 4 spells were formed up and shot their targets. The shot flew true to them and exploded. Rades and a few members grinned in glee that they had dispatched them easily, but their smirks were wiped out when they noticed a water dome shielding them. Noelle, Asta said with a grin at his colleague's effort. Don't think that you can kill my friends so easily, Noelle stated, putting effort on not breaking the form of the dome. Wow! That's quite the defensive spell, Sally chortled in amazement. Judging from your appearance, you must be a member of the Royal Silva family, another nameless hooded mage pointed out as he held his grimoire. In that case, I'll use my grimoire against you. I wouldn't want to be rude. Tree creation magic, magic draining roots. Roots began emerging from the ground and sticking onto the water dome. Asta, Noelle and Leopold watched how the roots were covering the water dome as I watched it in dread. Asta! Akira! Noelle shouted, feeling the drain of her magic. We know, Asta said, gripping his swords tightly. What are you planning to do? Leopold asked warily as we watched the roots sucking on the water, strengthening it. No, Noelle gritted weakly. They swallowed my torrent. I narrowed my eyes, noticing the weakening spell. Not if I can help it. My grimoire changed to sea blue. Infinity magic, water mode, water creation magic, Atlantis. The water dome turned into an aquatic fortress with details caressing over Noelle's magic, showing its impenetrable defense. Noelle wasn't kidding when she said that these roots were draining her. They sucked the other mana like juice, and they weren't going to stop anytime. This will hold them for now. I grunted before looking at Noelle. Noelle, take a break, we got time to plan something before my magic breaks down. Noelle nodded wearily, but I could see that it was taking her too much on her magic. While she had too much mana, she didn't have enough control, so she had wasted many spells without concentrating on her mana pool. You know that, it will drain you, right? Noelle pointed out, breathing slowly to regain her strength. Yeah. I agreed. But while you could do it too, your control over it is bad that you are wasting your mana over it. While I can keep the magic flow right, it isn't a permanent solution. What we going to do then? Leopold asked, worried about his brother's state, which I had it covered. I can use spatial magic for a moment to move your brother and Noelle away while we keep them busy, I said, which Noelle looked at me shocked. I raised my hand quickly to stop her before she could speak. Look, I know we are doing something suicidal, but you have to keep Captain Fuegoleon away until we get some reinforcement, and we can keep them occupied until you get away. But... she worded out weakly. Noelle paused when she felt a hand on her shoulder. Looking over, she looked at Asta, which gave her a confident smirk, and somehow made her blush slightly. Don't worry, Noelle. We got this. She watched her two comrades that showed that they were confident but also dread of what was going to happen. But she knew that they would do anything to help even in disadvantage. She gulped nervously and steeled her resolve. All right, do it. I nodded, accepting her newly resolved, and pointed a hand on the ground. Infinity magic, spatial mode, spatial magic, Janus door. A Victorian door formed on the ground and opened by itself, which Noelle took the opportunity to take Fuegoleon with her and drop down, not before muttering. Good luck. With them gone, we were able to go all out against them. Even if our odds are against us. So, any plan? Leopold asked as he eyed the roots covering either side, which was good as while we couldn't see them, they neither could, so it was easy for Noelle and Fuegoleon to sneak out. I was thinking about trying a spell that I was working on. I mused quietly as I opened a small portal and putting my arm. From outside, the four hooded mages plus Rades and Valtos watched quietly as the roots continued making their work on the defensive spell that one of their targets erected. Sally was gleefully waiting for the spell to drop down and get him to dissect him and see what he is. As for the caster, he was continuously putting on his magic and was oblivious, and a portal popped out under his feet. A hand emerged from the portal and a dark rune popped on the ground, ready for its master to activate it. Before the hand returned to the portal, the hand touched the caster's leg, getting another attribute. Tree magic, attribute added. Ack! What the hell? The caster yelped in surprise and glared what touched him. But in a coincidental manner, a rat scurried away, which in turn the caster grunted in annoyance. Fucking rat. This is why I hate the city. Inside the roots and water, I had done what I needed to do, and I was prepared to drop down Atlantis to conserve what mana I had. Listen guys, as soon as I drop down my magic, take the nearest terrorist you can take. I said, preparing to activate my magic. I'll activate something, so you have to pick quickly your targets. Do what you can, and we'll take them down to the authorities. Right. They chorused in agreement. I frowned, looking at Atlantis. Stopping the surge of mana to maintain the spell, Atlantis slowly dropped down and we tensed in preparation. Go! Yeah. As soon as Atlantis disappeared, Asta cut down the roots and we were on enemy's sight. I looked down at the down. I copied the tree magic user and my grimoire shown onyx black. Infinity magic, dark mode, dark trap magic, glutton maw. Underneath the tree magic user, a dark rune began brightening, and before anybody could ask, a shadowy maw appeared under him, trapping the user inside its maw. Never thought that I would be the one who would shine with trap magic wherever we have someone specialized in that type. Sorry. Aak! Help me! The terrorists wailed in terror. The terrorists were momentarily shocked at the trap magic, I placed before, and that was the second we needed. Asta rushed with his swords at Valtos. Leopold went toward Rades. I think he chose him because he mocked his brother, and I summoned my crescent moon of Tsukuyomi and rushed toward George and Sally. Your fighting instincts are admirable, George drawled. But those are futile. Wind creation magic, tornado needles. I quickly halted my charge and spammed my scythe to parry most of the tornado needles, but a few flew past me toward Asta and Leopold. Asta! Leopold! Watch out! I loudly warned them, but it was futile as they were slow to react on time to dodge or parry, and they got hit by those needles. Fuck! I cursed as I watched helplessly Asta and Leopold fall down, totally injured. Tisk, TSK, TSK. Some captain he is. How pathetic. Solid sneered cockily. The Vermilions sure aren't what they used to be. Makes me embarrassed to be a royal. Noelle gaped on how her second brother talked to Captain Fuegoleon like that, and her sister Nebra joining him by giggling. The other Silver Eagle that had spoken badly about Akira, Nigel if she recalled or not, smirking in agreement. Solid and Ayasama, how could you say that? She asked in aghast. Klaus and Nikki were disgusted on how they commented on Captain Fuegoleon like that. It sickened them that they are from a prestigious family. We are magic knights, Nozel stated. Our existence is pointless unless we win. Nozel and Ayasama. Noelle mumbled in shock. That's right. Solid cackled. This is going to ruin the reputation of the Crimson Lion Kings. But Solid. Nozel cut his brother coldly. As we were not present at the fight, we are even less than he is. Strengthen the defenses so that there won't be further damages. Solid, Nebra and Nigel shrugged that their brother and captain was right. They felt even more ashamed and useless than Fuegoleon was. Right. Solid conceded. They've spread around magic that blocks transmission spells, and the chain of command is in chaos. Alec-Dora remarked with a frown. Because of that, reinforcements from outside the noble realm couldn't arrive. We can't let our guard down yet. Sol, we're going to reinforce the area, Charlotte ordered. Mickey, you're going to help the others. Don't let your guards down. You got it, sis. Yes, Captain. Sol, call me Captain. I know, Captain Sis. Sol Senpai. My goodness. Looks like we'll have to wait on dessert a little while longer. Hammond chided amicably. Klaus, go to headquarters and get reinforcements. Alec-Dora ordered. Yes, sir. Noelle bit her lower lips nervously, wondering if Asta and Akira were all right whenever they were. She hoped that they returned to their daily lives. Unknown location, base of the Eye of the Midnight Sun. The members of the Eye of the Midnight Sun returned to one of their many bases with the help of Valtos. Rades, we ended up with a huge headache because you stepped out of line. George chastised the necromancer. Don't get carried away just because the master has taken a liking to you. How dare you say, I want to fight a captain alone? I want to lay waste to the capital? You conceited fool! He snarled hotly. Just be glad that we snatched the one that magic night that drained him completely, or else we would have lost another one. Shut up. Rades gritted in annoyance. If you'd just done what you were told, we wouldn't have to go through all this trouble. My toys were the victims in all of this. Rades snarled back. This doesn't concern any of you. I heard that Catherine was captured, though. Sally remarked with a careless shrug as her sticky salamander had her test subjects with their grimoires. Who the hell cares about that old hag? Rades spat. Hag. Valtos mumbled in disbelief. We got what we went there for, so who cares? By the way, Sally. Valtos wondered, glancing at her. We won't be able to take those brats with us. Kill them. What? No way. Sally instantly rejected the idea. He uses anti-magic and infinity magic. Those are on a different level than a mere magic weakening effect and mimicry magic. I'm going to use them in my research. Let me them. Please? Please? With all that shouting, it seemed that had woken their prisoners up. Oh. Akira's POV. Ugh, fuck my head, what hit me? Who the fuck is waking me up with all that shouting? Asta? I slowly looked up, blinking tiredly. The last thing I remembered was fighting those assholes of the Eye of the Midnight Sun and then almost dying just as the guys that were sent away returned. I was barely awake when I was talking with Mickey? Yeah, I think I was. Before I could pass out, I felt something sticky on my chest and pulled forward into something more smooth, which got me sleepy and slept off. While my eyesight was getting better, I could notice something. My whole body felt like it was inside of a jelly, but I could breathe inside. Peculiar. I looked at my arm and moved it slowly. So it felt like swimming underwater. And it also felt nice. Asta was right about that. Only those acknowledged. I was brought to the attention of George, who had taken off his hood, talking to Sally, who also took off her hood. By the master can go there. Don't cause any more unnecessary trouble. Kill them before our master arrives. Yikes, the dude's a hard case, but I should bring myself to antagonize him when I'm a prisoner. Ah. Sally was dejected completely. I know. And of course, Rades perked up with an evil glint. Let me kill them. I'll make them into my toys. I have yet to know where that brat did with Klein. Being dissected by a crazy scientist or being killed and turned into a mindless slave by a necromancer. The choice is obvious from my point of view. Shut up, Rades. Sally scoffed in rejection. What? I tuned them out and looked at my colleague prisoner that had woken up not long before. He was looking at me in a panicked way while I was deadpanning at him. Why would I deadpan if you ask? Well, you already know the answer of what happened after this, but while I should panic about it, I believe that Julius will come and rescue our asses and return to the kingdom before dinner. Hey, you're awake. I was startled when Sally shoved her head right in front of mine with an eager and pleading smile. Also, did you know that her dark red eyes looked more like crimson blood? It was creepy and disturbing, knowing exactly what she does. Era. You two woke up. She remarked playfully. Now that you both woke up, you two should help me convince them. I want to study everything about you two and your grimoires, and do some experiments, and then dissect you in the end. You want every last cell of yours to help with my research, right? Right? While Asta was freaking out in a complete panic way, my deadpan didn't shift at all and I had to stare at the other members of the Eye of the Midnight Sun with my deadpan expression. While I appreciate what you people say, you have balls of steel, yes, she is like that to everyone interesting. Valtos surprisingly answered my unspoken question. It'll be fun to turn into my toy, that guy. Rades cackled madly. Please? Sally continued to ask George while walking down the deep stairs inside their base. I'll ask properly, so please? Don't blame me for whatever happens. George sighed exasperatedly. Give them to me. Rades demanded. Nope. Hi, there. I've been waiting for you. A familiar voice shocked the members of the Eye of the Midnight Sun completely while we looked relieved at the one standing in front of us. Julius Navachrono arrived. Wadash! Woo-wee! Sally gushed in glee, which me into shivers. He is such a quite rare specimen. Let me keep his body for research. Thanks, but no thanks. I pointed my scythe at her. I like to live. It is splendid that you are fighting for a belief. George scoffed. But this has to end. I prepared to jump away and get to them with the hit-and-run tactic, but before I could do that, I felt something grabbing on my leg. Huh? I looked down and was shocked when I saw that there were rude gripping tightly my ankle. I turned toward the one I captured before, but I saw that Valtos had done his job on helping his comrade out of my glutton maw, and the tree magic user grinned underneath his hood. "This is your end," George declared. I quickly turned at him with my scythe prepared. "Wind creation magic, tornado needles." "Shit!" "Dark reinforcement magic, wrath grudge dash, KUGH." I spat blood when I wasn't able to erect my spell on time and felt the piercing needle on my guts. When I get out of this again, I'll shove myself in hell to train again. I fell down on my knees, spitting blood and a hand covering my wounds. I barely noticed when I looked up that I could see Noelle at the corner, her eyes widened in terror at our state. While Janus' door is a good getaway portal, it is sometimes random, but it seemed that they were sent close enough in case of reinforcement came and needed to take Fuegoleon away to a real doctor. I glared defiantly at George, which he simply stared indifferently, ready to finish us off. "Now, let's end this." He prepared more of his tornado needles to finalize our deaths. But before he could have finished us, something silver dropped down from the sky and protected us from the incoming needles. Rades was shocked, an understatement that the others were the same, while Sally more amused and interested at the magic than our death, and looked around. "What the hell? Where did that come from? Ooh, what's this magic? I'd never seen anything like this before." Sally wondered curiously. "Fucking finally," I grunted with a bloody grin, looking up. The others followed my gaze and watched as the magic knights that Valtos had sent them elsewhere returned to finish their duties. The magic knights. George cursed at their arrival. "How dare you send us that far away?" Dora growled at Valtos. "Impossible." Valtos breathed in disbelief. "They managed to return here from that distance so quickly? We really didn't want to, but we all worked together to get back." Dora answered steely. "I suppose you could call it super compound magic. Ho ho ho. Joining forces once in a while isn't so bad." Hamos chortled. "Well, I guess men aren't completely useless." Soul scratched her neck indifferently. "Humph." Charlotte nodded in reluctant agreement. "I'll acknowledge their abilities. Nothing more. TCH. I'm never working with them again." Solid scoffed in disgust. "We really don't play well with others." Nebra agreed with her brother. "That we all agree." Nigel grunted in agreement. "But our 9 Magic Knights squads exist solely to protect the peace of the Clover Kingdom," Noelle declared grandly. Just as Noelle finished, another 2 Magic Knights entered the fray. Mickey Goldia and Logan Ravenswood. While Mickey didn't look injured, Logan looked like shit and had his cape covering his body. "Oh! Noelle!" Mimosa shouted as she went toward her cousin and noticed the wounded captain. "Mimosa, please take care of Captain Fuegoleon," Noelle said. "Akira did what he could to stop the bleeding." Mimosa grimaced at the sight of Captain Fuegoleon but sighed in relief that he was out of danger with whatever Akira gave him to maintain his health. She nodded and immediately went to work using her Princess Healing Flower robe and started to heal him. While she worked, she looked worried toward the 3 other Magic Knights that also needed first aid. The downed Asta and Leopold, and the barely conscious Akira. She hoped that they were all right for her to heal them. "Oh! Hey, Akira! You're all right?" Mickey kneeled beside me with a worried look. "If getting stabbed with a wind needle can be considered all right." Akira snarked painfully. "Idiot! That's not something to joke about." She yelled at me. "Hey, wake up!" I looked at Klaus, who was helping Asta, who was groaning in pain. "You're alive." They put Captain Fuegoleon and the others in such a state. "Who?" "Tisk." I heard Valtos clicking his tongue at the turning tables. He jumped into a portal and landed next to George. "It'll cost us if we keep fighting. Let's retreat." Unfortunately, Noelle wasn't in the mood to let them escape. "Don't be in such a hurry." Mercury magic, rain of silver. Rain of mercury began falling down onto them. Gel magic, sticky salamander. Sally summoned a transparent lizard/salamander. My magic will just pierce through magic like that, Noelle stated. And then, Sally continued, either ignoring or oblivious of his words, took out a large syringe and injected its content inside her, sticky salamander. Dark magic item, special properties plus alpha, absorbed. The sticky salamander's hue changed into a darker color, and as soon as the mercury landed on it, instead of melting it like acid, it remained inside of it like nothing. They managed to deflect the captain's magic as if it were nothing. Klaus shouted in disbelief. What is that magic item? Noelle wondered in mild surprise at the crazy scientist. Go! Sally commanded her sticky salamander, and it obliged by sending 2 masses of stretchy gel at Asta and I. I was barely conscious when a mass of gel stuck on me and pulled me forward. Both Klaus and Mickey were in shock when they saw their friends and colleagues imprisoned inside the slimy creature. Mine! Sally sang joyfully. What do you plan to do with them? George curiously asked her. It's a secret, she replied playfully. Remember this, Magic Knights. George droned coldly. We are the Eye of the Midnight Sun, the ones who will destroy the Clover Kingdom. With his piece said, Valtos teleported us away, and I half-glanced at the panic my friends wore. Don't worry, guys. We will be back soon. Oh. Third POV. Asta. Akira. Noelle shouted in distress, watching her friends leaving with their enemies. They took Asta and Akira. We have to save them. Noelle, we can't. Klaus retorted reluctantly. And why not? Mickey glared at her supposed senior, but she couldn't care less if that meant that the enemy took someone that treated her like a normal girl. What are we supposed to do then? It's unfortunate, but we have no way of tracking them. Klaus pointed out weakly. He was also frustrated, but no one here was a capable sensor to pinpoint their location. Noelle couldn't bring herself to accept defeat that easily. Yes, but dash. No. And of course her big brother cut her off coldly. Right now, strengthening the royal capital's defenses takes priority. There's no guarantee that those were the only enemies. Noelle gritted her teeth at the frustration that started to boil inside her, but calmed herself down when her brother accurately pointed out the ongoing danger in the kingdom. Noelle turned to look at Mimosa, who was looking at Fuegoleon and healing Leopold. How are Fuegoleon and Leopold doing? He asked. The best I can do with my magic is first aid, Mimosa answered tiredly. Noelle had told me that Akira managed to stop the bleeding, but he needs to be taken to the medical ward for more advanced healing magic. Ooh! Sally drawled in awe. Cheese! One of the hooded mages nervously squeaked. The Wizard King, Julius Navachrono. George looked shocked at the appearance of him that had his eyes widened marginally. What's he doing here? How was the royal capital? Julius asked friendly, but I knew better that there was a small hint of steel in his voice. Kill him! George ordered hastily. 2 of the hooded mages, that I noticed that I had defeated them before and now they recovered, prepared to attack him, but they didn't expect Julius' speed, which ended up killing them before they could do something. The shocking looks were not unexpected at all. I am possible. George mumbled in disbelief. I killed them. Julius drawled sadly like a kid broke his second favorite toy. It would have been too difficult with your numbers. Restraining all of you, I mean. The tree magic user immediately attacked the Wizard King with his spells. But he was nowhere as fast as Julius, who had casted a concentrated magic ball and shot through the tree arms like chopsticks through a tofu. Wait, what? Sally voiced out her and her colleagues' confusion, except that Rades screamed in despair. You guys attacked the royal capital, right? Julius stated friendly. You didn't actually kill people without being ready to die yourselves, did you? Valtos sweated nervously as he backed slightly in fear. Such power. This is the Wizard King? Crap. I don't have any magic left. That being said, you all seem pretty skilled. Julius mused. You'll probably give me some trouble. How about it? I'll let one of you survive, so why not surrender? It'll be first come, first served. What do you think? Their answer was immediate. Don't underestimate us. And in the blink of an eye, Julius avoided every magic they had sent to him without effort. Wah! How is he moving like that? I can't keep up. George gasped in shock. They finally noticed that Julius wasn't in front of them, but he was behind at the only escape they got. Ha! I guess I don't have a choice. Julius remarked with a disappointed sigh. I might be able to handle these numbers. Time-binding magic, chronostasis. Each member of the Eye of the Midnight Sun got trapped into a timeless sphere with 2 rings over it. Rades gritted, trying but failing to move. What is this? I can't move. George grunted. At all. Valtos finished, following his colleague's thoughts. I guess I was able to restrain all of you. Were you more worn out than I thought? See how it feels to live in one unending moment. Julius declared before looking at us. We were now free of Sally's sticky salamander and got dropped down on the ground. Hey there, Asta-kun, Akira-kun. We seem to be connected by fate somehow. I wouldn't call it like that, sir. I slurred wearily. All right. Asta gasped in awe. He managed to take care of all of them despite how strong they were. This is the Wizard King's power? You want to become the Wizard King someday, right? Julius asked, approaching Asta. In that case, watch carefully and don't look away. This is only a small fraction of what you'll have to surpass. He's my goal. The strongest guy there is. He's the strongest mage in the kingdom that I need to surpass. Asta nodded in agreement. Also you, Akira-kun. Julius added, giving me a warm smile. If you want to be the one to help and aid the future Wizard King, you'll have to train much more. I sighed wearily, giving him an acknowledged smile. Yes, Your Majesty. I understand. Do you take back what you said before? Julius asked with a smug expression. I took a few seconds of wondering what he meant before a realization passed through. I chuckled ruefully. Yes, Your Majesty. I take back what I said about taking your time magic. I might need it in the future. A good choice. Julius nodded, holding out a hand. Need a hand? I chuckled but grabbed it, feeling the attribute coursing through me and my grimoire. Time magic, attribute added. Never thought that I would get this attribute before, but shit happens. But I wouldn't recommend you to use that attribute yet, Akira-kun. He warned with a stern look. Time magic, while rare, it's dangerous without any knowledge on the usage. I grasped what he meant. I had thought of trying after this, but the realm of time is much harder than space, so I should take it to heart as warning. Yes, Your Majesty. I nodded slowly. I'll think it through before I use it. Don't worry about it. He hummed. When the time comes, I'll look for you and see your training. I blinked in surprise before gaping like an idiot. You! The current Wizard King, train me! If the disbelief in my voice wasn't noticeable, shame on you. I'm barely a recruit. I don't think that I'm even worthy of being trained by you, sir. No offense. Oh, don't worry much about it. He shrugged indifferently, helping me get up. I was the captain of the Grey Deer before I became the Wizard King. I know how to handle people. I opened my mouth before closing it and recalling that he was right. Right. Captain Yami mentioned something about it before during dinner, while he was drunk on his ass. I muttered the last part. Julius chuckled before looking at Asta. Can you stand? He asked, offering him a hand. I can't stop shaking after witnessing the Wizard King's power firsthand. He fisted the ground in fury. You idiot! Stop shaking! Stop! You can't lose here. I watched in amusement on how Asta got up without help whoever struggling, but it seemed that it lit a blaze inside him. I guess you didn't need my help, Julius said, smiling at his determination. His smile disappeared when he turned to look at the Eye of the Midnight Sun members with us between him. All of you had some interesting magic. I was surprised. Now, then, I have some questions for you all. Julius began walking until he reached to a rock with a few engravings and jewels covering the few holes in. What are these jewels and this stone slab? I'd never seen these characters or patterns before. What are you trying to accomplish with this? Well, it's not like you can answer that while you're in that spell. I guess we can take our time back at the Clover Kingdom to talk about this. He then paused when he and I felt something. A familiar presence. Something's coming? Julius wondered. The hooded Patali appeared with a freaking blinding light, shining the magical light to our eyes, which I had to cover them before my eyeballs decided to fuck me up. That's blinding! Asta cried out, trying to look at the man in front of us, but failing. Julius simply ignored the light and watched through it. He saw the man responsible to orchestrate the attack on the kingdom. As soon as the light faded, we noticed that the stone slab and the time-stopped Eye of the Midnight Sun's members were missing. What? Everyone's gone? Asta voiced out in disbelief. Tisk. I clicked my tongue in annoyance. Just as we had them, their leader decided to bail them out. You're right. He took all of his little friends back. Light magic, that's faster than my own. Julius commented. I wonder if that was the enemy's boss. He seemed interesting. I mean, formidable. He corrected himself. I deadpanned at him. You sure are a magic geek. But, he continued, ignoring my jab, we managed to keep one. He demonstrated by showing us the Instasis George. Before we could voice out, a portal with a face appeared just in front of us. I recognized Marks as the one who followed Julius and his personal advisor. It seemed that someone used communication magic. I won it. I finally got through. Where are you, Wizard King? Hello there, Marks. Julius greeted casually. Sorry about that. I've been a bit busy, so I blocked the communication spell. It seemed that Marks wanted to chastise him for what he did, but from experience, he simply sighed in defeat. Never mind that. Please hurry to the medical ward. I knowingly knew the looks that Julius and Asta of worry. Clover Kingdom, Noble Realm, Medical Ward. Third POV. The Magic Knights with their respective captains were stationed outside while the few others that got injured, that being Fuegoleon, Leopold and Logan, were treated. Fuegoleon-san. Leopold-san. Mimosa prayed for the well-being of her cousins. I hope they wake up soon. Sol said. Indeed. Charlotte agreed. We've strengthened the magic barrier and repaired the communication spells. Dora informed, returning with Hammond. We've gathered more magic knights and are having them scout every inch of the town to ensure no enemies remain. I'm sure the royal capital is fine now. Hammond added. We've also looking for what awfully louder, lively Black Bull Boy and the one who informed us about the attackers. Ho ho ho. Mimosa, Noelle and Mickey lowered their heads, hoping that the magic knights would find both Asta and Akira. They wouldn't die so easily. Klaus stated firmly, although he and the others weren't convinced at his words. Curse you both, Asta, Akira. I'm going to punch you both when you two get back. Their wait stopped abruptly when they felt the familiar presence. This magic. Dora muttered. Just as they were about to pinpoint the magic, Julius appeared with two familiar faces with him. While Asta was tucked under Julius' arm like a kid, which he is, Akira had grabbed his sleeves to transport him, and there was also one of the terrorists that attacked the kingdom with them with Julius' magic. Hey, everyone. Great work. Julius said friendly. The Wizard King? Mimosa gasped in surprise. Asta. Noelle rushed toward the manaless magic knight. Akira. Mickey followed behind to the only one who didn't treat her because of her status. Hey, guys. Looks like you're all here. Asta chuckled wearily. Hey, there. Akira half-greeted them before wincing at the pain. Is that an enemy? Soul wondered at the caged terrorist behind Julius. Man, I thought I was done for. Asta said in relief, staggering toward Noelle and Mimosa. Noelle was happy that Asta returned safely but quickly returned to her usual role. Humph. It's because you're always so reckless. I hope you two learned your lesson, Stupidsta, Dojira. Are you still calling me that? Akira asked incredulously. Asta! Klaus shouted, shoving Noelle aside. You're safe, Asta. You too, Akira. I'm so glad you two came back alive. I thought you two were dead. I'm so glad. He breathed his relief. Why yeah. Thanks for worrying about me. Asta replied, although reluctant as it was the first time he saw him like this. As the saying goes. I lived, bitch. Akira drawled, the joke only being understood by him. I thought you were going to punch them. Noelle deadpanned at Klaus' reaction while looking sideways. Asta-san. Mimosa shouted, rushing at him as well as shoving aside both Noelle and Klaus comically, and gave him a hug while crying in worry. I was so worried about you. She then realized what she was doing and yelped in embarrassment. I am sorry. Nero then decided to be known of her presence and sat on Asta's wild hair, and then went on pecking painfully on him. Ow, 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 ow. Hey, look. Nero was worried about you. Akira pointed out, laughing. Do you see this as worry? He shouted incredulously. Ouch! Akira winced when he received a light punch on his arm. Hey! What are you dash? Oof! He then processed that the one who had punched him and later hugged him was Mickey. Don't you ever surprise me like that, you bastard. Mickey sobbed quietly. While he should have felt awkward in this situation, maybe he should compromise that it was his fault and leave it like that. There, I'm here. No need cry over me. She then proceeded to punch him on the face. Who says that I'm crying? She roared in embarrassment. What the hell, woman? He shouted back, now gotten angry about it. The people he called them friends decided to laugh at his situation. Bastard. After a moment to calm down, the doctors had explained Fuegoleon's state. I see. Despite how strong Fuegoleon is, we don't know when he'll wake up. Julius looked at the medical ward that Fuegoleon was taken in. That was a miscalculation on my part. No, this was due to our inexperience. Charlotte denied. We've confirmed that the pendant Fuegoleon was wearing is missing. Pendant? Julius voiced before subtly glancing at Akira, whom he noticed it and slightly nodded. Could that be what they were after? Charlotte theorized. Who in the world could they be? From what they said, they appear to be a terrorist group with a grudge against the kingdom. Julius stated. But it doesn't seem to be that simple. He frowned. The jewels embedded into that stone slab. Was Fuegoleon's pendant a part of that? It had several holes that were still empty, but what happens when they gather all of them? There is the possibility that Fuegoleon was targeted because of his pendant, but there's also a high possibility that his strength and ideals would have gotten in their way. I've been investigating various dissidents in secret, and this is the first time I've picked up their trail. But to think that they were planning something that extraordinary and powerful. Maybe I shouldn't have left the capital, as young Akira said before. We'll get the details from our captive later. Julius declared. In any case, people look to the Magic Knights for one thing. Peace in the Clover Kingdom. In order to preserve that, we'll keep fighting with everything we have. If you'll excuse me. Noelle said as he began to return to his headquarters with his subordinates following him behind. What is that guy's problem? Asta frowned in disappointment. We're supposed to be showing solidarity right now. Take the hint, man. Before Asta could voice his thoughts out, a hand grasped on his shoulder. He looked up to see Akira with a sympathetic look. Don't worry much about him, Asta. He has his own worries, but I think he is going to be more focused than ever. Asta blinked in confusion. Huh? But... He's right. Julius affirmed Akira's words. Has the enemy awakened not a sleeping lion, but a sleeping hawk? What do you mean, Your Majesty? Think about it. Akira explained. While they don't obviously show it out, they act like you and Yuno with your rivalries. How and what would you have done if what happened to Captain Fuegoleon would have happened to Yuno? Asta frowned in a complete serious manner. Well, I would be mad and I would get the bad guys that left him in the first place. Akira nodded. Then you understand how Captain Noelle is acting, Asta. He is mad, he is furious, and he wants blood. He grinned sadistically. Which, it will be a motivation for him to deal with them the next time we meet them. They watched the Silver Eagles go. Oh! Pathetic. Noelle scoffed inwardly. What an appalling spectacle. Never let this happen again, Noelle. And Fuegoleon, I will find the scum who did this to you and slay them myself. With that promise, Noelle returned with the others, leading the others to their own business with the Wizard King. Oh! Hammond sighed dejectedly. I hope I never feel this useless again. Right. Sol grumbled in agreement, clenching her fist. We shall become stronger. Charlotte declared to Julius. Indeed. He replied, admiring the way his captains stated with a new determination. I'm the one who will become the strongest. Everyone turned to look at the source of the voice to see Leopold standing at the entrance of the medical ward despite his injuries. Leopold-san. Mimosa gasped at the recklessness of her cousin. Noelle agreed with her. You need to rest. She stopped when she saw Akira raising his hand to stop them without even looking at them. Akira? Asta. I'm relieved that we both pulled through. As my rival who has faced death with me, you must also get stronger. I will surpass my brother. I'm going to be the next Wizard King. And this. He lightened up his thumb with his flame magic and placed it onto his forehead, making a diamond-shaped tattoo, the Vermilion's personal oath. This is the mark of my oath. Yeah. I don't really get it, but it looks like you're worthy to be my rival. Asta stated with a smile, before tilting his head in confusion. So, who the heck are you, anyways? What? Leopold shouted incredulously, getting a few laughs from the others. How? How could you still not know who I am? Ha ha ha. Only you, Asta. Only you could do something and say something like that. Akira cackled. I only remember people who properly introduce themselves. Asta pointed out. Regarding the point, Leopold grunted in acknowledgement, if though reluctant. All right. I am Leopold Vermilion. We're going to be friends, so call me Leo. Why, you're moving way too fast. I don't want to hear that from you. Unknown to them except for Akira, inside the medical ward, Fuegoleon, while still unconscious, he could feel like his brother was with good people and smiled, knowing by feelings that Asta and Leopold's bickering will grow up into a new friendship and rivalry that Leopold needed. While that done, each member of the Magic Knights returned to their respective headquarters to rest. Unknown location. Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! Damn it all to hell! Rades raged, destroying another stone pillar in anger. They hurt. They hurt. My wounds hurt. That stupid little brat Asta and the other fucker. I'm going to kill them, no matter what. I'm going to gather the ultimate army of the dead. That anti-magic kid, Asta. And that infinity magic guy, Akira. Sally hummed, standing behind a pillar, peeked out to give him a flat but with a smile stare. You can't kill them, Rades. I want to tinker with them while they're still alive. What? Rades growled incredulously. Not to mention, I already treated your wounds, so there's no way they'd still be hunting. Sally pointed out, regarding the now scarred face of Rades. Shut up. They still ache. I saw those brats first. Hands off, Sally. Can't hear you, can't hear you. The mad scientist parroted childishly while covering her ears. I hope I see you again soon, Asta, Akira. TCH. My, it seems that you lots had your time to play around. A male deep voice drawled out. The two turned to see one of their comrades walk toward them. Despite the danger, the two were known, but he dismissed them as children. They couldn't see his face as it was hooded with their uniform and robe, covering most of his face. Sally seemed to be encountered someone or two interesting. Don't creep me out, you old fuck. You didn't do anything at all while we did all the work. Rades snarled. I assure you that I have done things behind the scene. The man drawled out, unimpressed by Rades' action. While you can play with your little toys, I prefer subtlety and finesse. Chi, whatever you say, you bastard. Rades scoffed with a frown. But still, I'll have them just before she gets them. I'll use them both as my special corpses. Ha 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 ha. He laughed dangerously at the heavens. You both make me sick. Sally already left Rades and got into her little lab. Fidgeting medical gears, her chemistry and her inventions with a dangerous glee as she began experimenting with something new. For the next time I see you, Asta. Akira. I'll use the little samples I got while you two were in the jail, and research. She cackled maniacally. Oh! In another room, Valtos stood before his master about their casualties. I couldn't say George and Catherine. Valtos informed his master, kneeled down. Those two have big egos, but they worship you. They won't give them any information on us. Patali with Lick's name, looked over Fuegoleon's pendant before lowering down and glancing at Valtos over his shoulder. That's not what I'm worried about. As long as they're alive, I will save them, no matter what. He then demonstrated his dried-up right arm. I thought I had dodged it, but I seem to have taken a little of the attack. Magic that accelerates time, and drastically. The Wizard King. As expected, he has phenomenal power. But we will build up our strength and defeat him. In order to get our revenge and establish a new country that will be ours alone. Lick walked toward the edge to see the vast numbers of their cause with eagerness. Valtos watched in admiration of his leader before a thought struck him. If I'm allowed to speak, may I ask a question? Yes, Valtos, what is it what you need? Lick said, giving him his back to see. Back before you defeated Fuegoleon, why did you leave the other? Valtos thought that his question was rude as the long pause made him nervous. Did he struck and ask something he shouldn't ask? Or did his curiosity win over him? I understand your question. His leader replied, which made Valtos inwardly sigh in relief. I would have simply finished him off when I got the chance, but I felt the need of having him alive for a moment. Call it nostalgic. Nostalgic? Valtos wondered what was he talking about, but those thoughts were erased as he believed that his master had some kind of plan. With that, the two members of the Eye of the Midnight Sun continued with their plans to overthrow the kingdom. Clover Kingdom. Akira's POV. Misters and Miss Magic Knights, thank you for saving me. The child that Asta had protected from Rades thanked us with a basket full of cupcakes, and Nero sat on her head. No problem, Asta said and gave her a thumb up. I just did the obvious thing, Noelle stated in embarrassment. Not the honest one, I see. I chuckled. Shut it! This is to thank you. I made them myself. The child gave us the basket. Oh! They look great! Asta gaped at the different kind of colors in the cupcake. Yum! Thank you very much. She bowed politely before making her way to her house. Bye, now! Nero changed seat with Asta's head, and I was about to grab a treat from the basket, before a hand appeared from somewhere and snatched the basket. "Hey!" I yelled at Charmy, of all people, munching on one cupcake without warning. "We earned them, you damn bottomless pit." "So good!" Charm swooned in delight at the taste of the chocolate cupcake she just eaten. "I was going to eat that." Noelle blinked in confusion and unnerved on how she took our cupcake rewards like nobody's business. "Why? Are you here, Charmy-senpai?" Asta finished in the same state like her. "Where the nummy things are, there I shall be. La, la." She sang childishly. "That does explain a lot." I deadpanned, still mad about the cupcake. Although, I should have known better because she was under one of the many tables of food that we ate before the invasion. EEH. The two others gasped in surprise at the revelations. More importantly, have a bite. La. La. Charmy offered 2 cupcakes to Asta and Noelle. You know that she gave those to us, right?" Asta pointed out skeptically. "Don't sweat the details." Charmy shrugged him off. "Come on. They're delicious." Thanks." Asta said unsurely, receiving a vanilla-flavored cupcake. "I guess I don't mind having one." Noelle hummed, receiving a green tea-flavored cupcake. "Fine." I grumbled, accepting a caramel-flavored one. "But I want reimburse on food the next time you do this." Each of us took a bite on the cupcake and then got mesmerized at the flavor. "It's good," Asta said, getting another bite of it. "What a surprise." "It's actually good." Noelle gaped. "Oh yeah, this is the stuff." I drooled, savoring the delightful flavor on my hands. Charmy then began singing in her style, ing around the basket. "You seem to be in an unusually good mood." Asta pointed her out. "I had a fateful encounter." Charmy answered, in a sing-song tone. "You're probably too young to understand." Asta and Noelle were confused on what she meant, but I knew better. Also, isn't she like 19 years old? Yuno is much younger than her by 4, since I recall that it is yet Asta and Yuno's birthday, but I don't know how this world works with the polygamy shit. "By the way, how did you get into the castle?" Noelle asked curiously. "Like this." She demonstrated the advantages of the cotton magic by engulfing herself with her own magic, shrinking herself into a tennis ball size and hiding inside Asta's hood. "Seriously?" Asta gasped in shock. "Huh, interesting way of using it." I hummed in appreciation. I glanced at Noelle, who looked more shocked at the way Charmy used her magic. And maybe thinking, is her magic actually really amazing? Asta then noticed a group walking on the other side and recognized them. "Hey!" The group noticed Asta's voice and came to see us, which were the Golden Dawn, only the members that Yuno was part of. "It's Asta, Akira, and Noelle," Klaus said in surprise. "Asta-san." Mimosa waved her arm in greeting. Logan waved a hand to me with a wincing expression. I didn't know what happened to him when I was fighting of the Eye of the Midnight Sun, but I think that he was okay and waved him back. "Have your wounds fully healed?" Klaus asked worriedly. "I asked you that before, didn't I?" "I'm fine, like I said before," Asta replied loudly. "It would take more than that to kill us." I added. "Yuno, I heard you took down the enemy like it was nothing, you jerk face." Asta bellowed just as Charmy hurriedly got out of Asta's hood to swoon on Yuno. "Jerk face?" Yuno wondered, lightly amused on his childhood's vocabulary. "My meal-saving prince." Charmy gushed lovingly. "Hey, Yuno! Greet me properly, you jerk." I shook my head with a grin. "Hey, Asta, no need for insults." "Hey, Yuno! I hope you gave that witch her lesson." Charmy looked at us in surprise. "Wait, you two know my prince?" Ignoring her words, Asta continued bellowing at him. "Don't get a big head just because you took one down. Courtesy makes the world go round. Yuno stepped to look at us better, which confused his teammates completely. Yuno-san? Mimosa asked curiously. He opened his grimoire and a wind hawk hovered next to him. Before anybody could ask, he sent it to us. Huh, it seems that he got his fairy and boost up. Nice. But my eagerness to see his power wasn't shared with Asta and Noelle with the shock those two were wearing while Charmy looked like love had struck her. Recuperating his composure, Asta took out his Demon Slayer sword and leaped toward the hawk. Oriaya! And instantly cut it down as the dust blew everywhere, knocking our hair backwards. From the other side, I noticed that the Golden Dawn wasn't expecting this power from Yuno. Huh? Was that too much? Yuno wondered, and if I had to guess, he said it not so innocently. What do you think you're doing, Yuno? And of course, Klaus made a big deal of it. Is he stupid? Was he actually trying to kill us? Asta demanded incredulously as he sat down with Noelle, who was scared and shocked by Yuno's power. And of course, the idiot I was, I laughed. Fahaha. Yuno brought out his new sense of humor. Asta. I needed as much looking on the bright side instead of breaking down like a baby. Did he just lost his sense or something? I heard Noelle mumbling under her breath. Before I could point her out, the scattered wind began forming into letter. See ya, Shrimpsta. I read aloud. Obviously, Asta didn't like the comment at all. Who are you calling Shrimpsta, Yuno, you jerk? He shouted angrily with a raised fist. Come down here and fight me right now. Yuno, coolly, retired from our sights, which infuriated Asta more. Don't you dare ignore me and leave. Ah, the ferocious storm of love. Charmy gushed, falling back with a pleasant expression. I glanced at her, wondering how the hell she would fall for Yuno because he saved her food. I wonder if she would fall with anyone that saved her food like Yuno did. Well, she could have defeated Catherine with her cotton magic with ease, as that old hag was weakened and only depended on stealing mana from others to be stronger and younger. Speaking about magic, maybe there would be a way for me to use her attribute. So I crouched down, I still don't know how small she is, and tapped her head. Cotton magic, attribute added. Charmy-senpai, still going to ask you, but why did you came here when Captain Yami told you specifically that you won't come here? I asked innocently. Don't worry about it, she proclaimed casually, surprising me of her attitude. Captain might say lots of things, but when he knows what I did, he'll let me off. I raised an eyebrow skeptically but shrugged, knowing that it was only an excuse to get her attribute. Well, if you say so. Ignoring me is the worst thing you could do. Asta continued, barging his teeth at the disappearing Golden Dawn. You know they aren't going to stop to hear you, right? Yuno, you jerk. And he's ignoring me. I deadpanned. Still, Yuno got stronger and the others are safe and sound, except for Captain Fuegoleon. Maybe I should start using drastic measures to train. Oh. Third POV. Hey, wait, Yuno. Klaus said as they caught up with him, but he continued walking toward their headquarters. Yuno's magic has gotten much stronger. What could have happened in such a short amount of time? He wondered inwardly, adjusting his glasses. Asta-san, I'm going to get stronger, so the next time we meet, I'll be able to fight alongside you. Mimosa vowed firmly before reddening slightly. And then. While walking, Logan looked over her shoulder at the Black Bulls one last time before looking forward with determination. Akira-kun. I don't know how I'm going to tell you that I'm a woman. But when the time comes, I'll be proud of myself to stand alongside you as a woman and a strong magic knight. No matter what happens to me. Oh. Akira's POV. Asta stopped shouting at Yuno as we saw them gone, but instead of being mad, Asta was grinning. I guess we'll just have to fight when we both get a lot stronger. I'm not going to lose, Yuno. The stronger you become, I'll get even stronger. I glanced sideways to see Noelle was smiling, knowing that she was also going to get better for the sake of being proud of what she is. I should start giving her some tips about magic training when I get the chance or so. But for now, I was proud that Asta remained strong with his ideals and beliefs to become stronger. Clover Kingdom, Black Bull's headquarters. As soon as we arrived our home, we decided to take a breather from all the shit we've been through. While resting, it seemed that both Magna and Luck returned from their mission, oblivious of what happened at the capital. "Welcome back, Magna-senpai, Luck." Asta greeted at the returned members. "Man, I'm so exhausted from my mission." Magna sighed wearily. "So tired." Luck agreed. "However," Magna shouted in an overdramatic tone, "we got recognized for our deeds and got a star." He demonstrated by showing us their earned star and Asta looking at it excitedly before getting irritated when Luck got too close to him. "Not so close." "That's right, Magna," Luck said, putting an arm over Magna's shoulder in a friendly manner. Out combo attack, the crackling Magna Typhoon, was amazing, wasn't it? "We're never doing that move again," Magna retorted, irritated that he was used as the main medium. "I'm gonna keep on showing the other Black Bulls how it's done." "Asta, my time has arrived. Make sure you keep up." "Yes, sir," Asta replied before sobering up. "Oh, by the way, Magna-senpai. What's up?" They were so impressed with what I did during all the trouble at the capital that they made me a third-class junior magic knight at a special awards ceremony. He informed them, quite proud of his action. "What, /huh?" Both exclaimed in surprise, before Magna tilted his head in confusion. "Wait, what's a third-class junior magic knight?" he asked to his companion. "No idea." "What?" Asta shouted, dumbfounded. "And why are you two both surprised?" I deadpanned, sitting comfortably at the couch as I looked over my grimoire. "Have you guys been magic knights all this time without knowing what that is?" Yami remarked incredulously, sitting up and exhaling his smoke. "It's a magic knight rank. And since you guys haven't changed since you all joined, you're still 5th class magic knights. Better start showing Asta some respect." "What, /huh?" Akira became a 2nd class junior magic knight for bringing information of the terrorists and even managing to hold his ground against odds that he would have probably died, protecting those that were out of commission. "Huh. While I could appreciate that I had done those things, I have almost died 2 times since I became a magic knight. I feel so frustrated by it and I couldn't prevent Fuegoleon's near-death situation even with me." Before I could continue with my pessimism thought, I felt a heavy hand planting on my head. I looked up to see Yami staring at me blankly. If I noticed a slight sympathy in it, he would absolutely lie, and said, "Don't get frustrated, you only need to get better and do it right. That is why some of us train to get somewhere. And don't be so gloomy about Fuegoleon, he knows best and is going to get better." I sighed wearily, getting what he was saying. "Yes, Captain, I'll keep in mind the next time. And, by the way," Yami added, looking at the 2 recent comers, "Charmy became a 1st-class junior magic knight." "On your knees, bitches." Charmy cackled victoriously. Asterisk, author's note, on the manga, Charmy says "on your knees, bitches," while on the anime, she says "on your knees, inferiors." The manga sounded more of her character, so I chose that. Asterisk. "What?" The 2 of them shouted in disbelief. "Make sure you follow me, you inferiors." Apparently, they were impressed that she captured one of the rebels. Yami shrugged indifferently. "Looks to me like she was just trying to beat her up, though." "Worship me." Charmy then began dancing in a weird manner which irritated them both completely. "What's that weird dance?" Magna groaned in frustration, which was working just fine. "This is somehow very infuriating." Luck agreed. "Anyway, well done, kid." Asta then started to look worried. "But Captain Fuegoleon, as I said before, who do you think you're worrying about, punk? That hot-blooded king of seriousness won't die that easily. I bet he'll come back even stronger." I grinned when that image formed on my head. Yeah, imagine if Captain Fuegoleon formed an arm of flames. That would be so cool. Asta immediately nodded in a new vigor. Of course. All right. I'm going to train even harder and get stronger, too. Asta was about to leave to train. No, you're gonna rest. Before stopping and looking incredulously at Captain Yami. Huh? Asta. I groaned, feeling the pain all over my body. We just came back from a near-death experience by a crazy scientist, mad necromancer and their bunch of friends, and you want to train. Dude, at least let your body recuperate before training again, would ya? Yeah. You need to take a break. Noelle agreed. You too, Noelle? Goodness. How stupid are you? Noelle asked incredulously. You want to know it alphabetically or chronologically? I snorted, getting back at my grimoire. A break. Asta mumbled as if the word was foreign to him, to which was sad. A break? And someone decided to pop out from somewhere with his spatial magic, with eagerness. You're getting time off, Asta? Then let's head to a mixer. He offered. Huh. Noelle was surprised at such offer. A mixer. Asta was also surprised by it. You get to work. Yami stated sternly. I'll set everything up. Finral said, either ignoring or oblivious of what our captain told him just moments ago. Hey, Akira, you want to join? Pass. I just told you to get to work. Yami growled. Things are getting busy. Finral chortled, eager for the mixer. I'll kill you. Wait, do you want to come too, Captain Yami? I pinched the bridge of my nose, thinking on how the mixer would go now. Chapter 21, A Date of the Year. Third POV. Clover Kingdom, Black Bull's headquarters. It was a beautiful and peaceful day for the people of the kingdom. Over the roof of the infamous Black Bull's headquarters sat Finral, the spatial magic user of the squad. Finral looked troubled. It was nothing about work or anything related. While it would trouble anybody with that kind of things, Finral was troubled on one thing. The third member of the mixer he planned. What should I do? What should I do? He thought worriedly. When I set this up, 3 girls agreed to come, and that's great. The more girls, the merrier. But the problem is who else I'm going to bring. Asta's a delight, so I'm bringing him for sure. Akira isn't a bad choice, but he already rejected my invitation. I just need one more. With no other alternative, he popped a portal and hopped over it, with the quest of looking an additional member. First choice, Magna. It wasn't so hard to find Finral's first candidate, Magna. He needed to look for someone shouting outside, and he indeed found in training. Flame magic, explosive fireball. Magna roared just as he pitched his fireball. Said fireball then made a U-turn, soaring toward its master. Instead of worrying, Magna grinned as he formed a fire baseball bat and swung it. Home run! As for Finral, he stayed hidden not far from his target with a thoughtful expression. Yeah, no. I know there are girls who like delinquents, but... He mused as an imaginary Magna began boastfully showing off his broomstick and the girls feeling disturbed by it. Magna's too much of a delinquent. He'd just scare them off. First choice, Magna, rejected, reason, too much of a delinquent. Before continuing to another candidate, Finral heard something and went to discover the source of it. Once he got there, he saw Ghosh carving on a wood statue that began to look part like his little sister. Second choice, Ghosh. Almost. Ghosh panted wearily, but his eyes gleaming with focus as he was too concentrated on what he was doing that he didn't notice Finral's presence. I'm almost done with my life-size statue of Marie. Yes, the Siscon Ghosh was making a full statue of his little sister, Marie. As he finished, he gleamed in awe at his workpiece. Ah, Marie. It feels like you're right next to me. Ah, you truly are an angel. Finral deadpanned, obviously choosing his decision. Yeah, no. Even if I took him to a mixer. He imagined Ghost showing a picture of his sister to the girls and disturbing them while giving them 100 facts about Marie being the cutest. He'd definitely scare them away. Second choice, gauche, rejected, reason, too much of a sister complex. Without notice, behind Finral, appeared a wild Gordon. Asterisk, I heard that you were having mixer. You want me to come with you? Asterisk, he muttered his offer. He muttered so softly that Finral didn't hear him. Finral gave him a long look at him, unknown of what he said. Yeah, I have no idea what Gordon's thinking, so that's not happening. Third choice, Gordon, already rejected, reason, can't understand anything. Finral returned to the base to look around another member. While walking, he passed through the gym, which Captain Yami had decided to install it even if most of the squad doesn't use it, and took a peek to it. Lifting weight, Finral discovered Gray inside doing his sets. Fourth choice, Gray. Finral remained staring at Gray for a few seconds before continuing forward. Fourth choice, Gray, rejected, reason, he'll be too quiet. Humming quietly while walking somewhere, he decided to think of another member. It might be fun to bring Charmy along, since she's sort of like a mascot character. He mused, considering his choice. Fifth choice, Charmy. And then regretted because of obvious reasons. The mixer would be over in 5 minutes. He groaned, imagining Charmy eating all the food before it began. At least, that's what I assume would happen. Fifth choice, Charmy, rejected, reason, would eat all the food. Maybe I could take Vanessa. Sixth choice, Vanessa. But she's a woman. Sixth choice, Vanessa, rejected, reason, she's a woman. Let's not. Using his magic, he teleported somewhere else which ended up at the ceiling on the male's bathroom. He looked up, down, to see his captain relaxing and tranquil on the hot water. Ha, now this is paradise. He breathed out in relief. Finral watched his captain relaxing despite that he knew that he was ditching his work until he wished to do it. Which means whenever he feels like it. Maybe I could go all out and invite Yami. He mumbled. Seventh choice, Captain Yami. I'm sure there are girls who like older guys. Yami does hate gaudy types, though. And then grimaced when the imaginary Yami began scolding/nagging the girls as if he was their father. Maybe not. He concurred and disappeared back to the portal. Seventh choice, Captain Yami, rejected, reason, would nag a lot. Finral walked outside again before encountering Luck, who was charring off a tree log. Eighth choice, Luck. HM. Luck is decent at the look of the girls, but... He frowned. Maybe because of his personality, he might scare off the girls. Eighth choice, Luck, rejected, reason, his personality would scare them. Asterisk, author's note, this is my fan fiction, so let's put that Akira is better looking than Luck. Maybe. But let's try out this way. Asterisk. Finral grimaced further when the last person he thought about passed through his mind, despite knowing the answer. The only one that I have to persuade is... Akira. Ninth and final choice, Akira. Finral searched for the last person he chose and found him at the living room, reading through a magic-related book on a sofa while Vanessa was found sleeping close to him on a sectional. He knew better to ask him as he had done before and he rejected it. But among all of the members of the squad, Finral thinks that Akira is the sanest person in the group, so he had no choice but to ask him again. Hey, Akira. Finral greeted him, trying to look friendly as possible. What are you reading? Akira perked up to see him. HM? Oh, Finral-senpai. Nothing much. He shrugged before continuing on reading the book. Something about the history of magic and how those ancient magic knights used their spells. You know, trying to come up more of my spells. Although, I have yet to recover from what happened yesterday. Ah, yes, I heard about that. Finral laughed nonchalantly. Good lord that he wasn't present with all those grotesque zombies. Even hearing about it, it made him shiver in disgust. But you know how it is. Akira hummed. Sometimes, shit happens. Well, I wouldn't put it like that. Finral grinned, although the way the language used was not something he was used to. So, Akira brought up, not even looking up to him. What brings you here? Oh! Why, roaming around the base, checking on my juniors and colleagues, the usual. He laughed nervously. There was pregnant pause which made Finral more nervous than before. Before he could try to persuade Akira again, he slowly closed the book and gave him the flattest look he had ever known of. Oh, really? He asked sarcastically, chuckling sardonically. Well, if it isn't anything important, maybe I should go elsewhere and do something by myself, Shit, this ain't good. Finral had nothing to persuade him as he wouldn't do anything for him to take him to the mixer. Unless. I'll wait, Akira-kun. He said hurriedly in slight panic. How about this? If you help me with something, I'll do something for you. How about it? He said, hoping that it worked. And indeed it worked as Akira stopped mid-step and turned around to look at him with a raised eyebrow. Yes, it worked. Anything? Akira drawled, and if Finral hadn't noticed, there was an evil glint on his eyes. Yes. Anything. Finral affirmed, oblivious of his fate. You sure? He asked skeptically. No matter what I ask, you'll do it? Yes. He nodded vigorously. Akira crossed his arms and hummed thoughtfully. And you won't chicken out, no matter what I ask? Of course. You have my promise as a man, he declared confidently. He turned his back on him and Finral didn't know what he was doing, but from what he can assume, he was thoughtfully thinking about his offer. Hopefully, he says yes so I go on the mixer, safe and sound. Finral thought worriedly. Just as his worry peaked over to panic, Akira seemed to make a decision as he turned around to look at him. All right, you have a deal. Yes. Finral jumped in joy with a pumped fist. But. He stopped his joy to look at Akira in worry. Oh, don't worry about it. I'm not going to ask you now. But I'm going to need some proof that you took the promise about it. The last thing you have to do is retracting your own words and the oath of a man, you get me? Yes. All right. I can do that. Finral sighed in relief. Good. He smiled as he took out his grimoire. Before Finral could wonder why he took out his grimoire, it shone onyx black for a moment and a contract with a pen was suddenly summoned in front of him. I need you to sign that contract that you will do something for me when the time comes. And you gave your oath, but we will never know better in the future. You get my drill? Why yeah, sure, so, where should I sign? He asked as Akira pointed where he should write down. Once done, he contract furled up and disappeared like it never appeared. And done! Akira nodded in acceptance before looking at him with a raised eyebrow. Still though, I thought you would have chosen luck as he looked at least, decent. Finral chuckled sheepishly. Well, luck is decent as some others guys, and few women, but let's face the truth, everyone in the squad are a bunch of lunatics in their own way and there is no way that the mixer would last long. Akira hummed thoughtfully before nodding in agreement. I see where it comes from. All right, I'll go get ready for it and see you in a bit, he said cheerfully as he walked toward his room. With him gone, Finral was finally able to cheer. Yes. I did it! And since both Akira is smarter than Asta, he might be able to hold Asta in case that he gets stupid. Ninth and final choice, Akira recruited. Unknown to him, Akira grinned as he faded toward his room and chuckled evilly at what he had done to Finral. Yes, sing your song about victory for now, Finral-senpai. Akira chuckled nefariously, his hands rubbing like an evil scientist. Being desperate to get into that mixer is going to be your fall. And now, I have that oath of yours to do something for me once I think of my plans. Oh. Akira's POV. After taking care of everything for the hygiene, and also dealing with Asta about bathing, we stood at the entrance waiting for Finral. "Alright, it looks like we're all set," Finral declared joyfully. "Should we go dressed like this?" Asta pointed out innocently, talking about our squad robes. "We have to make sure they know that we're magic knights," Finral answered sagely while putting perfume on himself. "Magic knights are the most admired figures in the Clover Kingdom, after all. You do realize that the Black Bulls don't have the best reputation as the others, right?" I pointed out. "Semantics." Finral shrugged carelessly. I stared at him blankly with a twitching eye before pinching the bridge of my nose and let out an exasperated sigh. "Of course." "Got it," Asta said. "Well, let's go," Finral shouted as he opened a portal and we entered through it. "Come on. Hurry on through." As we walked inside, nobody except me noticed one more person jumping inside the portal before it disappeared. Clover Kingdom, Common Realm, Neen. The city of Neen was like seeing Shibuya during nighttime. The streets were busting with people, going somewhere to enjoy their nights and forget about what happened yesterday. "Whoa, this place is cool," Asta yelled in all once we arrived. "No need to shout, dumbass," I chided, chopping lightly his head. I slightly glanced back to see Noelle arrived a few seconds later and then hid behind a barrel. I quickly looked forward before she noticed and walked with the others. Now that I thought about it, it has been a while since I cut loose, but I should be wary on things that would happen. I wouldn't want to repeat like the time with the thief in the black market. But knowing better, there are going to be drunkards and people fighting over meaningless things. Noelle's POV. I'm in the clear, I thought while hiding behind barrels or walls to see what those guys were going about. When I heard they were going to a mixer, I was so worried, I ended up following them. I can't believe this. Why are they going to a mixer? Didn't Akira already rejected the invitation at the start? This is the problem with lowly fool. I then processed what I thought and quickly shook it off in embarrassment. I mean, it's not as if I like that muscle brain shrimp or anything. I don't care who he hangs out with or what happens after that. Wait, who am I even making excuses to? Asterisk, author's note, what at Sundara? She is already talking/thinking about Asta in that way. W asterisk. I'm pretty sure it was somewhere around her. I heard Finral looking around the store before spotting one. Oh, there it is. I read up the name of the store. Pub Mibuo. What a dumb name. I deadpanned before shaking my head. Alright, time to get closer. Akira's POV. The place was quite nice, but not for my taste. I mean, it looked comfortable, but I had yet to know better about various stores in the kingdom. It was the typical large room with a bar at front, many tables and chairs scattered, a chimney, various pictures on the wall or trophies that I think they had bought it, and good atmosphere. There were 3 girls waiting and at least one I recognized. If my memory serves me right, the brunette wearing a pink dress with white clover detailed collar was Erica Sidate, while the blonde wore a blue dress with gray collar was Helene Barbary. Dunno, secondary to minor character might flew past my mind. The one I recognized was wearing a red dress and pink short cape over her shoulder, who was Rebecca Scarlet. Now that I think about it, it has been a while since I last saw her with her little siblings. Yet, I sighed inwardly, knowing exactly that this mixer was doomed to fail, no matter if with my help or not, but at least I got something out of it. Okay. Finral began cheerfully. Looks like we all have our drink, so let's get right to the introductions. I'll go ahead and start. He sat up, brought up flowers from his portal and gave them to the girls. I'm 21 years old and from Tota. I'm Finral Rolacase, the spatial magic user from the Black Bulls. Nice to meet you, he said smoothly, handing them one by one the flowers he brought. Please take them as a token of our friendship. Wow! They're beautiful, Helene said in contemplation. These only bloom at night on Mount Anahu, right? They smell so nice. Erica accepted them gratefully. Thanks. Rebecca muttered, the least interested among the three. I glanced sideways and noticed that Finral looked pleased at his idea worked, well, somewhat. I believe he thought something about hook, line, and sinker and finally getting himself a girlfriend. Still though, would he be able to get a stable girlfriend with that Casanova persona of his? He'll know or sink whatever happens to him. Go on, introduce yourselves, Finral said, getting me out of my thoughts. I looked at the girls and nodded. I politely bowed at them and gave them a soft smile. My name is Akira, and I'm 17 years old. Member of the Black Bull Squad. I have many hobbies, but I prefer doing things like meditation. Nice to meet you. I opened my grimoire and shone light blue. Here are some gifts for you. My grimoire shone light blue and crystal magic, and I created 3 crystal flowers. I handed them individually to them and they were pleased by it, although Rebecca looked slightly interested on it. Oh, that's amazing. I slightly glanced at Finral and he looked in approval at my action. I inwardly rolled my eyes but didn't say anything but gave them a smile. While Finral and I did well on our introduction, Asta looked nervous as in sweating bullets on not knowing what the hell he should do. So I covered him by giving him a light elbow shove as soon as I sat down. Don't panic, Asta, I whispered quietly. Be yourself without being so hard on it. Asta looked at me gratefully, breathed in and out to calm down and began his introduction. I'm Asta. I'm 15 years old. I'm from Hage Village and also a member of the Black Bulls. My dream is to become the Wizard King someday. He nailed it without stuttering, which it was good. But I knew better that the 2 girls, Helene and Erica, didn't seem as sure on such declaration and gave him a friendly, if forced, smiles. Well, that's 2 negative points for them. And if I recall correctly, this was the scene that these 2 mentally communicate each other with their eyes. I don't know how, but I feel like it has something to do with years of friendship, about us, or most likely that we are from Hage, that we are from the Black Bulls, the infamous squad of the kingdom, and that we are younger than them. I don't recall their ages. But I think that Finral knew better their glints and slightly panicked. He quickly tried to save this mixer and sat up while pointing at the girls. Okay. We've introduced ourselves, so now it's your turn, girls. Let's keep things rolling. Yeah. We're passing the baton to you. Erica begun unsurely. We're friends. I'm Erica. I work at a dressmaker shop. I'm Helene, and I work as a hairdresser. Rebecca. I work at a restaurant. Well, their responses were, let's be honest and say that they sounded dull and uninterested at all. Wow, so you all have solid jobs. That's great, Finral said nervously with a forced smile, trying his best to save this meeting. I tuned Finral out as he began sugaring with words and get their attention back. I glanced at them and saw them completely disinterested on us. Fortunately, Finral got into something they would get interested in. You want to hear about the Magic Knights? On that, they did perk up with interest. Yeah, tell us, Helene said. I'd love to, Erica added. That's great to hear. If I knew about Finral's personality, he was inwardly sighing in relief. Well, I use spatial magic to go to all sorts of places. Something I've done recently at my job. He suddenly paused, making them confused at the pause. Yes? Erica wondered. I knew better that Finral hadn't used much of his magic, as the last thing I remember was him sending Captain Yami to the bathroom countless times. Sighing, I decided to help him. You girls remember that the Clover Kingdom was attacked yesterday? I asked them. Yeah, we were lucky that the attack wasn't where we worked at, Helene told us. Indeed. Erica nodded in agreement. Rebecca remained silent. Well, he helped by evacuating the citizens when the terrorists attacked. I lied with a straight face. While the other Magic Knights helped repelling the enemies, there were a few Magic Knights evacuating the people. I ignored the way Finral looked gratefully at me for the save. Oh, that's amazing, Helene said. And brave, Erica added. Why yeah. I helped the evacuation with my magic. Finral laughed, relief on his tone. These two were also part of that incident, but they were on the repelling group. Did they? That's magic night for it. Helene wowed in awe. It must have been scary to fight. Erica shivered at the thought of what she has been told about. Yup. Asta-kun and Akira-kun worked really hard and got promoted, Finral declared. Really? Helene and Erica gasped in surprise. I shrugged casually. I'm just a second-class junior magic knight, while Asta, here, is a third-class junior magic knights. While it's the lowest rank, it won't stop us from growing our rank. You two must be amazing. I immediately grabbed the back of Asta's neck and tightened firmly, making him squeamish. Well, we have some injuries from that time, but it is nicely healing, so there is no need to be worried, I said with a twitchy smile while Asta tried to get out of my grip. The girls didn't seem to mind and were more amused at our action. I noticed Finral sighing in relief for me being here and keeping Asta and I to keep him in place. Not far from us, I noticed that Noelle, disguised as a maid, checking on us. I quickly avoided my gaze when she looked over us. She still thinks that we, or me, hadn't noticed her being here. The mixer was going well for the most of time as I took interest on the girl that Luck was supposed to talk. I see. So you use your wind magic to cut hair. I mused. That's a creative way of using your magic, Helene-chan. Yup. I just go like this. She summoned a pair of scissors out of wind magic and snipped the tip of her hair. Using the bare minimum of your mana, you managed to create a pair of scissors and use it for work. I nodded in appreciation at it. While I wasn't interested on her, she is capable of knowing how to use her magic. I can respect that. Huh? Oh, thanks. Helene blushed slightly at my compliment. Oh boy, he's quite nice and knows how to act like a gentleman by the looks of it. He gives a vibe of being able to protect anyone by standing behind him. I knew better when Luck complimented her about her magic, but I also knew that most common people tend to be self-conscious about their magic and their usage, sans the nobles and royalties. Hey, could you show me your magic, too, Akira? She asked curiously. I looked at her and shrugged, knowing that they think that my magic is crystal magic, as I showed them before. It's better for them to know less about me. Sure, I should make something for you to take. I stood up. Follow me, I need a proper image of you to create the piece. I'd love to. With that, I first left the others, but not for long, as while it would be perfect for me to practice crystal magic, it won't end well the mixer. And I know better that Asta would know how to act. I hope. Oh. Third POV. Well done, Akira. It was the best choice I made to let him come to this mixer. Finral thought, giving the third member of the mixer a thumb up. Now it was his turn. And the sunrise looks really beautiful from there. Really? Erica asked in delight. I'll take you with my spatial magic sometime. Want to go camping with me? I think I might like that. She agreed. Hey, want another drink? Excuse me, could we get another drink? Finral called over the waitress. He's a bit gaudy and not really my type, but he's the best out of the three by the standards. Erica thought, thinking on her choice. He seems like a noble, and spatial magic would be really handy. Plus, he's considerate and kind. Say, want to step out to the patio? Finral asked eagerly, standing up next to Erica. I guess I wouldn't mind. Both of them left the tavern, leaving Asta and Rebecca alone, including one stalking-peeking magic knight as a maid, in an awkward silence. This is so awkward. Asta realized awkwardly. Why does this lady keep looking away and down? Is she mad? Did I do something to make her mad? As Asta said, Rebecca kept looking somewhere but at her date with dull interest, in another word, none. Not good. I need to liven things up. I'm not really sure how, but I have to liven things up. Think Asta. What would Akira do? He panicked before calming himself down and thinking. What's your favorite food? He asked, which got her attention, dull attention. I love potatoes. What he didn't expect was that Rebecca simply sighed before answering him. Listen, you don't have to force yourself to make small talk. This is dumb, she claimed as she took off her hair pendant. Ika told me that I should find a good guy for the sake of my siblings, so I came along. But this isn't the real me, and I'm too worried about my siblings at home. About siblings, that did perk Asta's interest. So you live with your siblings? I have 3 younger brothers and 2 younger sisters. She told him, not understanding why she told him about that. Really? That's nice. Asta answered with a smile which surprised her completely off guard. Oh, I have 6 siblings, too, though we're not related by blood. Akira is one of them, but he isn't my brother or anything, but he likes to act like that when we were together at the orphanage. I'm not with them right now, but they're all a bunch of little brats. They annoyed me sometimes, but we had so much fun. We used to all sleep in the same bed. Now that I'm in the Magic Knights, I get my own room, so it's a little easier, but not having those fidgety little brats sleeping next to me gets a bit lonely, too. He claimed, rubbing his head feeling homesick. Rebecca was surprised at his story that she got hooked up. Yeah. They can be a pain, but it gets lonely when they're not around. She agreed. Exactly. And you can act like a dork in front of your friends, but you always want to impress your siblings. Asta continued excitedly. I totally get that. She giggled, happy to know that they shared the same things. While they chatted amicably about their siblings' relationship, Noelle couldn't understand what they were talking about but felt a tingling sensation on her chest and felt irritated about it. Hey. They're actually having fun. What the heck's going on? She gritted as her trembling hand that was grabbing a plate broke in half. Hey. What do you think you're doing? The manager of the tavern demanded. You just asked for a job out of the blue, so I hired you, but then you blew away some customers. Who do you think you are? Silence, insect. Noelle replied, looking over her shoulder with a dead-ass blank expression like it told him everything. What? Come to think of it, you seem like a big sister, Rebecca-san. Asta pointed out, getting Noelle's attention back to their conversation. You definitely don't seem like the oldest, though. Rebecca joked. I have one brother who's the same age as me named Yuno. Asta answered. But the oldest one is Akira, the guy that was with me. Their conversation was going well, until someone decided to interrupt them. Well. You look like you're having fun, oh great magic knight. A bald-bearded drunken man interrupted their conversation much to their confusion. The drunken man leaned down to see Asta better while having problems with his sight as he was drunk. Aren't you a little small to be one? Are you really a magic knight? If a little twerp like you got in, I could probably get in, too. Yeah, I'm surprised I made it in, too. He chortled. And being out with a flashy little thing like this? I sure envy you. He leered at the woman. Bet you're desperate to catch yourself a magic knight, aren't ya, missy? But then, a glint of recognition passed through his groggy mind and eyes on the woman. Pretty sure I've seen somewhere before. Oh, you're the girl who works at the local restaurant, always carrying a kid on your back and working until you're drenched in sweat. He laughed. Are all those brats yours? That must mean your man walked out on you. No! That was my brother. Rebecca defended herself. Well, then, of course you'd like to get yourself a magic knight and enjoy the easy life. He grabbed on Rebecca's shoulder, hurting her. If you want a man that much, come hang out with me. Hey! Let go of me! Asta was mad at the man that tried to harm someone that he enjoyed to have a conversation with. As soon as he was to deal with the drunkard. Hey! What the hell is going on? Someone roared madly at the man. Every patron and employee, Asta, Rebecca, and Noelle included, looking at the one who shouted to see a magic knight standing at the entrance of the tavern. Akira stood with a disapproving glare with his arms crossed. Huh? And who you are? The drunken man grunted in irritation. Akira raised an eyebrow like the answer was obvious. He pointed at his robe in an obvious manner. Me? Don't you see the robe? I'm a magic knight. And I see someone disturbing the peace that everyone is having just by breathing that disgusting odor you are sharing. He waved a hand over his nose with a scrunched nose before looking at Asta. Seriously, I leave you for a few minutes and troubles love to making our lives worse, huh? Not my fault. He defended. Akira sighed, rubbing his forehead before glaring at the drunk man that stood now in front of him. Anything to say, sir? Yeah, you punk. The man slurred incoherently while pointing at Asta. That kiddo over there thinks that he's hot shit just for being a magic knight. You know that insulting a magic knight is an offense that you are saying while we are continuously defending the kingdom with our lives? Akira pointed out, giving the man an "are you an idiot" look. Also, that kiddo over there is my little brother. And he earned to be here. Ooh, so that kiddo earned his place in the Magic Knight Order. He said sarcastically, ignoring the look that was given. What kind of amazing magic is he capable of, oh Magic Knight? Before Akira could answer him with a snide remark, Asta interrupted. I can't use magic. Everyone processed that information for a moment before the drunken did what everyone would have done, laughing, but everyone else knew better than laughing in front of someone they didn't know if he shared the same problem with the manless kid, but the mind of the drunken man couldn't process that idea and simply laughed. What? A magic knight that can't use magic? What kind of lousy joke is that? He cackled, his breath making his nose scrunch deeper at the inebriated air the drunk man was exposing on his face. The drunk man had raised a finger to point at the said midget, but it was an error on his part when said midget grabbed on his arm and swung him over his shoulder, slamming the man whose size doubled in the kid onto the ceiling. Everyone watched with slack jaws at the strength of the small magic knight while the other groaned with his hand on the bridge of his nose. Damn it, Asta! He grumbled under his breath. The drunk man then regarded the gravity on him and slammed on the ground painfully, having a few unlucky patrons to shout and move aside. Hey, sir! The manager came distressed at the commotion. Asta, Rebecca, you two go. Akira told them without looking at them. I'll deal with the manager and explain him about this. All right. Rebecca nodded immediately before glancing at Asta. Let's get out of here. She grabbed Asta and left the pub. Hey, booze! I quit! Noelle immediately took off her maid outfit and returned to him. What? Hey! The manager shouted at the newly but recently quit employee in distress before feeling a tap on his shoulder. Huh? What do you want? Sir, I would be pleased if you didn't shout at a magic knight, if you would. The young magic knight said, which the manager paled. Don't worry about it, I may be able to explain to you what happened while we wait for the other magic knights. Knowing better than getting into something he would regret, he remained silent and let the magic knight explain what the hell happened in his pub. Oh! Asta and Rebecca got out of the pub hastily with Noelle following behind, secretly hoping that nothing happened to Asta, not that she cared or was interested in him at all. She put herself on a corner and peeked on to watch the two of them, which stopped after leading a few distance away from the pub. Thanks, Asta. I feel so much better. Rebecca said gratefully. Nah. Sorry for ruining the mixer. It's fine, she said before taking a look at him. He's a bit short, but he's actually... Asta and Rebecca met their eyes for a brief moment and Rebecca turned away her eyes blushing for some reason. Asta looked confused on why she did that. Hey, Asta, she muttered shyly. Do you have anyone that you like? She couldn't believe she asked him that and why she had done it, but assured herself that somehow she needed to know if there was a chance of her to get him. Yup, Asta admitted without hesitation. There's somebody I've got my heart set on. What? Noelle screeched inwardly at the confession. Rebecca felt disappointed. I see. I'm sure she's a wonderful person. Asta nodded. She is. We're from the same dash. I wish you both the best. She interrupted him. I will. Asta didn't comment on the interruption but was happy either way. Same? Noelle flustered in embarrassment, half wanting to know what he was talking about before being interrupted, but there was a hint of hope and curiosity. The same squad. Then, could that mean me? No! No! And what if it is? It's not like I think anything of. While Noelle had her own fantasies, Asta was on his own, watching the sky with someone in mind. Sister, we spent so many years together in Hage. Despite what Akira said before, one day, I'll become the Wizard King and come for you. Please marry me then. Just because I'm supporting him doesn't mean I'm going to give up. Rebecca promised herself, doing her best to get Asta's heart. While everyone were on their own thoughts, Asta began realizing something that he was confused about. By the way, what's the point of a mixer, anyway? He asked innocently. What? The two women screamed incredulously at such question. Oh. Akira's POV. HM? You heard something? I asked, unsure of what I just heard. After explaining the manager of the pub about what happened and I had to pay for the damage, although the drunk man also had to pay for breaking one of his tables, I was standing next to a dejected Finral as our two dates were walking away. Helene looked pleased that she was taking a small crystal statue of her home. Apparently he threw some drunkard to the ground. Black bulls are so violent. Erica said. Well, not all of them. I heard from my date that the drunk man was harassing Rebecca and talking bad about her siblings despite the warning he was giving him. He wasn't stopping, so the other taught him a lesson. Helene explained. You say? Erica raised an eyebrow skeptically. But, I don't know what's going on today, let's just go home. With that last remark, they both left us. She shot me down. Finral cried pitifully on the ground. I patted his back. There, it wasn't your fault. Blame the drunken man who decided to interrupt Asta. Though, I have to talk with him about the money he owes me. I growled the last part. Hey, you two! We turned to see Captain Yami walking toward us with a disinterested air around him. Captain? Why are you here? I asked. I was deployed to check on what happened as I was the closest one here. He grumbled, scratching the back of his head. The owner of the place said something about a drunkard making a mess in his pub. Now I have a craving for alcohol. He grumbled the last part, but he had already gotten into our hearing range. Not our fault on that, Captain. I shrugged. The man interrupted the mixer Finral Senpai planned and shit happened. Not much of a surprise. The giant captain sighed. Hey! Raising an eyebrow, watching the other magic knights taking the drunkard away, he looked at the spatial magic user. Finral, I want you help them take him to the garrison and then return to the base, understood? Finral sighed in resignation. Yes, Captain. He mumbled, making his way toward the others. Now. I raised an eyebrow when he looked at me and I couldn't understand his gaze. Remind me again, you created a scythe during the invasion, right? Not understand the sudden non-sequin, I nodded warily. Yes? Yami stared at me for a moment, thinking, I hope he doesn't hurt himself on something before coming with a decision. Right, follow me. And with that, he began walking somewhere. Shrugging, I followed him behind. I hope Asta and Noelle got away to return home. Now I wonder, how did they return? Oh! We walked for an hour or so until we reached our destination. Despite the late hours, we stood in front of a blacksmith by the name of Wrathforge. I read in confusion at the store name like something alien before looking at Yami. Why are we here? "'Cause I'm going to commission something for you, kid," he claimed before making his way to the door. I watched his back incredulously and confusion. Why do I need something when I can build a weapon of my own like a flame sword or a water whip or something? I then thought in contemplation. Still, as the saying goes, don't look a gift horse in the mouth. Let's see what they are offering. It didn't take long that I followed behind, and had to dodge an incoming hatchet. The sharp projectile stuck on the door with a maddening glint and hastily kept my head down when multiple projectiles kept flying everywhere. "Brat! I hope you scrawly ass brought the money you owe me. You fucking iron ass." The rough voice boomed inside this door, and I didn't lift my head until no more projectile could shank me, cut me, pierce me, or anything that would maim me at all. "Hey there, Chief!" Yami greeted carelessly, despite the projectiles he was dodging, and he didn't even look scared of it at all while I almost shat on my pants because of this. "I brought you a customer for you, and you might like the challenge." The projectiles stopped flying everywhere, and I slightly relaxed at the silence. I got on my feet and was finally able to see the man who kept throwing things at Yami and blinked in surprise. The man was stoic and rounder. He was bald but had a charcoal-colored beard, which I didn't know if it was because of the material he was using or it was natural. He had a tan skin because of his job and had two blue sharp eyes and big round nose. He was wearing the typical attire for a blacksmith, being a white sweat-drenched tank top with a leather apron and different utensil that any blacksmith would use, tan pants and rough black boots. He also had a pair of goggles, think like what Dr. Eggman uses, over his bald head. I could almost think that this man in front of him is a dwarf. Now that I think about it, are there other races apart from human, elves and spirits? Now I'm curious. But returning for the man in front of him, I could guess that this man, dwarf, is who makes Yami's blades or so. Caption? I asked, unsure on how to process this. "Who's this man?" Before the blacksmith could introduce himself, Yami began. "He's the best blacksmith of the kingdom, Durid Ironhand. Just call him Dur." "Only you would call me Dur, you fucking brat. I'm going to strangle unless you have my money." Durid roared angrily, throwing another instrument at Yami, who dodged without concern. And now I understand one of the reasons why Yami gambles all his money. After another minutes of raging on the idiotic captain, Durid huffed, getting his anger out of his system. "All right, Yami, I hope you brought someone making me sweat. I was most happy that the kingdom had someone with dark magic, and got you that sword, but what could a brat like him make me sweat?" I frowned at the brat remark, but kept my tongue tight. "You're just in luck, this brat." My eye twitched at my captain's remark. "Here, I'm teaching him dark magic." One of Durid's eyebrow raised slightly. "Oh? Another dark magic user? If you're asking for another blade, I have more of those at the storage." He was about to walk toward the storage until Yami stopped him. "But you should be more surprised on this kiddo." Durid stared at him in confusion, his eyebrow raised. "Huh? What do you mean? What is so special about this kid, lad?" "The kid has multiple attributes, so having the usual blade that is capable of using only dark magic wouldn't work," Yami said, and if I didn't know better, he would be like showing his prized win on others in smugness. Durid stared at me skeptically. "Really? Show me." Rolling my eyes, I raised both hands. I showed him all my attributes one by one, and each moment, Durid looked shocked and awed at my show. By the end of showing all my attributes, Durid had hung his head low, unmoving. I was at start confused at the silence and then worried when Durid began shaking. Sir? Captain?" I looked at my captain worriedly, only to blink in confusion when Yami didn't look worried at all and he was nonchalantly smoking his cigarette without concern. Before I could say anything to him, Durid had abruptly raised his fists up with a familiar glint on his eyes, which reminded me of Asta. Alas! I finally have a challenge on my hands. Ever since I couldn't persuade that Wizard King to commission him a blade and only do for that brat, I finally got someone capable of making me sweat. Hooray! He roared loudly and I was worried that if his voice would wake up someone. I think even the dead would wake up. Captain? Right, you might not know of him, right? At my shaking head, he continued. Well, as I said before, he is the best blacksmith of the kingdom. I stumbled upon one day and had him commission me one of my blades. He was skeptically about my background before, but after knowing about my dark magic, he got engrossed into making my katanas. And knowing him, you could give him a challenge. I narrowed my eyes suspiciously. Why? I inquired. Yami didn't answer me nor look at me when asked. It made me even more suspicious of him. So, lad. Durid's voice brought my attention to him. I assume that you have some kind of having other attributes as your magic, right, kiddo? That's about right. I nodded in agreement. Right, so I planned on making a blade of yours, but it would take longer than the brat over there. He motioned to Yami. As not only dark magic is rare, but yours is much unique. So I have to make various prototypes to test them before giving to you, all right? Not a problem. I shrugged. Still, there is going to be a slight problem about that. He grumbled irritably. Raising an eyebrow, I let him continue. The brat over there. He growled, glaring at said brat. Owns me money which I need them to buy materials for testing. Without the money, I can't make you the blade for you. And that my mind clicked and deadpanned to Yami. You brought me here to pay your damn debt. The blank look irritated me even more, looking almost innocent. Innocent my ass. Right. I sighed exasperatedly before asking in dread. First, let me ask, how much does it cost to make a blade? Durid brought out a list of paper from somewhere and read aloud. I need at least 7 million yuls to get the materials. What? I exclaimed aloud, shocked at the amount of money. My pay when I was 5th class junior class was barely 150,000 yuls and sent 70% to Hage. That's so fucking expensive. What did you expect, lad? Durid gave me an "are you an idiot" look. Buying materials that are capable of synchronizing with your attribute is expensive. Yami's blade costs at least 1,450,000 yuls. People with one kind of attribute would barely scratch their income and only nobles would afford that, not that they need it because they are so confident in their abilities. But you lad, you are different and I need a large quantity of that material to be able to make various prototypes. I gritted my teeth angrily, holding me back for throttling my captain's neck. Is this why you can't even pay your damn debt? The damn silence was my answer enough. You're lucky that I got money for the reward for the dungeon event. I grumbled, recalling that I had to give to the kingdom most of the treasures we got, but I managed to hold a few coins and jewels in return and also paid us to each magic knights a part of the treasure, mine being much more as I was the one who brought the treasure to them. They almost demanded to give them my infinite storage but couldn't even open or touch when one of the idiots tried to take it off me. His own attribute attacked him and only I could touch it. Fuckers. I counted the money inside the pouch and handed him, kgh, 5,400,000 yuls to Durid. The pain of leaving that much money when I was the one spending on it, hurts. Oh, don't worry about the money, kid. Yami chided, looking so carefree for someone else's money. I'm going to pay you with my training. I don't need to pay you for that. Either way I have to train with you, you Spartanic captain. I roared angrily at him before trying and failing to look angry when I looked at Durid, who pretty much watched us in amusement. How much does my captain owns you? I gritted out, barely holding my anger. Let me see. He hummed thoughtfully while tapping his bearded chin. From what I remember, the brat owns me for his constant repair of his blades for 35 million yuls. Hearing the amount of money he owned, I paled and gaped considerately and the place remained quiet as a burning feeling began boiling inside me. I slowly turned to send a baleful glare at my captain who seen that the wall on the other side of where we stood was suddenly interesting. Twitch. Captain. I said slowly. Yes? Can I ask you a question? Yeah? Can you tell me? I bit out, half restraining my fury and my hands twitching close to my grimoire. Why haven't you paid your debt with your salary? The salary that it is much bigger than ours? The salary that the kingdom pays you monthly? He drawled out pathetically, scratching his cheek, and if I wasn't angry and paid more attention I could have sworn that I saw him sweat a little. But no, that is a wishful thinking on my part. I don't know. Twitch. You don't know? I sighed calmly, one hand rubbing my face, and the other grasping tightly my grimoire. You are an adult, Captain. A responsible adult. I growled. Then why? I bolted up to grab on his collar and shaking madly at him. Why in the 7 hell can't you pay your damn debt? Oh, that's right, you can't pay for shit because you gambled them all before paying your debt. How can someone strong be as dumb as Asta when it comes to money? If you're an adult, be fucking one. I raged on his face, showing that everything my mouth spat was truthful. Sorry. He apologized, not sounding regretful and also avoiding looking at my eyes. Sorry. You're sorry. I ought to strangle you despite I can't strangle your thick neck. I'm going to fucking murder you on your sleep because of this bullshit. Twack! Alright, that's enough. Yami sighed, holding his smoking fist while I was planted on the ground comically. If you simply told me that you couldn't, just say no. Is that so hard? Fucking asshole. I grumbled painfully, my head throbbing. At least the bastard didn't use reinforcement magic on his fist or I would have blacked out instantly. Although, using only his muscles hurts. I felt my ankle being grabbed and pulled me out of the ground. I blinked belatedly as I looked up, down, and saw Yami nonchalantly holding my leg. Don't I weigh you anything? I asked. He shrugged indifferently. No, it's like holding a couple of grapes. I would have laughed at the joke I just made, but it only let out a groggy chuckle. Ha, ugh. Anyways. Durid decided that he should not be ignored. I hope you listen to your subordinate, brat. I can be patient, but you know how much my patience can thin with this delay, am I understood? Yeah, I hear you. He said as he ungracefully dropped me on the ground. Hey, lad, you are with us? Durid asked me while patting on my cheek. Barely. I mumbled, feeling my head rolling in and out. Right, I'm going to use the money to get my materials, and if you think of a design for your blade, just come and I'll listen to your request if I find it acceptable. The blacksmith said. Before I could black out completely, I grinned groggily. Great! And with that, I passed out. Chapter 22, Brotherly Love. It was a beautiful and peaceful day for the people of the kingdom. Even for the people living in the Forsaken Realm managed to live by despite their harsh situation, but the people are strong and manageable. At the Hage village, the village remained in a peaceful environment, and despite that many villagers were having mixed feeling when 3 of the people that lived there were no more. Yuno was the golden egg that they expected to grow out with his wind magic and become a fine magic knight. He was the pride of the village and expected him much. Akira was someone who at first many villagers were greeted with the unknown, as there were rumor that he was someone different. Most likely because of his clothes and things that a few villagers managed to look as he showed them to the orphans at the church. But those thoughts weren't needed when he began to help the village with a few of his ideas to grow out and was friendly to others. And lastly, the kid that annoyed the most but now felt like something missed in their life, Asta. If there was an adjective or two that represented Asta, would be annoying, loud, stubborn, and more. But what got their attention the most was determined to become a magic knight. They already knew of his lack of magic, but nevertheless he was able to become one, and that is something that surprised them the most. In any case, it seemed that there was a future of prosperity for the village unto them. Speaking of them, the people that held those 3 together appeared with good news as Lily entered the church holding 3 letters and packages. Father! They sent money again this month. Oh, great! Orsi smiled gratefully. Are they doing well? Nash asked. We'll be able to eat lots of food again. Rixa said. Yay! Aruru and Hollow cheered. What's wrong with potatoes? They are good too, Orsi stated incredulously. But father, Akira and I told us that eating nothing but potatoes would be unhealthy. Rixa supplied. I said before that both Asta and Yuno ate only potatoes and they had grown much. Orsi defended. Well, except one. Nash muttered. Everyone. Lily interrupted them to bring out the news. Apparently Yuno became a first-class junior magic knight. Nash looked awed. That's awesome. It's only been 2 months since he joined. Yuno is the hope of Hage. Orsi praised, crying joyfully. What about Asta and Akira and I? Aruru asked. Well, for Akira, I think that he would do his best and become at least the same as Yuno. Orsi assumed on the eldest child they had. But I'm sure for Asta, he is trying too hard and being a burden to everyone. Asta, you can come home at any time. Let's see. Hello, Sister Lily, brats of the church, Father Orsi, and Mayor. Lily began reading Asta's letter before gasping in surprise. Asta's also become a third-class junior magic knight. Huh. What about Akira and I? Rixa asked, still surprised about Asta's rank. Lily read anew and blinked in surprise. Oh my. He also made through the ranks and became a second-class junior magic knight. Awesome! Hollow gasped in awe. I see. I guess Asta and Akira and I are working hard too. Nash thought with a smile. I expected Akira becoming a magic knight, but to think our Asta is finally. He breathed out proudly, his hands held together like praying. Kids, stay healthy, and do your best. Clover Kingdom, Royal Realm, Golden Dawn's headquarters. At the famous headquarters of the Golden Dawn, Yuno was seen walking alone through the halls, minding his own business, before being called by his senior Klaus. Yuno, I heard you moved up to first-class junior magic knight. He said, both Mimosa and Logan standing between him. Congratulations. Mimosa smiled. You deserve your promotion. Logan nodded. It's no big deal. Yuno replied. Exactly. We wouldn't want you to get cocky. Klaus walked straight to Yuno. I still far surpass you in both rank and experience. With such words, the mood got tense and the two behind Klaus wouldn't know what he was getting at by declaring that statement. Klaus-san? Mimosa asked in confusion. Take this. Klaus suddenly handed him a bag of coins. A little gift from your senior in honor of your promotion, he said before walking away without looking back as he adjusted his glasses. You sent all of your pay back home, didn't you? Klaus-san is so shy. Mimosa remarked softly, standing next to Yuno. For someone who acts stern, he's a softie. Logan snickered. Yeah. He was so happy when he heard you had been promoted that his glasses were sparkling with joy. Mimosa added. Logan shrugged. I may have underestimated how much Klaus-senpai feels to his juniors. I can work with that. The three watched as their senior made his exit in a coolly manner. It's a bit smothering, Yuno finally said, giving a small smile. Clover Kingdom, Common Realm, Black Bull's headquarters. Meanwhile with the Black Bulls, each member was standing next to each other, just in front of the Yami. Alright, all eyes up here. We just got paid, so no work today, the captain declared. Yeah. Everyone obviously cheered. Alright. I'm gonna train real hard. Asta began doing push-ups without warning. You realize that Captain Yami told us to rest, right? I deadpanned at my energetic friend. Let's drink. The night's still young, Vanessa said as she held a glass of wine. But you're already drinking one. And it's barely noon, I pointed out. Time for second breakfast. Charmy munched on her cupcakes and drank tea. We just ate. I'm gonna hit on all the girls. Finral said joyfully, his previous depression popped out like nothing happened. Ocean girls? Mountain girls? All the girls meet. Me! By the way, Gauche, good job handling that many guys yesterday. Yami said to the Siscon wizard who was apparently nosebleeding at the picture of his little sister. Today's my sister's birthday, so could I have the next year off until her next birthday? He asked. No. I'm so bored. I wonder if anyone will attack the royal capital again. Luck wished, doing 1-2 punches on the air. With one was enough. I grunted. Hey! Maybe I'll attack it. He suggested happily. Hell fucking no. That's a bigger no. Yami agreed. Asterisk your luck with money goes up if you polish gold, asterisk Gordon muttered as he was polishing his coins. None of these guys intend to work at all. Noelle rolled her eyes. Can't always work 24/7, maybe Asta would do, but the point is, we need a rest after the shit we got during the invasion, Noelle. I huffed, shaking my head. She huffed reluctantly but nodded. Maybe. Cotton creation magic, sheep cooks. Charmy summoned her herd of cooked sheep. Just as everyone expected Charmy to summon her cooks to make something for her, most of us were confused at the unappetizing and familiar ingredients of these dishes. Time to eat! While I grimaced at the food, Asta seemed to have a different reaction. Wow! You've got potatoes! I procured the local specialty from my meal-saving prince's hometown, Hage Village. Dig in, everyone! Charmy said. Thanks! Asta shouted before shoving the familiar food onto his mouth, relinquishing the nostalgic taste. So good! While I understand the nostalgic feeling, there is no need for crying. I deadpanned, preparing jars of water for everyone. Yami looked at the dishes before taking a bite. It's so dry. Must be full of fiber. Vanessa, Magna, and Luck stared at the dishes for a moment before wearily taking a bite of it, and their reactions were understandable. It's so flaky. Luck said, his expression not even changing in the slightest. That is why I prepared these for you and everyone else. I procured to hand them a big jar of water on each member. Thank you, Akira. Magna said before gulping his water. Thank you very much, Akira-kun. Vanessa agreed. I looked at Gray, who stared momentarily at the potatoes before shoving a small bite and breathing out steam out of his mouth. I silently left a jar of water next to him, or her, whatever. My love for my meal-saving prince provides the best seasoning. Charmy sang, delighted of the dishes. Gauche ignored the food and retired himself to provide his little sister a few gifts. All right! Finral shouted. I'm gonna get all the cuties dash. Finral was stopped when he felt a familiar thick hand landing on his shoulder. Hold it. Oh, right. He grimaced, expecting something from our captain after paycheck day. You want to do some gambling, so you want me to take you into town again? No, before that. A dangerous growling coming out of his stomach had us knew what was coming. Not sure if it's the fiber working, but I'm about to hit my limit right now. That is the one limit you may not hit. Finral shouted outrageously, shoving Yami into his portal to a bathroom, hopefully. Evil, begone! It didn't take long that we left the food unfinished, leaving the rest for Charmy and Asta, as our two merry members of Hage were outside of the headquarters. Hey, Akira! Asta called out for me when I decided to meditate or rest on the open air. What do you need, Asta? I asked, knowing what was going to happen if the journal I kept reading before sleeping goes by. And I noticed Noelle hiding behind the walls, close to our position goes by as she didn't know what to do with the sudden break. I know this is a short notice since Captain Yami gave us a break, but could you drop me off somewhere with your magic? He asked. I pretend not knowing something and raised an eyebrow. Couldn't you ask Finral or Magna? He shook his head. Nuha, Finral already left and Magna decided to take his break on his modifying his broom, so I don't have anyone to take me. I crossed my eyes and hummed. That's too bad. I lamented dramatically before shrugging. Welp, I had nothing better to do, so where to? To Neen. I glanced back and opened my mouth dramatically. Oh! That place we went before, that place where Finral took us, the place where we went to that mixer. I quoted that funny scene of that cartoon except changing a few words. Unfortunately for me, Asta didn't get the reference. Yes? That place. Did you hit your head or something? He asked, tilting his head. I sighed, saddened by the lack of reaction. No, Asta, just recalling a few culture references. Okay? Whatever, let's go. I rolled my eyes at his eagerness, but before I could open a portal, I glanced back to see Noelle panicking. Giving her a bone, I called out for her. Hey, Noelle, what a coincidence. Do you want to join us? Noelle faltered when she was discovered but put up her act. And why would I want to go? It's not like I have nothing better to do. Despite her words, she was internally wanting to know. That's a lie. I do want to know. I looked back at Asta. No problem then? He shook his head with a smile. None. The more the merrier. Noelle grunted reluctantly, thinking being staying at the HQ while being wondering what he was doing or coming with us. Fine. I don't have anything else to do either way. She sighed in defeat. I nodded. Okay, let us go. I opened a portal and we hopped into Neen. Clover Kingdom, Common Realm, Neen. Thank you all passenger for taking Akira's quick getaway, have a nice day. I droned with a steward's tone as we got into the city. What are you even saying? Noelle asked. Nothing. I said, looking at Asta. We're here, so where to? If I remember correctly, it's that way. Asta pointed somewhere. You lead and we follow. I conceded. All right. He began leading us from where we arrived to Rebecca's place. Surprisingly, it didn't take long for us to reach at her place, or more likely the place she worked at. Hey! Rebecca! Asta called out the redhead as we saw her with her siblings together. Oh, Asta! She said, delighted to see Asta again while lifting a barrel. Welcome! Just give me a moment after I move this. Leading the barrel elsewhere, she returned to introduce her family. These are my siblings. Luca, Cole, Marco, Jin, and Pim. Asterisk, author's note, for those who doesn't know it, Luca is the second older of the family and is female, though the name is confusing. Pim is the baby of them and Marco is the second brother. I put Cole and Jin as non-canon names since it wasn't mentioned before. The first male sibling and the youngest sister. Asterisk. Hello. The Scarlet family greeted us. Hello there. I greeted back. Rebecca recognized me. Oh, you must be the guy Helene was with. Yeah, sorry about that. Our senior needed someone to go with him and we somehow got recruited into the mixer. I laughed, rubbing the back of my neck. Rebecca then glanced at our third member and blinked in surprise. Who's she? She's Noelle Silva and she's our squad mate. I told her. I could feel the tension between the women as they stared at each other, like trying to measure each other. Is she who Asta is interested in? Rebecca wondered inwardly. So she's also interested in Asta? Not like I'm interested in him at all. Noelle thought. So, Rebecca began. What brings you here? Well, I told him to bring me here to play with your siblings. Asta explained, pointing at me. He tagged along with Noelle since our captain gave us a break. Oh, okay, kids play with Asta and the others. Yes. Not far from us, we noticed a familiar, for me, girl shyly peeking out of a corner. While I may regret it later, I don't think I'll have a problem right now. Hey there! Wanna play too? I asked. The little girl hesitated. See, can I? Sure. Asta agreed instantly, giving her a friendly smile. The more the merrier. I'm Asta. And you are? I'm Marie, she said shyly. Marie Adler. While I left Asta to play with her, I showed them my magic to them. I had worked on my compound magic to combine ice magic to make the body and later using transformation magic its appearance. A puppy! Luca and Pem gushed at the petty dog as they began playing with it. Rebecca was amazed at my magic. I didn't know you could do that. I thought your magic was crystal. Well, my magic is unique as it is called infinity magic. So I can use many of them. I told her, knowing that she was simply a civilian and wasn't a spy or something. You don't say. After playing with them more, it looked like we stayed all day and it seemed like it was darkening. Asta seemed to be playing happily with Marie while we remained watching them. The kids were cheerful while the teens were amused. Noelle stole glances at Rebecca as she was uncomfortable with the idea of this meeting. Someone suddenly gasped not far from us and we, excluding Asta and Marie, noticed Gauche looking shocked with various gifts of different sizes on him. How do you like that, Marie? Asta asked, unaware of the boiling danger not far from him as he spanned Marie around. This is fun. You're so strong, Asta. Marie laughed. The little ones began asking him to spin them. Asta would have accepted it had not been for the kick he suddenly received on the face. Get away from her this instant, you trash. Ghost shouted angrily, stomping on Asta like an unkillable cockroach. Huh? What? Marie was confused at the situation with the sudden appearance of her brother. Hey, you're my senior with the sister complex who's always getting nosebleeds. Asta said, unfazed on the foot on his body and face. He forgot his name. Noelle and I synchronized our thoughts in deadpan and sweat drop. Don't call me a guy with a sister complex and nosebleeds, meathead runt. I'm stomp you to death. Ghosh yelled as he continued his actions. Though he is in reality like that. I train hard, so you'll have to try harder than that. Asta laughed, not in a mocking way but challenging, but that didn't mean that Ghosh took it that way. He's so annoying. Ghosh growled inwardly as this midget bastard took away his angel Marie. Sometimes I worry about him. I deadpanned. You mean Asta or the other? Noelle asked. Yes. Sorry to interrupt. I was interrupted by Rebecca who looked wary and worried. It was an understandable expression. But who's he? As you can see. I pointed at the continuous kicking and laughing on said scene. He's our senior and Marie's big brother which he got a sister complex. She matched my deadpan expression. Can't say anything since the black bulls are placed with such people. I feel uncomfortable. Make it 2. I agreed. 3. Noelle added. I can't believe that I was put in this squad at all. Don't say it like that when you love us. I snickered. I am not. She retorted, matching an embarrassed blush. Our attention went back to the two comedians which seemed that Ghosh was out of his breath. I'm only able to see my sister, who lives at the church, once a month. Today is the one day that I get to release my pent-up feelings, worship the heck out of my sister, and do all kind of things with her, so why are you worshipping her first, huh? See? You do have a sister complex and a nosebleed. Asta pointed out before realizing something. So wait, she's your sister? Am I the only one who heard the all kind of things out of his mouth? Rebecca asked, slightly creeped out. Nope. I shook my head. I didn't know how to feel with this kind of madness. I shouldn't have known about that. Noelle groaned. Oh, good, then I'm not the only one. Ghosh grabbed on Asta's collar and planted his furious face onto him. Don't you dare point at my angel. He hissed at him. I sighed as I made my way over them and Marie. An idiotic idea, but well, I didn't have to do anything and I wouldn't put Noelle, Rebecca, or any of her family in danger. So I'm the idiot friend that doesn't know tact. Before you kill the idiot. I deadpanned at Asta, who simply shrugged. It's not our fault that she appeared. She looked lonely and we gave her an invitation. Asterisk, author's note, you have to read chapter 186 to understand what's going to happen. Asterisk. The idiotic part of the plan was that I unintentionally touched Marie's head, knowing that nothing would happen, to my grimoire react in a familiar way. I magic, attribute added. Huh? I thought incredulously. And before I could continue with my thought, Gauche ignored Asta to grab on my collar and putting me on the air. Wow, he's strong. Wait a minute, it's not the time to think about that. I panicked, grabbing on his wrists and getting something in return. Mirror magic, attribute added. You bastard. Gauche hissed like a lion who some idiot touched his cubs. I told you two before to touch my dear sister with those filthy hand, huh. I showed you two her picture before to avoid meeting her, but it seems that my warning passed through your thick heads. Hey, I'm to say that I wash my hands wherever I can. I huffed, putting both of my hands on my hips despite my position. I don't care. Also, you can't blame us that Marie wanted to play with us. As I said, she was lonely. Asta barged in. Yeah. We just came here to play with Rebecca's family, and she just happened to be here. Meanwhile, the girls and the Scarlet family gave us a wide berth, uncomfortable with the situation. Even Nero left her nest and landed on one of Rebecca's siblings. Hi. Rebecca said, unsure on how to react. Marco and Jen reacted accordingly by hiding behind Rebecca in fear. That guy is scary. Jen said fearfully. What does he mean by all kinds of things? Marco asked innocently to his sister. Shoo! Man, Marie-chan sure is cute. Asta chided, infuriating Gauche on the way. Whatever happens here, I'm blaming Asta for his stupid shenanigans. I claimed in panic when his grip tightened further. I'm the innocent one here. Of course she is. Gauche agreed on Asta but ignored me. And I don't care what you think. More importantly, why do you have your eye on my little sister? Stop! The angel herself intervened. Please don't be so mean, Oniai-san. I'm going to marry him. She declared aloud. On that, it struck Gauche as he paled completely, his body still and his heart shattered into millions of pieces. He dropped unceremoniously on the ground with a hey, while the girls stared blankly at their new yet young rival. Marry him. What is she spouting about? Noelle screamed inwardly. Gauche looked suddenly gaunt, hearing the dear of his sister declare that this runt would be his husband. His face lowered, shadowing his expression as his body began anew, but not with the love of his sister but with an unholy desire to maim him and dug him to the bottomless pit of the world. I'll kill you. I'll kill you. I'll kill you. He repeated his mumbles as I was closer to him. I could hear him and be perturbed, so I slowly gave him a wide berth, next to the girls. While on the other hand, Asta couldn't. Huh? What was that? Gauche's entire body reeled back with his eyes expressing his undesirable ways of murdering him while having tears and blood on his nose. I'll kill you. Asta screamed as he ran away from the coming murderer while we remained away from them. Gauche raised his grimoire, glowing ominously in indigo. Mirror magic, reflect ray. Laser of light began shooting at Asta as he dodged hastily before being cooked by it. As it was, it seemed that Gauche was indiscriminately shooting around, so I opened my grimoire in retaliation. Water magic, Atlantic Fortress. I shouted as the impenetrable wall formed around us, protecting from the laser. What the heck's up with that spell? Asta yelped as he dodged but stumbled on the ground. I'll kill you. If I had a bucket of popcorn for this show. I chuckled wryly. Aren't you going to help him? Rebecca asked in concern. And leave you all without defense? I replied, giving her an "Are you crazy?" look. Relax, Asta has it under control. Rebecca watched flatly when Asta ducked down and singed his hair. He quickly patted his head before dodging another ray. It doesn't reassure me at all. Oni-san, stop! Marie called out. It sure is noisy out here. An older but firm tone of a woman droned out, getting everyone's attention and stopping Ghost's rampage. We watched as an old nun appeared behind Marie, and I pulled out my Atlantic Fortress, knowing that the danger has passed. I recognized the nun, Teresa Rapuel, Fuegoleon's former magic instructor and former Crimson Lion King's magic knight. I wondered if she was ever a captain in the past. Marie, it's time. We must go back to the church, Teresa said with all the grandmotherly tone on the little child. Sister, Marie said with a smile. Ghost's reaction was unexpected for all but not for Teresa nor me as he clicked his tongue in annoyance. The grandmotherly look disappeared on her face and indifference took over. Oh, so you came, Ghost. You old hag. He hissed back. It's not old hag, it's sister. She corrected him. Marie's about to go on a date with me. Go back to the church by yourself, sister old hag. He retorted angrily. I was surprised at the bluntness and merciless attitude on an older nun. Did he know that she was a former magic knight? Maybe. Not happening. Teresa replied. It's time. You go home, your sister complex punk. In any case, it's not good for Marie to spend time with a guy like you. Your attitude's always terrible. You have mean eyes and a filthy mouth. She stated boldly. Grandma isn't holding back. What did you say, you shitty old hag? He challenged back. See? Filthy. She made her point. Shut up. Die. Ghost walked toward her menacingly while matching his glare, and Sister Teresa returned the favor by glaring back. You've got some nerve, saying that to an old lady who's not long for this world, you fool. She said, dismissing him completely. Yeah, right, dumbass. Says the old she-demon who'll probably live another 100 years. He retorted back. Don't talk to people like they're monster, you thug. Shut up, gangster hag. While amusing but wary that a fight would start, the only idiot that could stop them marched front and intervened in between. Ghost senpai. How can you talk to your elders like that? You shouldn't. Asta said. You stay out of this. Teresa sighed. Anyways, go on home. Let's go, Marie. Oni-san, Asta. See you later. Marie waved at them before following behind. We all waved at her except for Ghost as he looked like someone took his favorite toy away. He fell on his knees in misery, knowing that he missed the chance to have a date with his angel Marie. Marie! He wailed in tears. See ya! The Scarlet family called out. See you later. Asta added. I simply waved at them without looking, as my eyes were deadpanning at the pathetic state of Ghost. I wasn't the only one noticing him as Asta made his way toward him. You okay, Sister Complex guy? I can almost see his soul leaving his body. I thought, sweat dropping. What a weirdo. Marco said, poking the soulless body with a stick. Why don't you come in and have dinner at our place while you wait for him to wake up? Rebecca Friendly offered us. You're welcome to spend the night, if you want. A grin crept on my face and leaned on Noelle. She's taking your man, Noelle. I whispered, which I earned a smack on my head and a reddening blush on her face. He's not. Either ignoring us or not, Asta beamed at the offer. Really? Yeah. Marco agreed. Yeah, come over. Jen added. Well, we accept your offer then. I accepted their offer and preparing for what's coming. And don't worry, I'll help you on the kitchen. I don't look much, but back at the church, I help them eat healthily. Hey! Potatoes are delicious. Asta defended incredulously. Just as dry and unsavory, ugh. I gagged. You can cook? Rebecca asked. Sure, but we'll have to get some of the ingredients on our way if the restaurant you are working on don't have it. I tapped my chin thoughtfully. Don't worry, the larder is always stocked when we got a supple of clients," she assured me. "Well, in that case, lead on." "Oh." After a moment arriving at the restaurant, Rebecca was right. The place was packed and she had her hands full cooking, and I could notice a few waitresses working around, asking for their order or taking said order to them. She made a quick crash course of what they do and I helped her when needed. To tell the truth, it has been a while since I worked out on cooking for many people. Dad had me help Mom when the club needed food with the cooking and we managed. After that, Mom had gave me some tips about cooking and I looked it up by myself, the information, and tried it myself. Hikari always loved when I gave her a bento when she forgot hers. Speaking of forgetting, we didn't forget on taking Ghosh with us when we crashed on the restaurant. Of course, the man looked like death and we left him in a corner alone, still petrified about his bad luck. "Es so good," Asta said, his mouth full. "Isn't it?" Jen asked, proud of her sister. Luca walked toward Nero with a plate full of fruits. "Would you like some Maguro fruit?" Luca asked, placing the plate in front of the bird as she began eating it with gusto. "So fast. All the dishes are so good that I can't put my spoon down," Asta complimented. "It's all right, I guess." Noelle pouted, embarrassed that she didn't know how to cook as she was royalty. "Really? I'm glad to hear it," Rebecca said joyfully by the compliment. "She does know the basics and knows by heart some dishes." I contributed without looking for my work. I should probably teach her some of the dishes. I know that it could be popular. "Yeah. She'll be a great wife one day, isn't it, Rebecca?" Asta added bluntly. Rebecca was taken off guard by that comment and blushed slightly. "It's no big deal." One person I knew wasn't happy with that compliment. "What are you talking about? There's more to being a good wife than just being a good cook," Noelle hissed inwardly. I slightly glanced back to notice the cup of water in Noelle's hands streaming in jealously. Getting a little mischievous, I looked back at my word and spoke. "There is a saying where I come from. The way to a man's heart is through his stomach. Keep in mind about that." I could feel the glare penetrating at the back of my head while I snickered inwardly. I knew better to play a woman's heart, but Noelle needs it to open her heart for others. "A. Key. R.A. You're not helping," said woman growled, glaring her hate at the outsider. Rebecca was brought out of her thoughts when she felt a tug on her apron. She looked down to see Marco. "What's wrong, Marco?" "Sissy, are you going to marry Asta?" he asked innocently. His innocent yet blunt curiosity made Rebecca fluster and somehow choke on her food. "No, Marco. Of course she's not." Noelle growled, unaware that her magic began coursing through the other customer's cup, streaming hotly. I held my laugh as I shook the food on the pan. Still, it was funny how bold and innocent a child could be with their questions. "Why, you idiot! What are you saying, Luca?" the elder sister screeched incredulously. "Goo goo!" Pem, the baby, agreed immediately. I still didn't know if he understood the conversation or did. "Why, you too, Pem. Do you even know what you're saying?" Shaking my head, I glanced at Luca, who noticed me staring at her, and I motioned her to come. She was confused but complied and walked up toward me. Finished with the next dish, I grabbed something on my bag and handed her a pouch of money. "Here's something for enjoying the reaction. There are 10,000 yuls here and it's yours," I told her in a hushed tone. Her face brightened in awe. "Really? Thank you." I nodded with a smile as she walked away happily with the bag of coins. I glanced back to notice Noelle's head resting on the table, looking alike like Ghosh. Dying. But between her soul leaving her body, she was mostly wondering what was wrong. "Thanks, Rebecca," Asta said, bringing my attention to them. "It's not a problem," she assured him. "You played with my siblings, so this is as much as I could give you." Well, since we were staying, I made my work. I cleaned my hands on the apron. Yes, they gave me one before I started cooking, and snapped my fingers, which got the Asta and Noelle's attention. "Alright, people, we'll have a serious conversation after here, so rest now and we'll talk." I gave them my no-nonsense tone, which unnerved them. Asta and Noelle were unsure how to answer to that, while Rebecca was nervous. After closing hours, we went to Rebecca's place and we gathered together, except for the other siblings and Gauche, who still looked dead. "Akira, what's wrong?" Asta asked, worry in his tone. "You've been frowning all night." Despite the attitude, Noelle was a smart girl. "You know something?" I nodded. "Yes." I glanced at the redhead. "Rebecca, I recommend you to sleep with your siblings for the night, lock the door and windows, and hide the key for good measure." I told her. Sure? But I don't get it, why?" she asked. Just do it for the night, please?" I pleaded. Not knowing how to respond to that, she began walking toward her siblings' room. "All right." After she left, I sighed wearily, rubbing my face. "If this doesn't work, we are going to be in a shitstorm." I grumbled. "What do you mean by that?" Noelle asked, dreading for the answer. "Something going to happen just as like Saucy Village." I grimaced. The two gasped. "What is going to happen?" Asta asked in dread and fear. "There are going to be 2 people responsible on the possible abduction on every single children in need for the sake of taking their mana." I told them, which they paled. What? Noelle gaped fearfully. "Why?" Asta demanded angrily. On that, I snarled. "Who else but the Eye of the Midnight Sun, Asta? You remember that crazy girl that captured us with her gel magic?" Asta's nod confirmed his memory. "Well, she plans on making something while taking the children's mana, as they're paying those 2 idiots for the sake of science." "Damn it!" he gritted angrily. "Wait a minute, we're junior magic knights," Noelle stated. "We should probably call someone to help." "But at the same time, they wouldn't believe us for such superstition," I retorted. "And even if they believe it, they would notice right away that someone and pause the attack. No, so for now, we wait, and when they attack, we make our move." Noelle groaned in displeasure. "We make him. Look, I don't like more than you do, but we have to stay vigilant when this attack occurs, so I'll take first watch and after that Asta," I explained. They nodded and made their way toward the guest room while I took a chair and sat in front of the window to see that nothing happened yet. This Pied Piper wannabe isn't at fault but his greed and stupid brother. I so much want to beat the crap out of him before he becomes that abomination. Noelle already went inside her room, and before Asta could, I called out for him. "Hey, Asta. While I'm at it, be careful later," I said cryptically. He blinked in confusion. Okay?" And with that, he went inside to rest. Oh. Many hours later, I watched on my phone to see that it was midnight, and before I could walk to change with Asta, I felt the sky starting to snow. "It's time," I grimaced. Just as I sat up from my seat, I heard screaming from Asta's room and sighed. Well, just in time, I guess. Opening the door, I watched in half amusement as Asta, escaping another effort of Gauche to kill him with his reflect ray, and with a miraculous and dumb luck, it only grazed his nose, which Asta got startled. "Hot!" he's screaming, clutching on his burning nose before noticing the responsible. "Gauche senpai." "Die, Asta." Wait. This is what Akira meant by be careful," he shouted incredulously, ducking another ray going between his eyes. "I won't allow you to marry Marie," Gauche declared with a demonic voice. "I'll make sure it doesn't happen by killing you." "What?" Asta hastily summoned his demon-slaying sword to defend himself. "Kids say stuff like that all the time. Only cowards attack people in their sleep. Except maybe assassins," I supplied thoughtfully. Ignoring that statement, Gauche continuously shot his reflect ray on him, which Asta blocked them. Noelle made her presence be known, maybe startled by Asta's scream. Should we do something? You want to get killed by our sister Complex Senior? I drawled without looking at her. And no. Then don't. I don't care if it's cowardly or not, as long as I can kill you. Gauche hissed as his grimoire began brightening with power, and also, a second Gauche appeared, his feature mixed up like a mirror. Mirror magic, real double. It looked like Asta was panicking for standing against two Gauches and wondering how his magic worked. Your crime. The first Gauche droned. Is the fact that you met my little sister? The second finished. Wouldn't that make most people criminals? Asta shouted incredulously as he began putting more effort on defending himself. Shut up. Die. Both Gauche hissed in synchronization. I was getting frustrated by these idiots and time was playing against us. Alright, that's enough. I groaned. The three of them didn't listen to me and I could feel a headache coming my way. Stop. I told them a second time. And nobody listened to me. Feeling the throbbing on my head, I had enough. Enough. All of you. Asta and the Gauche stopped when I shouted at them and looked at me in surprise. Except for Gauche, the fucking idiot had the gall to glare at me for stopping his murder. What the hell is wrong with you? He growled. Before I could give him my answer, Rebecca had interrupted with a relieved but disturbed expression. Guys! I just came over to get you to know that my siblings for some reason were trying to get the door open or going after the window. I managed to hold them, but I don't know how long it would take. She said worriedly. Were you siblings acting like they were hypnotized? I asked. Maybe. She replied, unsure on her answer. I don't know enough about magic, but I saw snow coming down from the window and we are far away from the season. Snowing? Noelle pointed out incredulously, watching the snow out east. Why is it snowing this time of year? I don't think snow would come right now. This is completely absurd. Sighing, I looked at Asta. Unless it is by magic. Asta and Noelle gaped in realization. Just a saucy village. Noelle mumbled. Alright, Asta, come with me. We are going to get Rebecca's siblings out of their trance. I said as I walked toward their room with Rebecca next to me. Okay. We left the dumbfounded Gauche alone and entered Rebecca's room. Asta, use your sword to dispel the magic. I told him. Asta complied and used his heavy sword to dispel the magic, and we noticed Luca and Marco regaining their consciousness. Huh? What was I doing? Luca wondered. My head hurts. Marco groaned. Happy that the two of them were all right, we walked out of the house to see many parents calling for their children, and the weather became chiller. This is nuts. How can somebody maintain this magic? Noelle said, trying to warm herself with a blanket. It is a work with someone with snow magic and somehow hypnotizing the children with it. I said, looking at the sky. I can barely feel a faint magic coming from the mountain. Maybe the kidnappers are over there. I should probably work more on my sensory magic. Asta came out unfortunately just in time as Gauche came back, emitting his killing intent on him. I'm going to make you bleed. Stop it! Everyone watched as Sister Teresa came, slightly worried of what happened. I knew better. Old hag. The old sister. Asta said. Sister Teresa raised a hand for a peak of snow land onto her palm. I feel magical power in this snow. Magic that can control others, and that only affect children whose magic hasn't matured. I had an incredulous thought when she said that. How did I gain the magic if her magic hasn't yet developed? Those thoughts would be answered later. Now, the children needed us. What? Gauche said, worry slowly bubbling on his tone. And by that you mean that Marie-chan also got kidnapped? I supplied. What? Sister Teresa nodded grimly. Yeah. A number of ours were taken as well. What do they mean to do, taking all these children? We except for Gauche looked at each other grimly. Asta and Noelle already knew by my explanation, but Gauche and Sister Teresa didn't. As much I would like to sugarcoat it, I can't. I began grimly. The people that are gathering the children are intending of extracting every of their mana. And once extracted, they'll dispose them in the cold to die. Sister Teresa's eyes widened slightly while Gauche paled at the thought of his angel Marie being touched by wretches before growling angrily. He whiplashed at the old nun with an angry expression. "You old hag!" He growled, venom in his tone as he grabbed on her collar violently. "How could you let that happen, you stupid old hag? So quick to resort to violence." She droned, unfazed at the violence and collar grabbing. "You really are a failure. If you want to hit me, go ahead. But that won't bring back the children. It won't bring back Marie." "You're right. But I won't feel better until I do," he declared, reeling his fist back. He stopped when he felt a blade nicking his neck. As he glanced the one responsible, he glared at me when he saw me holding my crescent moon of Tsukuyami. "Gauche-senpai, calm the fuck down," I growled, narrowing my eyes. "What is the meaning of this?" he demanded. "An intervention, if you would," I answered frigidly. "I won't ask it twice." "Stand down." Gauche continued glaring at me before reluctantly leaving Sister Teresa alone, for now. "Gauche-senpai." Asta called him out in his usual cheerful manner. "Asta, you bastard," he hissed back. "Oh, come on now, Gauche-senpai." Asta started off calmly before headbutting on the ground. "Just cool down a little, okay?" I made Crescent Moon of Tsukuyami disappear before giving Asta a deadpan. "You sure used your head for this," I said sarcastically. Everyone else reacted in surprise or in silence, letting Asta continue. "A magic knight need to stay calm at all times." Asta quoted Fuegoleon's words. "Well, listen to you." Sister Teresa smiled, visibly recognizing those words from his former apprentice. Gauche slowly got into a kneeled position. "Calm, eh?" "You're right," he muttered. "So you finally understand?" Asta said joyfully at the now calm Gauche. "I'll calmly kill you," he agreed, not as he bled from his forehead. I sighed on the sidelines on how Gauche was acting, recalling his backstory. "I went too far," Asta cried out before being stomped on once again, not that he could feel it at all as the kicks were manageable to hold. "That hurt, you stupid little brat," Gauche growled, once again kicking and stomping on him. "My God, could someone please stop those idiots stalling our time?" I groaned, rubbing my face. Gauche stopped for the moment of killing Asta, but I knew better that he was planning inside his head once his sister was saved. Asta looked like nothing happened, but being stomped and kicked for 3 minutes would make someone sore. As if it was easy. The magic mirror that I have Marie keep with her at all times. I wouldn't be able to transmit to it because of the snow, but if I search for the mana in that mirror, I should be able to figure out where she is. Gauche said. "We know that they're somewhere in the mountains," I supplied. "But we can't check on every mountain. At least we know where they are." "That's good, Gauche-senpai." "All right. I may have figured that out, but I'm still killing you," Gauche promised. "I'll kill you, Asta, while giving thanks." I thought that image for a moment before sweat dropping. That sounds morbid. I deadpanned. "I'm going as well," Sister Teresa declared with finality on her tone. "I'm going to get the kids from the church and the town back." "Old sister, leave this to us," Asta retorted. "No," Gauche interrupted. "As much as it pains me to say it, this old hag will be useful." "Huh?" Asta looked confused. "She's not just an ordinary old lady?" "Nope," I answered. "We are now in front of a former magic knight of the Crimson Lion Kings." "Really?" Asta shouted in astonishment. "Crimson. Then do you know Captain Fuegoleon?" "Oh, Fuegoeon? Sure. I covered my mouth a snort when I heard the nickname. Fuegoeon, what a nickname for powerful magic knight captain. Fuegoeon! Asta shouted in disbelief at the nickname. When I served at the palace, I was his tutor. She explained with a shrug. He was such a snot-nosed brat, but he grew up quite well. I seriously can't picture that. Asta wasn't sure how to react to that. I looked upward in a thoughtful manner. Me neither. And I'm saying the truth. Nevertheless, I'm going with you. I'm not going to lose to you young'uns just yet. She smirked, not arrogantly. Asta. We turned to see Rebecca coming toward us. Thank you for helping my siblings safely, but please, be careful out there. Asta returned with a smile. I will. We all except for Noelle mounted onto our broomsticks, except for Asta as I had to share mine to save the children and Marie. Noelle. I called out for the royal silver-haired girl. What is it? She asked. I need you to call Captain Yami or anyone else to get reinforcement. I explained about our future situation. The shitstorm we're getting into is going to be worse than the invasion and we're going to need more help. Noelle paled at the thought that what they were doing would be worse than what we had done and nodded. All right. Leave it to me. I'm counting on you, Asta. Rebecca cheered. We left them in search for the children. Oh. Third person. As they left, Noelle watched at the redhead's family being confused at the situation and asked her sister about it, which she didn't know how to answer them. Her answer was simple as assuring them that Asta, Akira, Gauche and Sister Teresa would bring the children back. Sighing, Noelle pulled out her communicator and called to the Magic Knight's headquarters. She would have been relieved to have called someone who looked bored at his job. Noelle forgot his name. Sek yawned before realizing that he was on standby and put a concentrated face. Magic Knight's headquarters here, Baha. Haven't I seen you before? Noelle groaned inwardly, not wanting to deal with him at all. She could have called any of the Black Bull members, but knowing them, they would be either free or mostly busy with whatever activities they do. And for now, she had to deal with him. Are you really from headquarters? She asked. Baha. It's not my main job, but Captain Jack ordered me to help out here. I've been doing so good lately that they're letting me take a break from all the battles. Or something like that, Baha. He bragged on. Yes, what Akira would say, I can smell bullshit. Crude, but fair. But she didn't have the time to deal with it. I don't care. We have an emergency. Someone is controlling the snow in Neen. And kidnapped all the children. She furiously yelled at him. What? You should hurry up and contract the Magic Knights. Noelle couldn't believe she had to deal with this idiot. That's what I'm doing right now. Sek panicked on the other side. All right. There's nothing to worry about anymore. Baha. And with that, the communication turned off, leaving Noelle alone with the citizen on the village. She looked weary and nervous about the situation. Somehow, I'm even more worried now. She watched where her teammates left in mild dread. Chapter 23, Lone Snow and Greedy Mud. Akira Yamaguchi. We were on our way to the mountain as I was sharing with Asta my broom. Gauche was standing coolly on his while Sister Teresa sat on hers. We're close, Gauche said as I could slightly feel the mana getting stronger. Right, Asta added. These enemies must possess powerful magic. Sister Teresa reminded us. Be on your guard. We already know there is a snow magic user and I can assure you that there is a mud magic user on standby. I told them. Sister Teresa gave me an odd look. And how do you know about that? Are you perhaps a seer? I shrugged, dismissing her wonder about me being that. Take it like a pinch of salt, but I assumed that the first one used some snow magic spell to hypnotize the children and I came up with the mud magic use her as the magic would be useful inside a mountain in this kind of weather, dampening the cave which is perfect for his or her magic. Either way we're going. Wait for me, Marie. I could feel Asta's worry on my back, and in truth, so was I. I might have saved Rebecca's family, but I should have at least told the others even if they wouldn't have believed me. No need to cry over spilled milk. I need to save them before they can begin their work. After a few more minutes, I finally arrived to one of the caves and landed just close to them. And to tell the truth, now that I was at the mouth of the cave, I can feel the mana overflowing. I sense mana in there. Ghosh frowned. A cave. That must be where all the abducted children are. Sister Teresa said worriedly. I began pondering for an idea. We should come up with a strategy dash. No. I don't care what you're going to do. I'm going in to protect Marie, Ghosh declared before soaring inside the cave. Or you can leave us here, that works too, I guess. I flatly conceded with a sigh. That guy sure have problems. He places all other people under his little sister. Sister Teresa stated. I sure can't understand him at all. You and me both. Akira. What's the plan? Asta asked. Right. I nodded, getting serious. What we're going to do is this, Sister Teresa will stay here while you and I enter the cave to retrieve the children. Don't make me laugh. I came here to retrieve them and you two want to go alone? Sister Teresa scoffed. No, 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 I have explained yet. I said, waving my hand as a small portal appeared on my palm. As you can see, I can use spatial magic, so what I was planning was getting us inside and having the children out of the cave with this, and you have to stay with them. You can use spatial magic? Color me impressed. Sister Teresa said. So after we recover the children, we send them to her? Asta wondered. Not yet. You have to dispel the hypnosis before we send them to her, Asta. I explained. Your anti-magic is going to be useful on this, and then we deal with the enemies. Works for me. He grinned, pumping his fists. Let's do this. All right, I'll wait here then. Sister Teresa said. Hopefully, you'll bring them back before I go for you too. Right. I nodded before looking at Asta. Let's go. Oh. Third person. Chi. It's like a damn maze in here. But the mana's getting stronger and stronger. Ghosh grunted impatiently at the damn cave. Why couldn't it have been easier to be a simple place so I could beat the crap out of them and save my dear Marie? Damn them. Just wait a little longer, Marie. Just as his ire began growing inside, he finally found light and was received at the sight of his dear sister Marie. Marie! Oni-chan! His dear sister shouted back, relief in her tone. Ghosh sighed in relief. Thank goodness. Your SA dash. And then, he paled completely when he noticed something. Marie's cheek was red and wounded. Fury and wrath began boiling inside him. Ghosh glared with an infernal hate at the people that wounded his dear Marie. They kidnapped her? Fine, I smack them and save her like I planned to. But how dare they hit Marie and get away with it? Oh no, I'm going to fucking murder them. What did you do to Marie, you bastards? He roared angrily at them. Opening his grimoire, he shot them with Reflect Ray to that white-haired bastard. He missed and only grazed his shoulder, but that won't do. He'll fucking kill them for hitting Marie and he won't be merciful. It's an enemy, Barrow I. He has a magic night robe on. The white-haired bastard yelped, his voice sounding fearful and painful at his wound, at what Ghosh assumed to be his brother. Yes, he is going to die too. Damn it! How'd they find us so quickly? The other bastard shouted, also sounding scared. Do something. Use your magic, Nedge. The now called Nedge gripped his grimoire as he stood up. Alright. Snow magic, snow cry. He began releasing streams of snow at me. But I wasn't fazed at it as I was too mad to care. Mirror magic, mirror shift. I summoned my mirror not far from me and taking its place, dodging the stream of snow. What the heck is that spell? The fat bastard yelped fearfully. The white-haired asshole kept using his snow cry, but none of his attack reached me with him dodging effortlessly with his mirror shift. I can't hit him at all. Ned shouted in distress. Marie! Hurry up and use a different spell, you oaf. Barrow commanded his own brother in distress and panic. Snow creation magic, snow friends. Gauche noticed multiple snowmen of different size and build coming at him with the intention of stopping him. Go, my friends! Ned commanded his summons. Gauche thought this time it would have been easier to deal with them. How wrong he was. No matter how much he destroyed them, they kept coming back. It became a pain in Gus' ass. Defeating one or two won't make a difference. Barrow laughed evilly. Gauche didn't understand why he is bragging if he isn't using his magic. Ned can keep creating an infinite number of these guys. Give me a break! Gauche shouted angrily. Mirror magic, reflect refrain. Multiple mirrors rose up around the snowmen and began shooting beams like reflect ray, continuously destroying them before they could recover. Time for a massacre! He shouted. The snow magic user tried to continue creating more snowmen, but between his creation and my speed, they couldn't handle the lack of time to be created. Ah! All of my friends. That guy's too strong. And he's scary. Damn it. Barrow thought in frustration as he trembled fearfully, checking with his upgraded glasses the amount of mana their enemy had. This isn't what we were told about. I only accepted this job because we were told that it'd just be draining brats of their magic. What's the deal with this guy's magic? What should we do, Barrow and I? Ned asked. Shut up, you moron. The older brother snarled angrily. Think. There has to be some way. Something. His eyes trailed around, thinking on how to stop Gauche, and so he got the answer when his eyes landed on the little girl he assumed it was his sister. If it was going to work, maybe he would be able to negotiate. Barrow grabbed strongly on Marie's small and fragile arms, hurting her on the process. He laughed evilly. Move an inch and see what happens to her, he declared. Gauche stopped momentarily, glaring at him while the snowmen were making their way toward the magic knight. You bastard! He snarled. What's with that look? Barrow sneered victoriously, thinking that he had now the upper hand. He grabbed Marie closer to him. If I get annoyed and put a little too much strength into my grip? Gauche gritted helplessly. This rotten guy dared to use his little angel as hostage, and if he ever moved an inch, the bastard could hurt her and Gauche wouldn't forgive himself for that. Barrow smirked in victory as he glanced at his little brother. Ned, beat him to a pulp dash dot. He was then interrupted when two people emerged as one runt with a giant sword spun wildly, slicing every snowman and reaching him. Barrow managed to dodge, but on the way, he lost his hostage and got nicked on his cheek, drawing blood. Marie took the opportunity to run from the bad guy. Gauche was glad that his little sister was free and coming at his way. He opened his arms to welcome her, but his image was shattered when Marie ran past him and hugged Asta. He was petrified. Thank you, Asta, Marie said gratefully. Are you okay, Marie? Asta asked in concern. Gauche sobered up, and with the intention of murdering the man who tried to steal Marie from him, he shot a reflect ray at him. Hey! Asta yelped, dodging the incoming ray. You bastard! How dare you throw something so dangerous? Gauche snarled, grabbing on Asta's collar in anger and envy. What if it had hit Marie? Akira sighed. From what I gathered, you would have gotten your ass kicked and killed, and they would have taken Marie's mana until she died. Would that have been better? I inquired with an "Are you an idiot?" look. That's right, Asta agreed. More importantly, what if you had hit Marie-chan? There's no way I'd ever hit her. Ghosh declared in utmost seriousness at his declaration. Asta was then surrounded by Ghosh's mirrors. My love for Marie is too great. Huh! Asta yelped in panic as the mirrors brightened up menacingly. Oni-san, please stop. Marie pleaded as she shielded Asta with her body. Stay away, Marie. No! As the peanut gallery continued making their ruckus, Akira remained quiet, too quiet, glancing at the still hypnotized children and how they looked. They were young, too young, barely reaching 8, and the youngest one he could see that it was about 4 years old. He had known that the children were kidnapped by those two brothers, Barrow and Nej. One for greed and the other because of loneliness. Between reading and watching in real life, Akira didn't know how to react. Was he angry? Yes, but that emotion wasn't on the level. Was he furious? Yes, but not yet. Was he craving for blood? Yes, that will do. Pour them. He mumbled, barely hiding the fury in his voice as he watched one of the kids motionless, and he could barely feel the kid having mana inside. Their mana got extracted forcefully, and if they are left like this, they'll never be able to use magic ever again. Their magic. Asta gasped, paling. That man was saying how it'd be worth a lot of money. Marie supplied. Every magic knight gritted their teeth in anger and tightened their fists. They couldn't, no, won't forgive them for this. How could you do something so cruel? Asta demanded angrily, glaring at Barrow with Akira next to him. Crap. This is not good. Not good at all. Barrow thought in dread, stepping back slowly. Barrow and I? Nej asked, unsure on the situation they were. We had enough on our hands with that monster of a guy, but now that his friends have showed up, we don't have a chance. Barrow fidgeted on his glasses to inspect his new enemies. He first looked at the brunette and paled when his glasses analyzed his mana. He stared, and stared in utmost terror when he noticed his mana being 3 times bigger than Ghosh. What's with that guy? This guy is definitely the most dangerous guy in this place. He sweated nervously, fidgeting shakily his glasses. Even if we both joined forces, we couldn't be even a match against that monster. Glancing nervously at the next companion, his emotion turned out from sheer terror to cockiness when he felt nothing on the ash-blonde-haired magic knight. Apart from the monster and the sister complex freak, he was an easy target for him. Barrow laughed evilly and with utmost confidence. What the heck? He doesn't have any magic at all. He sneered, pointing at him. Unbelievable. I'd never seen trash like you. Even if he were to be a magic knight, he would be the lowest of all magic knights. Nej, you take care of that sister complex freak and the other. Huh? Nej asked incredulously when he was given the hardest people to fight. I guess I'll just have to take care of this weakling myself. Barrow declared cockily. Akira deadpanned inwardly. God, he's an idiot. He chose the worst one. Instantly, Asta charged at him and swung his Demon Slayer sword horizontally, making him crash on a rocky wall with a loud bang. Everyone except for Akira gasped in surprise on how Asta dealt with him. I won't forgive you, he declared loudly. Barrow, who was barely awake, wheezed in pain as blood flowed from his mouth. Painfully getting up, he shouted. Nej! Don't just stand there. Do something. Nej quickly opened his grimoire to cast his next spell. Snow creation magic, snow friends. Go! You just don't give up. Ghosh growled, opening his grimoire to use another, reflect ray, before a hand stopped him. He glared at Akira. What do you want? Mind if I take them? He asked while grinning. Ghosh narrowed his eyes but reluctantly complied, noting that he had used too much mana and with this, he should be able to rest for a moment. Akira grinned wildly. Thanks, I've been trying to come up with something and this is a perfect opportunity. He looked forward, raising his grimoire. Chain magic x steel magic. Barrow's eyes widened in shock. Huh? Did I hear it right? A large ball of metal appeared on thin air connected to a chain. The brunette grabbed the chain and with some magical bullshit, he somehow began spinning dangerously on the air, making the air around him push anything. Barrow and Nedge paled when they stared at the humongous ball of steel, soaring over the air. Akira grinned in a maddening way as he completed the amount of centrifugal force needed. Wrecking ball. The moment the snowmen came upon him, disappeared without a trance as the only thing everyone would have known the snowmen were there were the remains of their feet on the ground without their bodies. Crash! Not long before the ballistic ball of steel crashed on the wall loudly. Oops! Akira said, not sounding sorry at all. I guess my hand slipped. I am possible. Barrow squeaked fearfully. That's so amazing! Asta shouted in awe, leading those snowmen aside. Ghosh began, glaring at Nedge. Then it seems that we are done here. So die, you wussy loser. As Ghosh walked menacingly at Nedge, the white-haired Pied Piper stepped back, frightened. No! Stay back! He yelped in panic. Snow-binding magic, snowlime rock. Under Ghosh's feet, a large coral-like structure appeared, completely immobilizing the magic knight. I did it! Nedge cheered at his success. Ghosh-senpai! I'll save you! Asta shouted. Save me? Ghosh scoffed. Stop trying to act cool in front of Marie, damn it! What? Akira groaned, rubbing the bridge of his nose. God fucking damn it, can you stop perversely talking like that? You are going to be arrested at this way, right, former convict, never mind. Shut the hell up. Ghosh snapped at them. I'll take care of him myself. We will, that is. Barrow noticed something and yelled at his brother. Nedge, behind you. Huh? Nedge didn't have time to hear nor react when he received a ray on his back. As he fell, he finally noticed a second Ghosh. Why, is there another one? Mirror magic, real double. Both Ghosh said in synchronization. Real double is a spell that summons my other self from within the mirror world. I'd already activated the spell before you caught me. That's awesome. 3 guesses on who said that, the first 2 don't count. You're amazing, Ghosh-senpai. Great, if he wasn't a Sister Complex Nosebleed Senior, I would have cheered for him too. Akira said flatly. Who the hell are you calling Sister Complex Nosebleed Senior, you punk? Both Ghosh roared in unison. What's Nedge doing? He's so useless. Damn it. My body won't move. There has to be some way. Barrow thought as he looked around and his attention went to the machine he used to extract the children's mana. I know. If I use that dash. He didn't have much time to use the machine as Asta grabbed on his collar and put him face to face. Why did you do something so awful? Asta demanded for an answer. Stealing other people's magic. How would you feel if someone did that to you? Instead of a fearful answer, he got an evil laugh. Like I care, you moron. Barrow spat. It doesn't matter to me if someone else dies or loses their magic. Asta gritted angrily as his fist tightened. He raised his fist over his shoulder. You bastard. Barrow flinched and closed his eyes, expected to be punched. What he did not expect was that instead of his face, the magic knight punched right next to his head, creating a small crater where his face would have been crushed. Barrow couldn't believe how someone without magic could do that. This isn't enough pain to make up for what you did. Asta growled angrily. You're gonna pay for this, starting now. Yeah, and hopefully, the authority can put him in a cell and melt the key. Akira agreed as he opened his grimoire. Also, infinity magic, chain mode, chain binding magic, Anaconda's wrap. Chain with a snake-like head wrapped around Barrow tightly as he groaned in pain. I'll get Sister Teresa and we'll question him in a moment. Akira said as he walked away. Right. Akira stood close to the children as his grimoire shone cloud gray. Opening a portal, Sister Teresa appeared from the other side with an intrigued look. To think that with my years of watching younglings with their own magic attributes, I could get used to it. She mused, watching the portal closing down. But it seems now I've seen everything. I'm not, yet. Akira shrugged as he glanced at her. I think there will be more to see in the future. Pa! I'll see it when it happens. She snorted. Still, you're the first oddity that I've seen since I left the Magic Knight Order. I'll take that as a compliment. He conceded. Teresa then noticed the children still hypnotized while sitting on the cold ground while a few were laid down, their body not used to the cold or wheezing slowly. She frowned angrily at the state of the children and made her way toward the one responsible. Hey, tell us how to give them their magic back. Asta demanded angrily, prepared to be physical if necessary. At least let me go. Barrow begged pathetically. Then I'll tell Dash. Scring! Barrow yelped when the blade of a scythe carved on the wall next to him. The brunette magic knight glared at him with the intensity of a sun while at the same time the coldness of the night. And let you escape? What do you think we are, stupid? He spat darkly at the incompetent man. The only thing that we will let you go is when you are finally facing justice, asshole. Akira's heart boiled and didn't know how much he could hold. He tapped harshly on his chest, while giving himself his attribute. Mud magic, attribute added. Either help these children or you'll have to do it better. He growled before managing to look for threatening with his scythe close to his neck. Or there won't be a next time. Barrow gulped fearfully, avoiding his eyes and the hand holding the scythe. He's rotten to the bone. Teresa remarked. Yeah. Akira grunted before looking at Asta. Asta, go and undo the hypnosis of the other kids with your anti-magic sword. I'll keep an eye on this, man. He emphasized darkly on the man. Anti-magic? Sister Teresa thought in confusion and surprise at seeing some rare attribute. Like I could move right now. Barrow mumbled. Quiet, you! Akira returned his attention to Asta as he made his way toward the children. As he continued watching, he pretended not to notice what his prisoner was doing. Mud magic, mud men, ... Barrow cast it inwardly, creating a mini mud man behind his back as it went to the table with all the scientific utensils to call someone. Asta, while holding his demon slayer sword, tapped all children's head with the hilt of his sword, dispelling their magic. After every children regained their consciousness, they became more confused and terrified, which was understandable. There. Come here, all of you. Teresa soothed them in a grandmotherly manner. Hurry and treat Marie's wounds, you old hag. Gauche demanded, prioritizing Marie's health first. You don't have to tell me to do it, you sister complex punk. Teresa reversed back because of Gauche while opening her grimoire. Flame recovery magic, sacred healing light. Many candle appeared and lit around the children, warming from the cold and healing their wounds. Hey, you brats in the middle. Make some room for Marie. That way she'll get better faster. Gauche said as he placed Marie in the middle. You don't have to be a jerk about that to these children. Akira deadpanned. Oh, stop it, Oniai-chan. Marie said, feeling uncomfortable with being put in the middle. Bless you, Marie. You're as kind as an angel. Gauche complimented her, wailing happily. Angels belong in the middle. I so give up on him. Akira groaned. The magic will work just the same wherever she stands. Teresa clarified. Marie-chan, want some dried potatoes? You'll feel better. Asta offered his favorite food. Marie's not going to eat your weird food. Gauche rejected hotly at his offering. Hey! It's what Hage is famous for. He defended back. Only you think that it is famous, I have to think a way to be less flaky and dry. Akira groaned, shuddering at the hellish taste before taking out a jerky. I prefer my jerky or bacon, thank you very much. He said as he nibbled his jerky. Asta, you grew up at the church in Hage, didn't you? Teresa inquired. Wait a minute. How did you know that? Asta asked in shock. Sister Lily came to our church to train once. Teresa replied. She told me about you then. You're forgetting one more person, but since he's not here, never mind. Akira shrugged. Heavens me! Asta gasped. You know Sister Lily? She was fine young woman. Teresa nodded. Isn't she? He said excitedly. Wait, so Sister was talking about me? What did she say? He asked impatiently. I wouldn't expect much about it. Akira rolled his eyes. That you were a small and noisy child. Teresa stated bluntly, having a shocking Asta and a snorting Akira. But she also said that you were a hard worker with a strong heart who wouldn't give up in the face of adversity, and that she was very proud of you. Looks like all of your hard work paid off. Asta smiled that Sister Lily had acknowledged him and blushed because of the compliment. But I've still got a long way to go. Asta declared. I'm not so sure about that. Teresa said. I will not give up. Asta repeated with more conviction. Teresa sighed before looking at Akira. Hey, you. You could at least put some sense to him, could you? Akira crossed his eyes and hummed. He's an idiot, but I'm somehow his pseudo-brother. So? You will? Akira then looked at her with a serious but dramatic expression. Da Dakotaware, but I refuse. He quoted with a manly face. If Asta wants to become Wizard King, I have no objection. Teresa blinked in confusion. Akira's face returned normally. Don't worry about it, just a reference. Thank you, Akira. Asta said before looking upward. Sister, I'm never ever going to give up on you either. And we lost him. Akira deadpanned as he knew what he was thinking about, because his expression was a giveaway. Ahawk! Everyone turned to look at Ghosh kicking Nedge as he screamed in pain. Marie told me that you were the one who hit her. Ghosh growled angrily. The only way to atone for that is death. Stop that, Ghosh! Teresa yelled at him. Oni-chan. I'm okay. Marie said, trying to defuse the situation she unknowingly made. My injuries are all healed now, so let him go. No, I can't. Ghosh continued stomping on Nedge's head. I will eliminate anyone who might hurt Marie now, before they have the chance. Asking them how to return the children's magic is more important. Teresa stated truthfully. She then turned to Barrow with a hidden anger on her expression. You too. Why did you do this? These children are the future of this kingdom. They're the three-leaf sprouts that grace this nation. Nedge, still hurtful on the ground, wept naively. I just wanted friends. Wanting friends or kidnapping them aren't the same thing. Akira shouted angrily, making him flinch. What you done is making them hate you for taking them away from their parents, scared that they won't be able to see them again, and leading them to die is not making friends at all. I understand that you might be lonely, but taking them away forcefully won't make you friends at all, just make you a kidnapper. I am sorry. Nedge balled his eyes, shameful for his action and not looking for another option. I'm very sorry. On the other hand, Barrow glared at the inept idiot of his brother. Stop your crying and saying sorry, you useless little brat. It hurts, damn it. Why is this happening to me? It's her. It's all her fault. She tricked me. I thought it was a good way to make money. Hurry up and get back here, you moron. Wow! A familiar feminine tone gasped in awe, and two members of the Black Bulls recognized that crazy tone. One grimaced while the other glared at her. Looking up on one of the holes inside the cave, everyone noticed Sally from the eye of the midnight sun watching the spectacle. That's... Asta said warily. Sally. Akira frowned, holding tightly his grimoire. He was angry and he wanted to hurt her for these actions on the innocent. You finally came. Barrow said, glad that his reinforcement came. Took you long enough, for someone who travels with spatial magic. They got in the way of our magic collecting. Help us! Sally pouted in irritation. Geez, you're so whiny. But you get a pat on the back this time. She then noticed the two magic knights she caught her eyes on. Asta. Akira. She's from the Eye of the Midnight Sun. Asta grimaced before turning to Akira. You knew she was going to come? Yeah, but I thought that dealing with them quickly, she wouldn't have come. Akira lied. Guess the future is always fucking with us. Now we have to deal with this crazy. Asta gritted angrily at the enemy. Not cool. I'm so happy we get to see each other again so soon. Sally said happily, giving Akira shivers. I came here because you called me with the magic transmission item, but you haven't gathered that much magic yet. She motioned to show them the item on her hand before dropping it on the ground. It's all their fault. Barrow blamed the Magic Knight's interference. Well, it's not like I care. Sally giggled childishly. Young man. Take the children away. Sister Teresa ordered. What about you, sister? Akira asked, preparing his grimoire and not taking his eyes off Sally. If we let them roam free, they'll do it again. So I'm staying here to fight too. She declared firmly. Fine. I'll have the children escape. Akira grabbed his grimoire, opening a portal to Neen. You kids go through there. You'll be back with your parents. Teresa shouted. The children immediately complied and ran toward the portal before stopping abruptly when a slimy substance was thrown at Akira, making him dodge and lose his concentration, which resulted in closing the portal. No, can't do. You can't expect me to let them go free. Right? You've been a naughty boy, Akira-kun. Sally pouted childishly, waving her finger as scolding. Oh great, you can't expect me to open a damn portal if she keeps interrupting me. Akira groaned, preparing his spell given another chance. Asterisk, author's note, this is something everyone has to understand that sometime, spatial magic, users can't use their magic as they get distracted. Example, when Valdos tried to escape during the invasion, Leopold had attacked him, interrupting him on his casting. Asterisk. All of you stay right here. You hear me? Teresa advised the children, hiding behind her with sacred healing light around them. So they're the Eye of the Midnight Sun. The terrorist group that attacked the capital? That's them. Asta confirmed hotly, still struck up about Fuegoleon state. So basically, you're the one who put Marie through all this. Gauche claimed furiously. I'll kill you. He then motioned to shot a reflect ray at her. Gel magic, sticky salamander. Sally shouted as a gecko-like creature appeared in front of her, tanking the ray. Gauche's reflect ray suddenly deflected elsewhere once it got inside the sticky salamander, catching him off guard. Could you not interrupt our moving reunion? Sally stated gleefully, mixing her malice and her sweet tone. While I'm at it, maybe I'll dissect you all. Chi, I prefer my organs inside me instead, in jars. Akira growled. Infinity magic, ice mode, ice magic, Lin K ice ball. He shot a ball of ice, which as the name goes could freeze her on contact. Sally looked indifferent when the Lin K ice ball was coming at her. She didn't even bat an eye when her sticky salamander stuck its arms to protect its master, dissolving the ice inside the gel. What is that ominous magic? Teresa asked warily. Be careful, Gauche-senpai, Granny. I heard she blocked the Silver Captain's attack, too. Asta informed them. She also used some kind of drug to make her sticky salamander immune to Captain Nozel's mercury magic. Akira added. Here I come. Sally jumped inside her sticky salamander, and both of them jumped down with an unimaginable speed. Incoming! Asta roared as he jumped with his strong legs to cut the salamander down, but it simply separated itself to avoid being cut. Asta landed onto the pillars in the ceiling and jumped down. He tried again on its head, but as before, the sticky salamander separated its head before being cut. Anti-magic is no problem at all if it can't hit me, Sally mocked childishly. Impudent pest. Gauche spat. Mirror magic, reflect refrain. His mirrors soared around Sally and her sticky salamander and began shooting at them. But because of her gel magic, his attack was soon obsolete. She deflected all of it. That's some fine magic, but it gets refracted inside Solomon, so there's really no point. Sally giggled at the useless attempt. Things might be a bit different if you have something stronger. Sticky salamander spat projectiles made of gel which Gauche got struck and got restrained against the wall. Gauche senpai! Asta shouted. Asta! Akira yelled as Sally landed between them with a joyful expression, the kind of what a yandere would use, and loomed over them. Here you go, Asta, Akira, Sally said as sticky salamander sprout gel tendrils to apprehend them. This is nothing. Asta jumped forward with his demon slayer sword. Asta, no! Akira shouted, too late to give him a warning. Asta was about to swing his sword, but it wasn't possible as the gel tendrils separated to avoid the sword and successfully caught Asta. Shit! Akira cursed when a tendril shot at him. Spatial magic, emergency exit. He crossed his arms as an X and fell back as a portal opened beneath him. The tendril missed when Akira passed through and closed it, opening to another position next to Sister Teresa. While Akira was lucky to evade the tendrils, Asta was not. He got pulled into the sticky salamander, and Sally had him put him at her close reach, and in other words, sharing body heat, and giving him a sadistic smile. Gotcha! This is bad. Really, really bad. Akira paled when they were positioned in something the kids shouldn't see. Fuck! This is 2+18 rated. The worst could happen is the kids asking about it once they get out. I don't want to be the responsible to tell them. God, the talk I had with my father once I got in my puberty was so embarrassing that I couldn't see Hikari straight without blushing. Jokes aside, Asta looked like he couldn't move at all with the tendrils restraining his movements. I can't move. You look just like a normal human. I want to know all about you. Sally began licking sultrily his neck, making him shudder before she bit him. Rawr! Ow! That hurt. And you're scary. Asta shouted in distress. Well, your blood's normal. Akira watched in trepidation and dread for what he was about to do. I am so going to die because of this, but it will be worth it. He then took out his camera and took pictures for blackmail. Smile for me, Asta. Hey! What in the world are you doing? Asta, recognizing the snapping sounds of the camera, shouted indignantly at his pseudo-brother. Blackmail. He answered like it was obvious. Don't interrupt me here, you are next, my dear Akira. Sally promised, which Akira, taking a last picture, put back his camera inside. She then returned her attention to Asta. Now, dear Asta, next I'm just going to take your pinky nail. She motioned to take his pinky nail forcefully, which Asta reacted accordingly, shrieking fearfully. Flame magic, brilliant flame cross. A cross-shaped flame engulfed the sticky salamander, making it explode and having both Asta and Sally fall down apart. Ah! You melted my little Solomon, Sally said, dejected. Before Asta could have fallen on the ground, a portal emerged underneath him and made him land next to Akira, sliding painfully on the ground. Are you all right? He asked. Just thankful for being away from that crazy lady. Asta groaned. Sister Teresa rushed at Sally with a flame ball on his hand with the intent of punching her, but Sally dodged. That's enough of that. I won't let you have these boys, the old nun declared hotly. Hey, don't get in the way, Sally demanded, now with a hostile tone. That's amazing. Asta mumbled in awe. Thanks, Granny. You're super strong. I may be old, but I'm a former magic knight. Sister Teresa declared proudly. I'm Teresa the Crimson She-Leopard. Wow! She's suddenly all pumped up. Asta thought in shock. She's pumped up, yup, definitely a Crimson Lion King member. Akira's sweat dropped. Stop you two daydreaming. Teresa shouted, making them tense up. We'll have to catch them at all cost. Yes, ma'am. Both of them shouted in unison before preparing for the fight. Do something about this, you old hag. Oh yeah, they finally remembered that Gauche was also here and still stuck on the wall. What are you doing over there, you sister complex failure? Teresa remarked dryly. You stupid old hag. Teresa then used her flame magic to melt the gelatin, freeing him from his restraints. Sally, noticing that now she was at disadvantage, grimaced slightly. Oh! 4 against 1, huh? That doesn't look so good. Hey, you! Her attention turned to the injured kidnapper that she had forgotten about. I'll back you up with my mud magic. Just fix my body so I can move. You can do that, right? Sally looked like she was pondering on something. Well, there is a way, but are you sure? Of course I am. Barrow replied impatiently. Anything's fine, just do it. Okay, I'll do it, then. But are you sure? She repeated, putting her long-sleeved hand under her chin. Yeah. Are you really sure? She once more repeated, but this time with a sadistic smile. Barrow snapped angrily at the constant questioning. I told you, I'm sure. Just shut up and do it. Hey! What are you two whispering about? Asta demanded. Something bad. Akira answered with a grimace. He's those that are unredeemable and I won't help him as his karma finally took him. Hurry up and heal me. And give me some money. Then I'll help you out. Barrow demanded his offer in exchange of his demands. Yeah, right. Once I'm freed and paid, I'm getting the hell out of here. Okay. Sally said as she hid an ominous syringe under her coat. In that case. Hup! Instantly, Sally had hopped on Barrow, injecting the syringe on his neck, inserting the concoction inside his body. What is she? Teresa asked warily. Everyone watched as Barrow's wound began healing, but everyone felt the wrongness in it. He began to convulse painfully, gasping and wheezing in pain but also increasing the size of his body, breaking out of Akira's, Anaconda's wrap, and began screaming. Barrow and I-chan. Nej said in shock and confusion. What the heck? Asta gaped. What the hell is wrong with him, Akira? Akira didn't answer him, but he was gripping his grimoire hard. Mud started uncontrollably sprouting from Barrow's body, covering his entire body and getting bigger by the second. What is that? Teresa gasped. His magic is swelling. Everyone began being dwarfed by the now mutated Barrow, turning him into a degenerate version of Clayface. This really reminds me of that last battle against Clayface. Akira mumbled. Barrow/Clayface roared. Ro Iowa. Whoopsie. Looks like I messed up a little. Sally said. You call that a little, you crazy scientist? Akira barked his teeth at her. He can move now, and his magic's recharged, but looks like his personality wandered off somewhere. Sally mused, ignoring Akira completely. The failed experiment then began rampaging inside the cave, scaring the children completely. Protect the children, Gauche. Akira. Asta. Sister Teresa ordered. Sure. Asta nodded. Count on me. Akira grunted. No thank you. Gauche refused before grabbing his sister and escaping. Let's go, Marie. Oni-chan? Go? But what about everyone else? It doesn't matter. He dismissed the others. It's too dangerous for you to be around that monster. The Adler siblings disappeared, leading the others to their fate. Way off! Asta shouted in disbelief. That fool. Teresa spat. They then quickly dodged the incoming arm that slammed where they stood before. I'm going to take you both home for sure this time, Asta, Akira. Sally promised gleefully. How about no? Akira rebutted. What the heck's going on? Asta wondered in shock. We can't handle something that big. Sister Teresa added. The children weren't faring well as they screamed in fear and terror at the monster. First of all, we have to get the kids out of here, Sister Teresa stated before turning to the multi-attributed magic knight. Can you do something? I would. Akira grunted, rolling away from the falling debris. But I can't maintain a portal if these people interrupt me. I need time. Right, then we'll have to make you time to take those children out. You ready, kid? She asked Asta. Yeah. Both of them began attaining their attention as Akira went toward the children. Kids! Get in! Akira ordered as he opened a portal and the kids began making their way in. Die! The monstrous Barrow roared out mindlessly. All of you! The older monster of Barrow went straight to Nedge as he just woke up painfully. As Nedge looked up, he saw in terror and confusion how his brother turned to become. Be Barrow and I-chan? What's wrong? He asked as Barrow raised its arm with the intention of killing him. Why, you don't know who I am? Barrow would have killed him with his inaction, but Asta intervened by cutting Barrow's arm cleanly. Nedge looked confused at his savior. Why, did you save me? You haven't taken responsibility for any of this yet. Asta replied, looking at him over his shoulder. I'm not letting you die until you do. Nedge was in awe for how confident Asta looked and gave answer. Asta then pointed at Barrow with his Demon Slayer sword. Also, what's your problem? You're trying to kill your own brother? Asta rushed at Barrow. You moron! Looks like my sword's working, so I'm just gonna quickly take care of Dash. Asta stopped abruptly when a mud arm appeared from the cut he made, slamming him close to him to halt. Now your anti-magic won't be able to defeat him so easily, Sally remarked. The dark magic item I just injected him with eats the subject's life force and produces an explosion of magical power. How could you do that? Asta demanded, cutting another mud arm, but it regrew back. Asta continued cutting and Barrow continued regrowing its limbs and attacking the magic knight, which made very difficult for them. It became a battle for attrition. There's no end to this, Asta said, frustrated. Sally then appeared behind him stealthily with the intention of bringing him back to experiment him and the other. You're wide open, Asta. Take that. She attacked with a long gel-like limb that hid under her sleeves. Before she could trap Asta, an explosion took it out. Asta turned around to see that Sister Teresa with her arm raised, postcast. Granny! Ah, you got in the way again. Quit butting in, would ya? Sally demanded, her fun getting interrupted. I'm not interested in an old lady whose magic's all dried up. Looks like you've got a mouth on you, whippersnapper. Sister Teresa hissed. It's true that as you get older, the magic you can generate internally weakens. But the power to work with the mana that dwells in nature can be increased at any age. I have years of experience and technique. I won't lose to a youngster like you, she claimed as she gathered her magic on her fist. Don't you dare underestimate us old hags. Geez, you're an annoying old lady, aren't you? Sally snorted. Don't blame me if you kick the bucket today. Go ahead and try it. The nun accepted the challenge. Akira kept maintaining the portal open while the children passed through. Damn it, there are too many kids here. It was much different from what I remember, but I have to keep the portal up and put them away from danger. If given chance, they will come and shit will rain on us. He thought grimly. And I can't even put a much larger or I get those bastards' attention and I have to close it and defend. For now, keep it together, Akira, and prepare for the worst. Oh! Go Shadley. We finally got out of that miserable place. Marie is safe and sound under my arm while I was making my way toward the exit. I don't regret leading the others to that monstrosity that could harm Marie. Leaving this place, I have to put Marie to safety and leave. Oni-chan, go back. My dear sister pleaded. No! I'm taking you back into town. I denied, despite my denial for my dear angel Marie, I won't. Please, go back. No! I repeated, a little more forceful, which I regretted. Not only does my magic not work on that woman, but an insanely powerful magical monster appeared, too. You'll be in danger if I fight that thing. But everyone else. I don't care what happens to the others, as long as you're all right. I replied truthfully. If she ever got hurt, I would blame myself because of it. Yeah. Who cares about anyone else? That damn memory decided to come. We were living great and our family was well known in the kingdom. Many of the nobility complimented us for our appearance and business, but they also envied us because of our fortune. We were close to some royalty and that made them greedy. One of our rivals decided to murder our parents in cold blood, getting all our money and leaving us penniless. Leaving us without nothing, the only thing that remained at my side was Marie, and it was then that was my decision to make her feel better, safe, and protect her at all cost. Even if I had to shake the hands of the devil. I stole food, robbed nobles, and even fought against a bunch of noble kids to mug them, all for the sake of taking care of Marie. I promised myself that I won't trust anybody else worth it all and cast aside others for my sister's well-being. Like I care about other people. I snarled truthfully, resentment of all things that happened to us. Then, something I hadn't expected occurred. Marie punched on the face as we were flying, almost making me lose my balance. I hate having a big brother who's so pathetic. Marie proclaimed while crying. "Doe!" I gasped, trembling in terror at what she just said. It's true that a lot of people did some awful things to us. Marie said, at the verge of crying, still recalling those dark days before calming down. But sister and the kids at the church are different. The only reason I wasn't lonely when you weren't with me was because of them. That's how you became a magic knight, too. Everyone's lives are connected. We're who we are because they're here. Oni-chan. I remained silent, barely holding these emotions. Besides, it's your job as a magic knight to protect everyone. I'm really proud that you're a magic knight. She declared. Please just be the cool big brother I'm proud of. Marie. I breathed out, shocked on how she thought. As we reached the entrance, we noticed the children that were before standing outside. Ah, Marie. One of the male kids waved at us. Everyone! Marie gasped in surprise. I'm glad that everyone's fine. A female child came next. Yeah, thanks to the portal we managed to avoid the monster and the crazy lady. She said, earning various nods from the kids. I raised an eyebrow. HM? What portal? That one. Another kid said, pointing at the portal which another kid emerged. I frowned. Did Finral came? No, that's not like him. He wouldn't come here if it wasn't important. I shook my head. Who was the one who sent you here? It was the tall magic knight that brought us here. That guy? One of Captain's newest recruits? Didn't know we had another, spatial magic, user. Asterisk, author's note, as everyone would know, Gauche wasn't paying any attention of the other wizard's magic. He only cared for himself and his sister, so I gave him that idea that he was ignorant of Akira's power. Note, kid equals male and child equals female. I know, but it's something. Asterisk. Asta protected us, but that monster's really strong. A third kid said. Yeah. And Akira said that if he had created a much bigger portal, that monster would come to us. A third child said. It'll be okay. My brother's going to fight with them. Marie assured them. All the children expressed their delight and relief when they looked at me. Just like Asta? A fourth kid said in awe. So he must be really strong. Another child said in agreement. Yeah. Marie agreed. Sighing inwardly, I squatted down to my sister's height and placed a hand on her shoulder. I'll go once the last kids comes out, so Marie, make sure you stay hidden. Yup, she said with a smile. Nodding in acceptance, I waited for the last kid to emerge as I stood over my broomstick in preparation. I don't get what's so great about that scrimp, anyway. Asta this, Asta that. The captain and the other squad members wouldn't shut up about him, but he immediately got caught by that woman. Whatever. I'm sure he and that old hag gave up and ran away, leaving the other alone. When you get down to it, people only care about themselves. I spat inwardly. My thoughts were expressing the jealousy, but I had to shrug it off. Not many people had given him a chance like Captain Yami, and while I am appreciated to have the dedication to give some comfort for Marie, maybe it is time for me to open up. When the last kid exited, I saw the portal slowly closing up. And given the opportunity, I entered the battle on my own will. Oh! Third person. Ghosh returned to the battlefield only to see in awe that the other magic knight hadn't left behind for the other to fight alone. Asta was defending continuously, but he knew that he wouldn't last long on the defensive. Akira was holding out before returning to battle, thanks to Asta and Sister Teresa's interference and distraction. Not yet. Asta wheezed in exhaustion, holding his sword and staggering in pain. I'm not done yet. The returned magic knight noted the determination Asta put up, which brought a new opinion on him. Though he'd rather kill himself than telling him. Geez, you're so stubborn. Sally complained. Why don't you stop protecting them and let me catch you two already? Oh! So you think that we prefer being strapped on an experiment table as you dissect us while we are still breathing is like being on a beach on a summer day? Well, fuck you, you crazy woman. I prefer my organs inside me. Akira snarled. Stop protecting them? Asta shouted incredulously at such question. We're magic knights. There's not a chance that we'll let you do it. Even if it kills us. Both roared in unison. With the children gone, Akira summoned his crescent moon of Tsukuyomi and rushed at them. Are they actually stupid? Ghosh wondered incredulously. Barrow dangerously reeled its fist back onto Asta. I'm not going to die until I become the Wizard King. Asta roared, jumping onto the air and cutting through the mud arm. Asta! Look out! Akira yelled a warning. Asta watched in panic when another fist was about to come to him, but Ghosh had kicked him away from the punch. You yelled something stupid like, I'm not going to die, and then you actually almost died. Ghosh remarked dryly while holding Asta with his kick. Asta leaped up, forgetful about the previous kick. Ghosh-senpai. Why'd you run off like that? Shut up, he said as he gave him a final kick, sending Asta onto the ground frontally with a thud. I didn't run. I only helped Marie escape. You know, you could have waited for a second for me to open up a portal, you know. Akira deadpanned, sending his greed claimers at Barrow monster. As if I would have known that you had spatial magic, you shithead. He grunted. Oh, I'm sorry, who left before I could tell him? The brunette rebutted sarcastically. He finally came back, that fool. Sister Teresa said. I'll deal with you myself. Ghosh declared as he rushed toward Sally. You joining in isn't going to help. Sally summoned another, sticky salamander, to fight against him. Ghosh scoffed. Whatever. I'm going to fight, for the sake of Marie's love. And so she'll say I'm cool. Mirror magic, real double. His copy and many other mirrors, twice the size of the original, flew around the enemies. Mirror magic, double refrain. Lasers of light began raining over Barrow and Sally. While Barrow had to tank every laser with its body, Sally protected herself, staying inside Sticky Salamander as it deflected inside the gel-like body. Whoa, cool! Asta gasped in awe. We're not out of the woods yet, Asta. Concentrate! Akira shouted as he took pictures shamelessly. Why are you taking pictures? Because it's epic. Carry on. Ghosh continued shooting his double refrain. As he knew before, it did little damage to nothing as Sally was still protected inside her salamander while Barrow was regenerating his missing limbs back. This monster. He spat acridly. Magic keeps bubbling up from it, and it regenerates immediately. Both Ghosh managed to dodge an incoming attack. It's no use. Sally claimed cheerfully, safe inside her sticky salamander. My magic isn't even touching that woman. I haven't been this incompatible with an opponent since the captain. Should I use my trump card? He felt his left eye throbbing at the mention of trump card. No. No matter how strong my mirror magic becomes, it won't help. His distraction got the best of him with Barrow managed to land a hit onto him and his copy, which disappeared once attacked, pushing him back on the ground. Ghosh senpai! Asta shouted. He rushed toward the incoming slam on Ghosh to cut the arm before it could kill him. I thought you came to help. What are you doing charging in all by yourself? That's you, dumbass. Akira shouted. Ignoring him, Asta continued. We're supposed to be a team. Akira sighed before making his way toward them with his scythe over his shoulder. You can't expect to do everything on your own when you have people to depend on. You're comrades. We watch your back and you watch ours. That's the thing. Yeah. Then we'll be able to fight forever. Asta agreed, giving Ghosh a surprised expression. An epic strategy, if I do say so myself. For a dunce like you, you can think throughout. Akira chuckled. Hey! That's mean. Yeah. What kind of half-baked strategy is that? Ghosh thought before a grin stretched his mouth. This guy really is an idiot. Come to think of it, he was pretty half-baked, too. He recalled the time that he was caught by Yami after he escaped prison to see his sister. Yami had been put to stop him from escaping and somehow gotten to convince him to join his squad and support Marie. Ghosh snickered to himself for being so stubborn to join Yami and eventually listened to Yami's advice. You just protect what you want to protect. Memory Yami said sagely. Someday, that'll help somebody out. Now he was the one who should help others. He was changing from the worst to better. Captain, did you know this would happen someday? Asta stood on his ground, cutting the mud as Akira continued sending his greed claimers to maintain the distance. Sister Teresa gave her own support to the Magic Knights. I guess I don't have a choice. Ghosh said, earning their attention. Marie will be sad if you all die. I'll protect you. Teresa gaped in surprise. Did Ghosh just? It was understandable her reaction as she had known him since Marie was put in the church she stayed. To see that Ghosh was changing was shocking. Yeah, he did. Akira confirmed with a grin of his own. What are you acting all tough for? We're teammates. What else would we do? Asta stated like it was obvious. You stupid little brat. You need to learn how to talk to your seniors. Ghosh complained angrily. And something's shining over there, he said, pointing at Asta's grimoire. Asta's second blade, the Demon Dweller's sword, emerged from his grimoire and he gripped on its handler firmly to pull it out. It was surprising that his second sword illuminated all the cave in a light purple color. He gaped at it. Huh? This is the Demon Dweller. Akira breathed out. That light. Asta, that's the same effect when we were at the dungeon. Asta glanced at the mutated Barrow and swung his sword at it, sending a light purple-colored compressed air blade. There it is! It hit and cut a diagonal cut on its chest, but as they all knew before, it regenerated back. Ah, man! Even that didn't work? Asta complained. It's not enough to pass through that mass of mud. Akira told him. You need to be quicker than his regeneration. Easier said than done. Unfortunately, Sally gasped in interest at what she just witnessed. Wait, what was that? A flying, anti-magic attack? How did you do it? How did you do it? He's right. Ghosh mused, understanding the brunette's point. It won't do anything just if we hit it with so many attacks at once that it doesn't have time to regenerate. The most effective strike was the slash Asta just hit it with, but he can't launch enough of them. He then felt a revelation which made him gape. What would happen if I used my magic on someone else? Akira noticed his reaction and knew it was time and his growth. Ghost grimoire started shining, expecting a new page with spell in it. But I won't be able to activate this spell with the magic I have now. Ghost thought, preparing for his spell. Hey, old hag! Brat! Buy me a little time. Please! His plead surprised Sister Teresa as if she just watched him becoming a different person. You need to learn how to treat old hags. I'll only last a minute, so make it fast, she said as she rushed forward. I'll let it slide on the brat comment, I'm 17 years old, asshole, Akira said, following behind. I'll hold it as much as you need. Sister Teresa and Akira combined their powers to attack them, leaving the sadist scientist waiting. Leftover magic like that isn't going to work at all. Except for you, Akira, she said bluntly at first before squealing on Akira. Ugh. Akira shuddered before focusing. You really have a problem. Steel magic, Beowulf beacon. Multiple steel poles with different decorations harmlessly struck Barrow's mutated body. Sally watched the harmless poles sticking on Barrow's body before sighing in disappointment. You know, I had expected better from this. Akira grinned. That's because I'm not done yet, he shouted before pointing a finger gun at the poles. Steel is a conduct material which comes next. Lightning magic, Zeus bolt plume. A single bolt shot out of his finger which once it got close to Barrow, Zeus bolt plume, separated in 5 different directions, sticking the steel and electrocuting Barrow. Sally hastily evaded with sticky salamander before it could connect her. It seems that he got a shock of his life. He chortled. Asta, how much longer? Just a bit. The last time was a fluke, but I think I got something. I have no choice. I've been hiding this, but I'll have to use it now. Ghosh hesitated but resolved to use it because either he used it or died, leaving Marie behind and alone. Asta. Yes? He said, looking at him. Look at me! Ghosh commanded, raising his fringe to show him the small magical mirror on his eye. Asta watched morbidly at Ghosh's left eye which he activated his spell. I'll use the magic accumulated in the mirror magic item in my left eye to activate the new spell. Mirror magic, Mirage Brigade. Akira couldn't believe that multiple Asta began sprouting in action and couldn't help but say. One Asta was enough in this world. He deadpanned. Nevertheless, with Ghosh's acknowledgement, Asta's demon dwellers shone brightly and the Astas swung their swords at Barrow. Mirror slash. The Astas roared as they swung relentlessly at the failed mutation. Barrow couldn't hold with its regeneration and Sally got hit, destroying her, sticky salamander, which they both resulted in defeat. After defeating them, one by one, every Asta puffed out of existence, leaving the original panting and standing victorious. All right. The Black Bull Magic Knights roared victoriously. What a spell. Sister Teresa gasped in awe. It appears that he had all of his life force sucked out. Nej slowly made his way toward the tattered coat of his brother and knelt down, grabbing on it and sobbing his heart out after losing his brother in greed and by Sally. Barrow and Chan, I won't forgive her for turning you into this monster. He sobbed quietly. But the one I can't forgive most of all is myself for leaving everything to him and just doing what he said. He stood up and turned to the Magic Knights. Just as you said, I haven't taken responsibility for anything. So I'm going to pay for both of our crimes. Asta nodded. Yeah. And when you're done with that, let's be buddies. You can use really cool magic, so you'd be really popular, he said, trying to cheer him up, which took him by surprise. Akira sighed, rubbing his head. Yeah, well, call me crazy, but this idiot's right. Your snow magic would be useful on summer and it would help the people a lot. Nedge watched, barely holding his tears. Thuck! Everyone gasped in shock when Nedge was stumbled forward when a shard of light stuck at the back of his torso. Asta grabbed him before he fell down, watching in horror since it took them by surprise and he could barely see it. Akira was next to him, grabbing hold and on its way. Snow magic, attribute added. Oh, fuck me. Akira cursed, slightly trembling at the despair he felt but quickly fought back and glared at the one responsible. The cave suddenly brightened, almost blinding everyone. That light. Asta mumbled, recalling the time when Julius saved him and Akira from the eye of the midnight sun. Gauche was more flabbergasted than everyone else. What is this immense magic? I'd never felt something this huge. He was interrupted when the same shard of light pierced his right shoulder and leg. I didn't see a thing. He gasped. Gauche! Teresa shouted, wondering what the hell happened. A new enemy? Are they attacking everything in sight? Akira stared in shock when Asta was walking straight to them. Asta! What the hell are you doing? Akira shouted, holding Nedge as he bled. Those, light magic, spells are too fast for my eyes, and even if I have the same attribute, I'm still a novice on using it. I hope that I can defend with dark magic, as they are opposite attributes. And then gasped in shock when Asta was attacked with the same shard of light but instead of him getting pierced. Sister Teresa protected him and Asta gaped in utter horror. Sister Teresa! Akira shouted. Old hag! Gauche wheezed, coughing blood. Granny! Asta quickly caught her as she fell back. They hurt my comrade. A deep baritone voice droned out and Akira had to suppress the shiver of him coming back with more people beside him. They got what they deserved. He's the one that appeared at the enemy's hideout. Asta realized in shock. I guess I haven't introduced myself yet. Patali said in monotone. I am the leader of the Eye of the Midnight Sun. Licked. Bullshit! Akira spat inwardly. That's the name of your former leader, Patali. Just you wait when I kick you where the sun doesn't shine, asshole. Everyone saw that the leader was a tall, slender man with white hair and gold eyes. He had red crescent tattoos with 3 buds framing the sides of his eyes, and 2 red dots above his eyes instead of eyebrows. His long hair was braided back into several long extensions with a kippa covering the top of his head ending with a cross over his forehead with an eye etched into the center. He was also wearing jewelry, including looped earrings. His attire consisted of dark and light-colored robes layered over light-colored trousers, dark-colored boots, and a padded, light-colored shirt with a high collar. Tied around his waist are several belts with a long cord attached to one of them. The undershirt appears to have the same pattern as his kippa. He wears a long, hooded white robe ending in black lines with sleeves extending past his hands, and a black shawl over his shoulders and upper chest, held by a long ornament. No way. Asta gaped in shock when he noticed something on his grimoire. There was a 4-leaf clover on his grimoire. A 4-leaf clover grimoire. Just like Yuno and Akira's? That's the end of this tale for now. The story officially ends here, for now. I plan on writing the rest of this series on my web novel account, before finishing it and resuming the series. So until then, peace.